Make the move to go into executive session.
All in favor of the move to go into an executive session, say aye.
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 Okay. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to exec House Bill 1051, modifying the procedures and requirements for school bus driver criminal history record checks and expanding the personnel subject to such checks. I would like to move on to pass on this bill. Okay, seconded by Senator
Abbas.
Gannon.
Okay.
Senator Abbas?
Yep.
Okay, is there any discussion on House Bill 1051? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, is the motion for consent?
Second.
Moved by Senator Altschiller, seconded by Senator Reardon. Is there any discussion on the consent calendar motion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Okay, Senator Altschiller, would you like to take this one out?
Delighted, thank you.
Okay. Next, I'd like to move to pass on House Bill 1308,
Second.
seconded by Senator Gannon. We do have a proposed amendment by Senator Abbas, which is amendment number 1469S. And I would like to move to pass on the amendment,
Second.
seconded by Senator Abbas. Senator Abbas, do you want to walk us through the amendment?
Yes, it just makes as written initially, it only allowed the video footage to be, it really narrowed the scope of which it actually could be used for certain proceedings. And it was really just to confirm the testimony of the bus driver, but also it only could be subpoenaed by law enforcement or a county attorney, so the prosecuting authority. So it was limited who could subpoena, and we felt that it was more appropriate to, if there's litigation involved, all parties should be allowed to potentially subpoena them.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions on the ought to pass motion on House Bill 1308?
Wait. Are we with,
Oh, I'm
The
sorry, the
amendment.
amendment number is 1469S. Okay, seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Is there a motion on House Bill 1308 as amended?
Ought to pass as amended?
Yep, yes, okay. Moved by Senator Abbas, seconded by Senator Gannon. Is there any discussion on the ought to pass as amended motion? Okay. Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, is there a motion for consent?
so moved.
Moved by Senator Altschiller, seconded by Senator Reardon. Is there any discussion on the consent calendar motion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, Senator Abbas, you want to take this one out?
I can take it out.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make the motion to come out of executive session.
So moved. Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, that's the
There you
executive
go.
session. Very good.
Yep.
Representative Lowe?
Master sheet. What are the master sheets?
Good afternoon. Afternoon, Representative. You're going to introduce 1206 for me, correct?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good to see you in the
Thanks.
Senate.
Good to be here. For the record, my name is Representative David Love from Derry, and I'm here to introduce House Bill 1206. I don't know a whole lot about the legalese that's in it, but I'm doing this for the Honorable Dan Itze. Honorable members of the Senate on Judiciary, House Bill 1206, clarifying the equity jurisdiction of the Judicial Branch Family Division. It's one of our most needful pieces of legislation regarding the family court. Firstly, it's necessary to understand the relationship between common law or rules and equity in statutory law. Common law is the historical due process of the judiciary developed over thousands of years. William Blackstone referred to as the rules of society. Rules and equity is common law adapted to civil cases. Common law is referred to as unwritten law because it's not written by a legislature, but originates in judicial opinions. Similarly, common law and rules and equity are due process, especially as it pertains to evidence. We all take for granted many elements of common law. A man's home is his castle, innocent until proven guilty. Possession is 9/10 of the law. If one divides, the other chooses. Statutory law is written by legislatures representing the contemporary rules of society. To quote Blackstone, statutory law either declares or amends common law. That is, statutory either explains and gives greater definition to common law, or it changes common law for the better. As such, statutory law supplants common law. If that were not so in England, women would not have the vote, nor the power to hold public office, and here in America, fathers would automatically have full custody of their minor children in divorce. In New Hampshire judiciary, the common law is used wherever the statutes are silent. Currently, 490D:3 states, "But nothing contained in this section shall be construed as limiting the power of the judicial branch family division to have issues of fact framed and tried by a jury according to the rules in equity or the course of such proceedings at common law." That means, among other things, that you are not innocent until proven guilty, and you have no right to see the evidence against you, except as required by statute, which the court regularly fails to enforce. Passing House Bill 1206 will ensure the most basic standards of due process are afforded to litigants in family court. This is especially important when the state is intervening in the most basic of liberty rights, raising your children. House Bill 1206 does not do everything that is needed to restore justice to the family court. For example, the New Hampshire Supreme Court rules of evidence are not enforced in the family court. Rule 1104A states that they are only enforced in Supreme Court, the Superior Court, and the district and probate divisions of the family court. You must keep in mind that the family court is now about 70% of the total court docket. The people's impression of the family court and the people's impression of the judiciary as a whole. Most people do not know anyone who has been to the Supreme Court or Superior Court, but everybody knows someone who's been to family court in New Hampshire. Family court is known unaffectionately as liar's court. There's never anything done about perjury in family court, or rarely. I won't say never. I've seen it many times. I've had it happen to me. To me, what this will do is simplify law. It'll make it so a pro se litigant, which there are many. I heard there's a lawyer on our committee said that 74% of all cases in family court have at least one pro se litigant. And to have complicated wording, which more or less forces them to go get a lawyer when most of them are already broke anyway, because let's face it, finances are a big reason for divorce everywhere. And, we need to get justice for people and especially the kids, because the kids are the ones that suffer lifelong injuries from family court. Thank you.
Senator Reardon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Representative, thank you for taking my question. I'm looking at the bill here, and the language that's been eliminated is notwithstanding any law to the contrary. And the language that's added is, and where no other special provision has been made in the law. Can you tell me the difference between what's crossed out and what's added?
I can't. You'll have to call Dan Itzy. Maybe there's a couple lawyers on your committee. Maybe they can better.
I'm a lawyer. I'm
Okay.
a lawyer. I can't.
Well, there's more than a couple.
I don't see what the difference is between those two statements.
Well, maybe it's as plain as let's have the average New Hampshire citizen be able to understand it. And I didn't grab a bill. I came in here at the last second.
Follow up?
Good.
Okay. I'm in the same quandary. And I haven't practiced in family court in, Darryl would say a long time, 30 years anyways, long time since I've been there. And I did appreciate that they had the equity to be able to make the courtroom more accessible and understandable to everyone. So the judge could waive rules of evidence because people didn't understand them. So I just don't see, I'm in the same boat as Senator Reardon. The words you crossed out and what you've added, I don't see where that's changing anything, but maybe if we read real close, we'll see it.
Like I said, I'm not well versed in this. I did this for Dan Itzy.
Great.
And
Senator Abbas?
give him a shout.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative. One concern I have, although I don't think this changes the application of the law, perhaps it clarifies it. My only problem is, and maybe this problem has been going on for a while, notwithstanding any law to the contrary, appears in a lot of RSAs. So to only strike it in one section because it's difficult language, I haven't done a count on how many other RSAs use similar languages, that. I just look at it as this problem exists in a lot of places in the law using that same phrase. So
And I guess my question would be, in what context, in family law, it's different than criminal law, it's different than, probate law or anything, it's affecting a whole lot more than inheriting a house or a car or a barn. This is affecting kids. And if we can change a little bit to make it a little more clear and give the pro se litigant a half a chance to understand what's going on, I think we're doing the citizens of New Hampshire a good service.
thank you, Representative.
Thank you for coming in and your testimony today. Appreciate it. Have a good one.
Thank you.
Benjamin Goggin? Gogun? No, I'll come back to you. Charlotte Hahn? Could be. You want to check on those two? Thank you. How about Sophie Gold? Do I get the right list?
Is there anyone here that wishes to testify
No.
on 12?
We'll get, how about Gabrielle O'Hearn?
We're gonna announce those names out in the hall. There's hundreds of people out there.
Ben, you want to read the list? We're going to go through the list first. Sure. Yeah. The people sign first. Russian Chester? Or Shirley Peronato? You didn't, okay. I was just calling once we had, okay. Go see who's in the hallway. It's the right number. 1206. That's the right sheet then, right? Bob, you want to testify anyways, right? That's you, Tegra? Yep. Hope your fate doesn't end up like the other one's gone, missing. No, he's coming, he's looking for bringing some back.
Well, it's very, very important that he hears what I'm going to say because I have the answers to the questions that lawyers don't know. My name's Robert
You
Tangway.
want to wait a sec for Daryl?
Yeah, sure.
Sure, okay, thank you. I just figured he's coming right back, so.
So now I'm on the video, just sitting here.
No. How you been? Having a good day?
Thank you for asking. That's actually something I brought up, and I'm having an all right day. I haven't seen my children in 3 years, though.
Okay, so that's probably not so good.
No. But the weather is nice.
Anyways, Daryl can catch up. He can watch it. Go ahead, Bob.
All right.
Thanks
So-
for coming in.
Thank you so much. My name is Robert Tangway. I'm the author of New Hampshire Oliver Twist, and I'm currently in the Superior Court. So this bill is about removing the notwithstanding to any law contrary. So the family courts were created in 2005, and the family court rules were created in 2011 by the Supreme Court under Article 73A, which is a fraudulent article. They actually added the language to force and effect of law, which hopefully the Senate's aware of. So I support this bill, but with amendments, because the guise of this bill, what this bill is trying to do is allow litigants to bring matters into the Superior Court where they can perhaps have a jury, rules of evidence, which can be waived, by the way, under rules of evidence, you can waive it. So the law specifically, and I like to feel really special because what's happening in the family courts is pro se litigants are being abused and lied about and the law is being broken. That's what's happened in my case. And we have some justices who are under review right now and more to come. So this is because of the Bar Association. The Bar Association is for-profit organization, and it's controlled by the Supreme Court, which also has some problems. And they're gerrymandering it with the Women's Bar Association. And if you look up the Women's Bar Association, their sole purpose is to help women and children and women and families. That's their sole purpose, and that's the family court. And then they work with the DV coalition to kind of gerrymander the outcomes and make money off this very lucrative racket, which is happening all across the country. So I'm suing a lawyer. But Senator Abbas, to get to the point, so there are some, maybe there's many laws, but what you're looking at is the jurisdiction. It's 491:7, which is the Superior Court. So 491 is all Superior Court. And 491:7 was updated in 1993, before the family courts. And then it was updated in 2014, after this law, notwithstanding, came through, because that was done in 2005. So it was, in effect, the notwithstanding was to make it so that the Superior Court didn't have any jurisdiction. And then they changed it to 491:7, where except as such actions are required to be brought in the family division under 490D. So you're going to have to strike that in accordance to get what this bill needs to be done. It further goes into jury trials, appeals, all that stuff. So the Superior Court was supposed to be a second, another avenue. A lot of states have an appeals court, and then they have the Supreme Court. We only have the Supreme Court, and our Supreme Court's corrupt. I'm sorry to say it. So in order to support that, we would need to modify 491:7 jurisdiction to strike out except where the family division, to get the identity of the bill. That's what we want to do. Otherwise, it just says notwithstanding, and then you guys have a bunch of other work to do in the future. I do also want to confirm that this is a court, right? This is a court, correct? So 311:1 says that any person may represent themselves in the court. And so 311:6 says
This isn't a court, this is a legislative body.
it's a general court. So 311.
But no, we're very different from the court. There's three divisions: executive, judicial, you know what there are.
Right,
We're
right.
separate.
So I would argue that, you know, on the 250th anniversary of our country and Constitution, I would argue that Article 8 allows to hold the government accountable. And that's really the wider issue that we're having that is being buried, is that judges and lawyers are lying. And under 92:2,
Yes.
I respectfully to say, when these statements like that, all judges and lawyers, there's a great representative in the back over there, it's an attorney. Yes, Buzz, I'm talking about you. There's,
Yeah, I'm an attorney, he's an attorney.
I'm
You're
making a
painting a broad brush.
so, right, and I don't mean that. It's,
My opinion.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
no, it's a fact. Lawyers and judges are lying. Lawyers and judges are lying, not
Ben.
all lawyers and judges are lying.
there you go, there you go.
So, but we have a problem, and we need to fix that problem. So, 311:6 requires any attorney, under the pains and penalty of perjury, right, by law, to report judicial and professional misconduct, any misgivings, under the pains and penalty of perjury. And that's what's not happening. So, just to reiterate, you're going to need to change 491:7 to slash out the family jurisdiction. I'd love to answer any questions. I'm very knowledgeable about this, but the premise that's being lobbied for and held by the court, who was sobbing last week, oh, we're being hurt so bad, and
Okay.
they're all in it. Pro se litigants know what they're talking about, and you can't take people's children away without them. Do you have any questions?
Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you so much for the time.
I let you go long, so in the future, everyone, we got a long day, got the gun bill ahead, so we're gonna keep everything to 2.5 minutes, everyone's testimony, but it was fine, you went long. So did anyone else appear? Ben Goggin, Charlotte Hahn, Sophie Gold, any of these people? Gabrielle O'Hearn or Olivia Francesca? Seeing none, does anyone else to wish to testify on the bill? Yes, ma'am. Okay. Sure. Thanks for coming in today.
My name is Roxanne Chester. I'm a resident of Bedford, New Hampshire. And one of the things that I was actually involved with the committees that looked into family court versus district court, things like that. I worked with Judge Capistrand out of Manchester, a number of police officers, a number of attorneys and judges. And the problem with family court is that it is very different. That is the only system that we do not provide the same level of judicial justice. And that's why I think it's important to change this, because a lot of times it becomes very muddy when we start making decisions about, severing family relationships when you don't have clear and understandable guidelines for people who may be acting pro se. So that's why I support this bill. It's just an opportunity for your regular citizen to be able to say, because we do have a difference in family court. We have preponderance of the evidence versus so because of that, I think it's important to have this in there.
Very good. Thanks for your testimony. Questions? None? Have a great day. Thank you for coming in. Anyone else wish to testify on 1206? Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon. Just hit that little button so the red light goes on, and if you can give us your name.
Yes, hi. My name is Shirley Haryanto. I'm representing myself here, speaking publicly. So I support the House Bill 1206. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
So I believe that the judicial family branch or judicial family judge, it's being unfair, unrelatively, and being basically without no evidence, they severing a family relation, especially me as a single mother and have an open case. I cannot really openly sharing more details, but everybody knows already publicly. And I believe that we need to give more power to certain people that can be bring it up the justice to people like me, especially they're trying to terminate a parental rights just because I'm being poor is unfair, because in the due process, they're not stated as being poor to not have my son. As well as not only myself, there's also many, many parents out there that not have any better knowledge of guidelines. They have been tampering it with so many new guidelines that have been put into place, especially from whatever guidelines that the judge stated in the court orders. And I believe that if you are a good senator, you always support the innocence of citizenship or family, especially single mother or single father or whoever family that not severing the children from their biological parents. This is really insane that been going on and from, all this until now. You have to put a place in action, because if you keep making it longer, this is gonna be more damage to our children, especially their brighter future. The more they have emotional destruction, the more our country gonna be not being, what is it called? We need to have a good country that have a good brighter children. In order to do that, you have to support mentally, physically, and emotionally of the children. If you keep severing a relationship from the parents, the children have emotional disadvantage, and that's also interfere of understanding how they're gonna grow up. Matter of fact, I'm not saying that our word can be a double sword. I don't want to say that our children will be okay. So anyhow, I want to say please put an action to put the children together with biological parent. That's it. What I say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're all set. Thank you. Does anyone else who didn't get a chance on the other bills get a chance? 1206, going, gone. Does Roy not come in anymore? Is Terry here? No. What's that? Yeah, I'll have you do it if, I thought Terry would be here. Why about that? Probably, give me 10 seconds. Yeah. I don't see Representative Roy's not here. I don't think he sent anyone, so. Senator Abbas, if you can do the honors, go ahead. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Senator Darrell Abbas. I represent District 22, and I'm, as a courtesy to my friend and former colleague from Criminal Justice Public Safety, I will introduce HB 1361. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Penny Dean, I know I saw you somewhere back there earlier. There you are. Come on down. Did you want to speak? We are, ma'am, yes. So Brendan, we're going to go 2.5 minutes, right? Sounds like a plan. Thank you. Attorney Dean, great to see you as always.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Penny Dean, and I strongly oppose this bill as written. This bill is what I call the give bad and lazy cops a way to get out of bad search warrants and, quite frankly, to inflict pain on good people. And search warrants are important in the sense that they're filed under oath. And what happens later is, the way it's written now, they're changing the applicant for the warrant to a law enforcement officer making the search. And you say, why does that matter? Because rarely does a single officer make application for a search warrant and then execute it in many instances. What we usually have is 3, 4, 5, depending on the size and the situation, many officers making a search. And the way it works, and most people don't understand this, is when an officer makes an affidavit, he's allowed to rely on what other officers know, other police officers know, in making the warrant. But this is where we get to play the cutesy, nod, nod, wink, wink, nudge, nudge game. So what happens is, if the warrant maybe shouldn't have been issued, or was issued sketchily, or was issued by what we call errors of omission, that you don't fill in the listener or the judge who's issuing the warrant with things that you should have filled in, lies by omission, if you will. And what you have, unfortunately, is what's called an inevitable discovery rule. So if you don't make the applicant for the warrant, which was a particular law enforcement officer, be present and be sitting there doing inventory and watching as things are taken, here's what we're going to have: 5 officers. Oh, I didn't read the warrant carefully. I thought we were doing the house. I didn't know the living room was excluded. Oh, darn, Judge. But we would have found it anyhow, so it shouldn't be suppressed. It should be let in. And you see that happening in some cases with what I call bad cops, in some cases with what I call lazy cops, and sometimes just never ascribed to malice what can be explained by incompetence. But the issue comes as our citizens are hurt. And our citizens are having evidence come in that should not have come in, because you see a judge and he goes, well, there's a lot of cops there, or there's 5, 6, 7 cops, only one made application, and it was a hectic situation. And he didn't explain to all of them that we could only search for this, or we can only search for that. And they saw this and, it goes both ways. But what you want to ask yourself every time is, if you were the defendant, how would you want it done? And changing these words are huge, huge, huge monumental changes. And I respectfully say they should not be changed.
Thank you, Attorney Dean. Other questions? Nope. Awesome. Thank you.
Yep.
Mr. Simkin, I saw you in the back there. Come on down. You didn't check off support or not support, so I'm gonna guess, but we'll see what you do. Good to see you today, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Hope you are well and hope you stay so, because it's hard to get spare parts. You are correct, Mr. Chairman. I didn't indicate support or opposition because I hope to address a matter that the bill doesn't address. And that is, although there is reference to inventories, and I confine myself to the realm of firearms, there's nothing in the bill that specifies what an inventory should be. And I do not know, so cannot say for how long this anomaly has existed. But I've been a federal firearms licensee for a shade over 40 years, just over 30 of them in Nashua. But long before I became a federal firearms licensee, I was employed as a student, assistant to the supply sergeant of an ROTC instructor group. And one of my duties when the unit received a shipment of 40 M14 battle rifles was to inventory them and pull the firing pins for safety. So at a fairly tender age, I was instructed by a very experienced sergeant how to inventory weapons. So I think this bill should be amended to include a section, at least as to firearms and ammunition, which are commonly owned and lawfully owned. Unlike, for example, the drug thugs pills that may contain fentanyl and they're contraband under all circumstances. And that the bill should specify, 1, inventories of firearms and ammunition need to be detailed. I set forth in my prepared testimony what should be recorded. There should be a standard state form for use. These accurate inventories will eliminate lots of disputes, lots of unhappiness, and I think would conduce to the whole purpose of the statute, which is accuracy and efficiency. I'll be happy to take any questions that the members may have for me.
Questions? No. We're all set. Thank you, Mr. Simkin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Stay well.
Mr. Tango, do you want to testify? You said speaking. Did you? Yep. Okay. Neutral. Go ahead. 200. Yes.
Good afternoon, Robert Tangway here. I spoke earlier. I'd like to change this. I am against this bill, inexpedient to legislate. First of all, there's a lot of problems with the bill. There's really no reason for it. It alleviates the police, which quite frankly aren't doing their jobs. And so what we really need to do is, because the Supreme Court won't rule on it, we need to get rid of civil protection orders. They violate the Constitution, Article 15, right of the accused. So it's inexpedient to legislate, and we're bringing these other bills that we could easily just repeal, 173B.
If we can just keep it to this bill.
It is to this bill, because someone took the time to pass this through the House instead of doing what the Constitution requires, which is to remove any repugnant bills. So when you get a civil protection order, the police tell people, especially in my case, to go to the court, and then they'll hire a lawyer and the lawyers make money off of it. The bill is unconstitutional for civil protection orders. And then with this bill, I mean, it's just obviously to make police officers, as the other ladies said, job easier. I do respect greatly what you guys do, okay? But you guys are getting bills and they're getting killed in the House or misappropriated. They're hiding the problem that family court judges, specifically in Hillsborough County, are.
We're getting off track again, just.
No, I am on track. Respectfully, I won't speak on the other bills. This is what's important. This bill
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
is not,
If I can just ask, this bill is to do with search warrant inventories, nothing to do with the prorated family court.
So if you can just try to keep it.
okay,
There's a lot of people waiting here and we're already behind schedule. Just
they're waiting to speak on something that is already in the Constitution, and they're ignoring my pleas. So with the bill, the police, the way the world works is police have the ability to prosecute whoever they want. This is a tool making it easier for them to prosecute and punish people that they don't like. And that's what happens. That's why I speak here, because it's the only thing that keeps me safe. You have to understand that if I didn't speak about this stuff for 3 years, they would be doing whatever they want to me. So it is about the bill. You have to go wider. We're coming up with policy for our state, which has the best constitution. People, because I had extra time taken away from me by people in New Hampshire keep the state safe, not the police. People do. That's why we have low crime. And we're finding out lots of police officers are doing things that are conduct unbecoming, breaking up families, and doing their own things for lucre. I'd be happy to answer any other questions.
Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you
for
so
your
much.
testimony. Tamara Hester.
Good afternoon,
Good
Mr.
afternoon,
Chairman
Ms. Hester.
and members of the committee. Thank you for taking my testimony today. My name is Tamara Hester. I'm a lieutenant with the state police. I'm hoping that some of my testimony may clear up some of the questions that came up from the first speaker. I could only partially hear in the back of the room, but the purpose of this bill is really just to amend some of the language that's in the current bill. It will not change how police officers do inventories or the requirement to have a witness to in-present searches. So just for a short explanation, so the affiant for a search warrant is not always the individual that is actually executing the search warrant. In major cases, the affiant may be writing the search warrant at a separate location. They send it to a judge, which now occurs through the portal, and the judge sends the search warrant back, which then goes to the crime scene individuals who are executing the search at a resident. That inventory, as discussed by the second speaker, is then left at the residence. And currently, the language will now read, the inventory shall be made in the presence of a law enforcement officer, just the short revision from the applicant of the search warrant. Second example that's commonly used is at the service of a search warrant for blood. So we may have a crash that happens in the Seacoast area. An individual maybe gets transported to Dartmouth Hospital. It's not practical for that individual when they can send that same search warrant to somebody that's on another side of the state to serve that warrant. So that is the first portion of just changing it from the applicant of the search warrant to a law enforcement officer. Inventory still needs to be completed and witnessed for items that you are physically taking. So the second part is actually related to the service of electronic search warrants. So cybercrime is very frequent, and also in regular crimes, people are doing search warrants to electronic service providers and internet service providers, Google, Snapchat, Instagram, Facebook. Those are everyday activities. So currently, the statute doesn't reflect these modern electronic workflows. So the records in those scenarios are held by the provider, such as Google or Snapchat. So they are the ones who are actually producing the records for you, and generally they are also giving you a certification of those records. So currently, the law enforcement and courts already rely on these electronic systems for the filing of warrants and the returns. So if we change this to make it so that a witness is not present for the inventory, it should be aligned more closely with the workflow. And it's not always practical because you're, again, uploading a search warrant to a portal. So therefore, you are not actually physically taking any records. That company is producing them for you. And other states have already adopted similar language to reflect this. And I think hopefully, as one of the first speakers was concerned about, as far as potentially a witness, currently the search warrant inventory, the return already does say signed under penalty or perjury, the penalty for which may include a fine, imprisonment, or both. So again, for the electronic records, it's just making it so that you don't have to have a witness for that upload, but for physical searches, residences, as the second speaker was concerned about guns, ammo, et cetera, that still would require a second witness to that search warrant return.
Very good. Questions? Seeing none, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Did anyone else wish to testify in 1361? Who didn't get a chance, who might have missed the sheet or something? Seeing none, that'll end the hearing. Representative Mannion, you in the room? There you go. Come on down. Representative Mannion, if you can introduce 1422 relative to the time to petition for a new trial. I think we're all familiar with it, but a refresher would be good.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the Senate Judiciary Committee. My name is Tom Mannion. I'm representing Hillsborough 1, Pelham. I want to say, Chair Gannon, I want to acknowledge that you've worked on this issue past. It was 141, I believe, Senate bill last year. It lost in the committee conference. Hopefully this will be another bite of the apple here. Our government has one of the most consequential powers imaginable, the power to take away a person's freedom. When we exercise that power, we have a moral and constitutional obligation to get it right and to correct it when we don't. This bill is about liberty, fairness, and due process. Filing a motion to a new trial is a critical mechanism for correcting wrongful convictions. However, New Hampshire is one of only 5 states in the country with an absolute time limit on filing petitions. We have a 3-year absolute deadline. Under current law, someone can file a motion for a new trial on any grounds if it's within the 3 years. But after 3 years, a wrongfully convicted person is denied an opportunity to file a motion, even if there is new evidence of their innocence. In working with this bill, I spoke to an exoneree named Scott Hornoff, who's here. He has a gorgeous dog out in the hallway, by the way, who is here to testify, here and plans to testify. His story is one of the reasons HB 1422 is so necessary, and without it, innocent Granite Staters are remaining behind bars with no recourse. HB 1422 would create a narrow exception of the 3-year deadline and allow an individual to file a petition if they have newly discovered evidence, new forensic testing, or new scientific understanding. I believe in the personal responsibility, limited government, and the rule of law. I also believe that the government should never ignore credible evidence of innocence that raises serious concerns about the integrity of a conviction. Justice should never be denied simply because an arbitrary clock has run out. To be clear, HB 1422 is only changing the time frame a person has to file. It does not change the legal standard, and no person is going to be released from prison the day this takes effect. It would simply allow a wrongfully convicted person to overcome the 3-year deadline and file a petition if they have new evidence. It would allow someone like Scott Hornoff to show the court evidence that someone else has committed a crime. The court can still deny petitions if they do not meet the legal standard. The problem right now is that innocent people filing after 3 years are being denied outright, and this bill would allow for cases of merit to move forward. This bill aims to specifically address a procedural barrier. Thank you, and I ask for your support.
Thank you very much. Senator Abbas has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative, good to see you, my friend.
Good to see you too.
I know several versions of this has passed. Is this identical to what passed in this chamber last year?
It was amended by the Senate, the House Judiciary. I'm not sure if it's exact text anymore.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're good. Thank
you.
you very much. Is Scott here? Is he out in the hall? Get him next. It would be,
Representative, you can send him in.
thank you. Guy with the dog, he was sort of relative to this. Buzz, in the meantime, why don't you come down? Representative Scheer, good to see you. Can you wait 2 seconds and, yep, oh, go ahead, Buzz.
My name is Representative Buzz Scheer. I represent Rockingham District 26. I'm also, that's Portsmouth Ward 3. I'm chair of the Portsmouth Police Commission also. My testimony today is my own as a representative. It's not, doesn't reflect the opinions either of the Portsmouth Police Department, University of New Hampshire Law School, or the university as a whole. I am in support of this bill. I think it's a good idea. I think the basic problem is changes in forensic science don't happen usually within 3 years. And there you will hear of a number of cases. You'll hear of a person who was eventually found to be wrongfully convicted, but the discovery of the forensic science issue did not occur within the 3-year period. I teach an entire course on forensic science and expert witnesses. So it's an area I've done a lot of work in. I've, for a number of years, for about the first 20 years of my career, well, from 1990 to about 2010, I frequently worked with lawyers on forensic DNA cases. What has happened with these kinds of cases where changes have led to, or discoveries have led to wrongful convictions is, I'll give you an example. Several years ago in Houston, a man named Josiah Sutton was kind of identified as having committed a sexual assault. The testimony of the victim in the case wasn't real strong, but it was there. And the DNA lab for the county in which Houston is, Harris County, did DNA testing, and they found that Mr. Sutton was in fact the perpetrator, or it was very, very likely that he was the perpetrator. He was convicted of sexual assault. He was sentenced to a lengthy period of time in Texas State Prison. 5 years afterwards, an audit was being done of the forensic laboratory, the DNA laboratory in Harris County. And among other samples they tested was Josiah Sutton's evidence. And it turns out the forensic lab screwed up. They had made a mistake. He was acquitted eventually, but he spent 5 years in jail. And those kind of cases are common. That the changes in forensic science, discoveries in forensic science, don't occur in a neat and tidy world. The last thing I would say is,
You're good. You got everything across. Totally understand, Mr. Chair.
I will leave it at that. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
If there's any questions.
No, we're good. Thank you. Scott Harnoff, come on down. Sorry to keep you, sir. Thank you, Attorney Scheer. I'm already friends with the dog, so we're in good stead. Go ahead. Good to see you again. Just introduce yourself to us.
Good afternoon. My name is Jeffrey Scott Hornoff, and I'm very happy to be here with you, Senators. In 1983, I realized my 10-year-old dream of becoming a City of Warwick, Rhode Island police officer. I followed in my brother's footsteps. In 1989, I was a newly promoted detective, I was also, for a brief time, a murder suspect in my city. A woman who I had a relationship with was murdered. I was questioned by my department. I requested and passed a polygraph. I cooperated fully. I was at a police officer's party that evening. The follow-up investigation, they eliminated me as a suspect. Unfortunately, there was a triple murder the following week, and Vicky's murder investigation had no leads. A few years later, a couple of the detectives on my department who thought I was guilty, they went to the Attorney General's office, who appointed the state police to investigate me rather than investigate the crime. I was indicted in 1995. I went to trial in 1996. I was convicted of first-degree murder. I spent 6 years, 4 months, and 18 days wrongfully imprisoned for a murder I didn't commit. I was surrounded by men who I had helped put in prison and my brother had put in prison. It was a very difficult and challenging time for my whole family. After 6 years and 4 months and 18 days, the one responsible came forward and confessed, and he had knowledge that only the killer would have known. And I do give the prosecution and the state police a lot of credit in moving quickly to release me. However, if I was a resident of New Hampshire, I would still be in prison because it would have been past that 3-year limit. I believe that every resident of this state should support this bill because I'm still pro-law enforcement and I always will be. I took an oath to protect the innocent, and wrongfully imprisoned people are innocent. They deserve the same protections as everybody else. I know that prosecutors and attorney generals talk about the finality of the case and closure for the victims. Wrongfully imprisoned people and their loved ones, they're victims as well. I fully support, protecting and supporting victims of crime. Innocent people are victims too. And it just makes common sense to not have a limit at all. I think I heard somebody say that New Hampshire is only one of 5 states that does have a limit. And I would just ask you to please support this. If you have any questions.
Testimony. I enjoyed talking with you earlier.
Yes, sir.
Good to hear your story again. Questions? Thank you again for coming today. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Bob Lynn?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Bob Lynn. I'm a state representative from Wyndham. I saw Representative Scher was leaving. When I told him that we were on the same side of this issue, I thought I was going to have to pick him up off the floor because we usually are not. But I have to say I support, as you may recall, we had another bill last year that there were a number of problems with it. This one, I think, frankly, the Innocence Project and the people who were the prime sponsor of the bill, I think they really did a good job of simplifying it, adding some things that, including the ability to dismiss a case if it's not a prima facie case is made. I think it's with that, what Representative Scher said and what the other witnesses have said makes perfect sense. There certainly are cases where, someone's innocence cannot become apparent until after 3 years, and those people should not be denied justice. So I strongly support the bill.
Very good. Your brevity. Good. Questions? Seeing none, thank you, Representative Lynn. Winnie Yee.
Good afternoon, Chair Gannon and members of the committee. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak out in support of this bill. Just to be respectful of your time, just wanted to provide some additional details about the bill and answer any questions. This bill is important because we know that there are a number of folks who are wrongfully convicted, but currently in New Hampshire, they are procedurally barred from being able to prove their innocence. There have been nearly 4,000 wrongful convictions that have been revealed and uncovered. In New Hampshire, that's only 3. Only 3 out of 50 states, New Hampshire ranks 50th. And it's not because there aren't innocent people, but it's because of these restrictions that keep them back from returning to court. And so this bill would create a narrow exception to the 3-year deadline. We are not changing the process. We are not changing the burden of proof. We are just saying that if somebody has newly discovered evidence, they should be able to still apply and be heard. And as Judge Lynn just said, non-meritorious petitions can be dismissed and all of that. I know that the opposition, may say that there will be a flood of litigation. I'll note that the Judicial Department only reported that there are 14 claims that have been filed in 2024 under the new trial statute, so we don't expect to see a bigger jump than that. We referenced that out of 50 states, New Hampshire is one of 5 that has a strict deadline. Other states do allow people to have exceptions where they can still file. And we know that there are good prosecutors out there who do want to promote safety in our community, but we shouldn't let someone's innocence be determined by individual actors. We should have a systemic change so that no matter what across the board, people do have that option to just file. No one is going to be released from prison the day this bill takes effect. It's just about getting in the door and being heard if you have a credible case of innocence.
Thank you very much. Thank you for taking my question. Just want to backtrack on something you said in your testimony about non-meritorious claims. Can you just expand on that a little bit?
Absolutely.
Thanks.
Thank you for the question, Senator Altschuler. The way that the bill is now drafted, it sets out the parameters of what an individual must include in the petition. So previously, if you filed a petition and it was over that 3 years, it was just automatically denied because it was past the 3 years. So now when you're filing a petition, you must state that you are innocent. You must state what the newly discovered evidence is and put that into the petition as well and be really clear about the details of the case. Therefore, when the court reviews that petition, if they make that prima facie finding where they're like, there is some detail here, I want to learn more, they can then hold a hearing to hear more and see the evidence. But if they say this is not a credible petition, they can toss that and that would be final. So the duplicative petitions would not be acceptable.
May I follow up? Yes. Thank you. So in the bill, do you have the copy of the bill?
I do.
Okay. In part 2, I'm looking at lines 5 through 12.
Okay.
I think that I see in line 11 is and. So if I read this correctly, A, B, C, and D all need to be fulfilled in order for a petition to go forward? All elements, not just 1 or 2 elements.
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. I do have some material, so I'll just share that if you guys want to read up on it as well. Thank you.
What's that? GAR? You have a better guess than me? Certainly Emily.
Emily Gerard? There's no, it's Emily Gerard.
What this last one? Thomas Valachi?
Thank you.
Then I didn't understand it.
Thomas Velarde?
Thomas Velarde or something close to?
Just one.
Well, I'm saying, do you want to?
Emily's coming in.
Okay. Okay, we'll get him next. And then we'll come back to you, Bob. Okay, Emily, nice to meet you. How you doing? Wow, we had a big trial? Okay. I'd be intimidated with all my paperwork. Go ahead.
Is that all set?
Thank you for coming today.
Hi, thank you. My name is Emily Garrod. I am the Stratford County Attorney at the Stratford County Attorney's Office. And I'm here today in opposition, to this bill that I believe will have unexpected and unintended consequences as it's currently written. In particular, I have issue with the collateral consequences language that's currently in the bill, as well as the category of evidence which is considered newly discovered, specifically evidence not available at the time of trial. My particular concern is I believe that could create a flood of frivolous motions that would come into practice requesting a new trial. I understand it was someone else's testimony most recently that said that that wouldn't happen. I am the one in my office that actually responds to all of the handwritten pro se motions that come from the prison. So that's inmates that are currently serving lengthy sentences that have the time or the inclination to try to get some sort of relief in their case. Typically, that comes in the form of asking for the sentence to be reduced under 651.20. There's also provision that allows for earned time credit reductions. So most of the time, the motions that I receive from the pro se inmates at the New Hampshire State Prison are grounded in some law. They're not simply just asking for the case to be vacated for no effective reason. And I believe these motions are most commonly filed by prisoners that have the means and the opportunity to talk to other, we call them jailhouse lawyers, but people that have some sort of sense of the legal process and how the system works. And the reason I believe that it would create a flood of frivolous claims is I'm relying on past history. In particular, a few years ago, the New Hampshire State Prison changed the amount of programs that would qualify for earned time credit reductions. You may remember there was some legislation on that a few years ago. It really opened essentially the category of classes or courses that you could take at the prison to get time removed from your sentence. When that happened, we received a flood of motions from inmates at the New Hampshire State Prison asking for earned time credits to be put on their sentence and applicable to their case so they could get time removed. I believe the same thing would happen if this provision as it's currently written went into law. And the particular concern I have with that is not that it would create, necessarily some motion practice between myself and these pro se inmates at the New Hampshire State Prison, but the resources that we would need to dedicate to respond to these, because I don't think that anybody understands, quite frankly, the amount of work that goes into responding to a trial for, a motion for a new trial based on newly discovered evidence. When you have a motion for a trial based on newly discovered evidence, it's a two-part prong. You first have to prove that the evidence wasn't available at the time of the trial. And second, that it would make a difference, essentially, had a different outcome in the case had you had that evidence at the beginning of trial. Now, the only way to effectively respond to a motion like that is to understand what happened during the trial and the evidence that came in. The problem with this motion is that a lot of these trials, or what I anticipate would be trials, would be multiple years later with prosecutors and defense attorneys who did not sit on the case and have no familiarity with the evidence or what was shown at the trial, that would need to catch themselves up on that evidence in order to appropriately respond to the motion. So what I could foresee happening is a handwritten motion by a pro se inmate at the New Hampshire State Prison requesting a new trial based on some sort of claim that they are alleging there's new evidence that the victim lied, for instance, because most of the people at the New Hampshire State Prison, other than are serving sentences for murder or serious assault, can also be serving a sentence for sexual assault. And it would start this process that would take quite frankly, a significant amount of resources to resolve. And that would include having to get all of the discovery, all of the trial transcripts, and having to get lawyers up to speed on that information, which is hours and hours and hours of work. It's not simply a quick motion that we can read, review, and respond to. It is a significant amount of work, and I don't think that should be understated. And I can give you all an example of this. I have a case that was within the 3-year time frame.
Try to do it quickly.
Okay.
Thank you.
That turned out to be a frivolous claim. The newly discovered evidence, the inmate at the New Hampshire State Prison had told his niece to basically fabricate. This is the amount of discovery that needed to be reviewed, and that was produced for myself and the defense attorneys who were appointed at the top cost of the taxpayer to have to review. I anticipate I probably spent at least 40 hours researching and responding to that motion. I imagine the defense attorney probably twice that. So something to think about for every single one of these motions that comes in, what it would ultimately have to result. Also, something to consider that I think can't be overlooked is the impact this would have to victims of certain cases. Because in every single case, I know this bill particularly says that victim services have to be reactivated. Victim services are always active. The New Hampshire Victims Bill of Rights requires that we contact them, I guess, for any sort of pleading that's filed or any sort of hearing that's filed in court. We would have to do that for this as well. This is a case where a father was sexually assaulting his daughter, and she had to be dragged through court multiple times in order to resolve this issue, which ended up being frivolous. So something to consider that 30 years later, you're calling a victim back in to basically talk about her
So my
Sex assault
first,
case.
I won't have many questions for you, really
Sure.
quick. So we had, I don't know if you were in the room or you heard Scott Harnaff talk, and he's been acquitted 7 years later.
Mm-hmm.
In New Hampshire, am I not now, is he going to be barred and I'd have an innocent man behind bars?
So I was relegated to the hallway when that was happening, but I can tell you, anybody that came forward, first of all, I've never had the instance where somebody has come forward, and I've been doing this for over 10 years now, saying, hey, I have this additional evidence that I'd like you to take a look at. I can't
Would
get a
that
new
be
trial.
partly because we have the 3-year cutoff?
No, I don't think so, because any instance, if somebody encouraged me to look at it, including the Innocence Project, of course I would. I also think it's worth stating that we have one of the best and robust public defender programs in the state. They are excellent at their jobs, and they are frequently granted the funds and the opportunity to do the investigative research that they need to do for the case that is currently pending. So, for example, you have a sex assault trial. I know I keep bringing those up, but these are most of the cases that people are serving lengthy sentences for. They file motions to get funds to do any sort of investigation that they want. They follow all the needs that they need to, and they're able to get the evidence that they need at the time. I think with the passage of time, you're less likely to have evidence that's going to be relevant to the case. Maybe the exception there is scientific evidence, which I think is worth including, but not.
That's where I want to go. So if you have like dog bites, right, that used to be great evidence, now not so much. These have been discredited things.
Sure.
So we have a change in DNA evidence and it's better or something's different. Now we have a better technology in 10 or 12 years, and that would prove someone innocent. I just don't want, I'm very leery of barring him because, and I don't want to bring up a victim of sexual assault and drag her back into it. But I also don't want to leave the innocent guy in jail. So
Right.
I got to balance that.
So I understand, but I think I don't think that it's wrong to include that can be subject to new additional forensic testing or scientific understanding. I think the catch-all, though, that's not evidence that's not available at the time of trial is just way too broad.
Okay. Very good. Other questions? Travis?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So if the newly discovered evidence that you can demonstrate wasn't available to you at trial, but is now available when you file a petition, how would you fix that language?
I don't think that it needs to be included, period. I think that any available any evidence, what in your mind would be that evidence that would be included there that is not covered by the scientific testing provision?
Well, a confession would be one, but let's suppose, this is purely a hypothetical.
Okay.
Let's just say the prosecuting authority were to withhold evidence that they had in their possession, they didn't disclose it to the defense. And it's discovered that occurred internally in the office, but it's after the 3 years. Whether it's exculpatory evidence by any nature, any exculpatory evidence is subject to a mandatory disclosure.
Sure.
Arguably, if it's exculpatory, it's relevant and material to the case. In a case like that, because the 3-year window has passed, they wouldn't be able to review that as potential for a new trial.
So I would support something to that end if it was edited or amended in a way to say, or evidence that was determined to be not lawfully disclosed pursuant to United States versus Brady, or wrongfully held by the police or wrongfully held by the prosecution. I would hope those instances would be incredibly rare, because I do think the prosecutors and the police in New Hampshire do a good job of getting that material over. But that could be an amendment that you could use that would be narrowly tailored and not overly broad. But in this instance, like I said, could have anybody basically say anything, and by that standard, it jumpstarts the motion practice. And
do you have any suggestions on we narrowly tailored it to a particular subject, but I'm talking just if we wanted to list all the subjects so that we're going to let new evidence apply, newly discovered evidence apply to. That list can be 2 pages long. So I'm just saying, can we perhaps narrow the scope of the language in a short sentence?
So I think, how you have it, evidence that can be subject to new or additional forensic testing, evidence that can be subjected to trial as duplicative, that can be subject to new scientific understanding, or evidence that was found to be wrongfully held in violation of somebody's, rights pursuant to United States versus Brady by the prosecution or law enforcement.
Thanks, Senator Oshler. Did you have a question?
I did not. Thank you, though.
We're all set. Thank you
you.
very much for your testimony. Thomas, again, we'll try one more time. Blarty? Wasn't he out in the hall? No, I never. Oh, that's you. Tom, how you doing?
How is the committee today? It's been a long afternoon already. Thomas Velarde, Director of Division of Public Protection at the New Hampshire Attorney General's Office. I'm here just to provide some technical assistance and background as I can in regards to this bill. This is the third iteration of the new trial bill. So we've been doing this since about 2023. And where we started was the aspect of New Hampshire was an outlier among the many other states. And something must be done because clearly people are being barred from the courthouse. What we've never heard in any of the House or Senate hearings is that that has actually happened. And I have testified in prior hearings as a 23-year county attorney myself that I have personally reopened cases when I have been confronted with what would be newly discovered evidence. It wasn't even scientific. The reason why I did that, and the reason why I will continue to testify the way I have testified on previous occasions, is every prosecutor in the state has the same ethical obligation to look at newly discovered evidence and then make the next right step in regards to what to do with that evidence. In my case, it was a situation where I personally petitioned the Stratford County Superior Court to reopen the case and dismiss the charge. And then that person was immediately subject to an annulment, and what had been about an 18-year wrong was righted without almost any court intervention at all. The reason I think why you don't hear that this happens in New Hampshire, the terrible story of the gentleman from Rhode Island, and in the last hearing, someone from another state came up and had a long period of wrongful incarceration, is because that's the way prosecutors operate in the state of New Hampshire. We have writs of habeas corpus. We have writs of corus nobum that can be brought. We have many different mechanisms other than just the fairly discrete and insular procedural modem of a motion for a new trial. Turning just to the language of the bill as proposed, we've always had a bit of an issue with evidence that can be subjected to new scientific understanding, that particular phrase. I will tell you that if promulgated, this law would be an outlier. It would be the only one like it. Sometimes we like that in New Hampshire to be different than everyone else, but I've looked at the other 50 states, and most of them boil down to a very simple standard. And I think I heard one of you ask, what would be that one simple sentence? New evidence that is discovered that is material to the defendant in which he could not, with reasonable diligence, have discovered and produced at trial. If you look at the newly discovered evidence laws across the country, those states that do have them, because not everyone does, but those states that do have them, that is the standard. That is a standard that we understand in New Hampshire because it's baked into our habeas corpus case law. What's proposed to you would be something totally new, and it would add to the argument of the previous speaker, County Attorney Garrod, which is we're going to spend years trying to figure out what does this new law mean. So my technical assistance to you is that there are other states that have done this for many years. There could be a much simpler way to do what is being asked to do here, but I would also posit to you, as I have every time I testify, that with all due respect to my colleagues at the Innocence Project and to the folks who have been brought in here from other states and been wrongly convicted, this is not a problem that exists in New Hampshire because the new trial bill law, as it's existed for 150 years, has not been an impediment to people getting into court and bringing claims that there might be something that needs to be looked at again. And one other thing, as I'm sure you all know, is that RSA 651D has a totally separate route for the retesting of DNA evidence specifically when there is a new scientific understanding. So we've done this before. We've recognized that science is advancing. This legislature had the great foresight to promulgate RSA 651D. It exists and it helps immensely. And this law, our bill, I don't believe would do what it's intended to do, and probably, particularly because it incorporates Class A misdemeanors. So you're going to have every circuit court in the state being flooded with motions for new trial on top of all the superior courts, and all those judges are going to look at this and have different parameters of what that might mean. That's going to be years and years and years of litigation. County Attorney Garrod brought in her prop, which was the box of the one time she had to go through this. You'll have that replicated across the state for years. So we all start from the same place. We want people who are convicted to be correctly convicted by proof beyond a reasonable doubt And we all are willing to look back if there's some competent evidence brought forward that that did not occur. I don't believe that this bill will do what it's intended to do the way it's written. I'm happy to take any questions.
Questions? Sandranos, you good? We're all good.
I want to thank you all very much.
I might have another question later, if you could leave your card.
Of course.
Thank you. Not to be least, Bob Tangway, come back down. Robert, okay. Okay.
What about Bob?
One second. Yep. Okay.
For the record, Robert Tangway here. I am in support of this bill. It doesn't do enough. It could be extended more, but it's a good start. Despite what the people who are against it say, is that this bill does not give, it only says that they can and prohibits where the language is shall, right? So they're saying shall not be able to have a trial, which, right, this bill just lets it go forward, meaning that they can, they may. They may, because the other step processes are may. So their whole thing being flooded, it might happen, might not, but it doesn't matter. Because if you look at this holistically, with the Salem witch trials, we executed people, and it wasn't until 4 years afterwards. I mean, this is serious stuff. Everything's deeper than the appearance. So the idea of punishment is for reform. It says it in our Constitution, not to extinguish mankind. It's very important. Everybody does a crime, even if they did do it and were convicted, does it for a reason. And I think it's more important that we figure out what those reasons are so that we can fix them, which is why I'm happy that we do not have the death penalty in New Hampshire, because we need to figure out why they did it. People don't just do things unless they're absolutely crazy, and then there really isn't any reform. So it's very important. This bill allows us to move forward if there's other evidence. I want to highlight the biggest issue. It's very important. I appreciate your attention. The issue is that our judiciary is saying that it's underfunded, and that's the state not doing it. And that's why we're having issues in the family courts. I understand, but they got 20.
No, I didn't
They
mean
got
the time.
22
I
bills.
just wanted you to tighten up and stay on the bill.
It's.
I know you keep
it's
going
on
to the family court, but it's not relative to.
So
what we're
this
doing.
is, this does, for clarify.
Well, it could be, sure.
Senator Gannon, does
Yes.
this allow for a family court, or is it only criminal?
It's only criminal.
Only criminal. So that's why I'm saying this. There's Atlas Glass is a famous Supreme Court case that allows things to be void ab initio, vacated, because the whole idea of the justice system is to find truth and to reform. They're supposed to be the elders of our community, not young upstarts with an axe to grind and a lust for money. So I want to spend the time, though, to make it very clear, to complete the thought, is that we're not funding our judiciary properly. And I believe that that's by design. The people who control this world do not want the liability of average citizens going and taking them to court. It's been said many times that court is a rich man's game. So that's why we have no judicial immunity, which is a doctrine that violates Article 8 of the New Hampshire Constitution. And then we have other doctrines that don't comport with the New Hampshire Constitution. They may comport with the federal Constitution. So let's fund our courts longer. If someone could be innocent, if someone could take some additional work to reform themselves, we need to have those resources for our courts so they can't use the excuses that we're underfunded. Going to court should be a simple process, should be easy, where you're kind of a system of reform, whether it's civil or criminal, is created. It's very important. So with that, I hope you take it to heart. I can't make you vote on anything. And anyways, they choose what laws to follow anyways. There's a two-tiered system of justice in our state. I'm not saying that you guys are the cause of it, but think about this. I am strongly supportive of this bill. And I want to help you guys be aware of the actual systemic problem as you move forward with other bills that derive from this committee and come to you from the House. I'd be happy to answer any questions. I'm gonna go ride my bike after this. I feel sorry you guys have a while.
We like doing this, not a problem. Okay, thank you,
Appreciate
Robert. Appreciate it. Does anyone wish to testify on 1422 who didn't get a chance? Come on down.
I did sign up. I don't know if it hit the list. I don't want to delay you. I appreciate you being here. I know it's going to be a long day. I did want to highlight a couple of things. I'm Cynthia Musso from the New England Innocence Project. I was a public defender in New Hampshire for almost a decade before I joined NEEP. I am the sole full-time innocence practitioner in New Hampshire. I am the only person that is doing this work, and I am here to tell you that without this bill, I cannot do the work that I am here to do. There are a number of cases. The county attorney said that this is not necessary in New Hampshire. I can assure you that the at least 20 people waiting for my services here would disagree. Those folks have cases that have a number of things that have come up. Some of them are science. Senator Abbas, you asked an example of something that would not be new science that would still fall under this bill. You need not look any further than Scott Hornoff's case, who he told you the real perpetrator came forward and confessed and made that confession. That was not new science. That was newly discovered evidence. And that was not something that was available to his attorney at trial. So that would not have been something that would have been covered through an ineffective claim or through some other constitutional violation. I know the county attorneys and I know that the attorney general have harped upon habeas corpus and quorum nobis being adequate remedies. Those require constitutional violations. Newly discovered evidence is things that have occurred after. So these are new things that have come up, new evidence that has been discovered, new science. These are things that the attorney could not have known about and therefore would not be ineffective for not finding those things. So that's a really important piece, that would not be an avenue for us. I recognize that these cases are very time-taking and very serious, and I'm not going to deny that. But the practical reality is people are sitting in prison for 35, 40 years, 50 years. To me, it is worth it to be careful, to look through something, to consider it adequately, and to give those people the right to be able to apply to get out of court. When the Attorney General talks about newly discovered evidence isn't defined, it is defined. It's something that's being considered already under this statute. You just can't apply for it after those 3-year period. I know that because I just did this in court. I just did a newly discovered evidence case. It had a whole claim. I had to prove exactly the things that the county attorney highlighted. I don't want to delay your time. I don't want to waste your time. I recognize I'm at that moment, but I'm happy to answer questions if anybody has any.
No.
Thank you.
Good. Thank you very much. Thanks for coming in today. Okay, I think we've cleaned up 1422. Does anyone else wish to testify? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, I want to mention my name again. My name is Shirley Arianto. I'm a single mom of 4 years old. So I support the House Bill 1422 based on my experience and other people. As you know, I represent myself without no others. And the problem is many judicial, including the criminal department or judicial criminal justice whatsoever, they're not carefully investigated of the matter. Instead, they put many people in, I'm sorry to say, but it's a fabricating consequences. And as well as bury all the evidence that towards to show that the person it was innocent and not doing the wrong thing. Instead, they reaching out to the higher position to make the decision of the charge, even though the person not being wrong. I don't know how to say it correctly, but definitely I support this House bill as I want the senator to do have a good judgment and direct action towards a few House bills that I give testimony. That's it for now. Thank you.
Folks, if you're just running to the bathroom and want your seat back, make sure something's in your seat, but we're gonna give it away.
Representative Barrington, come on down. Tell me about House Bill 1793, FN. Good to see you. You brought a lot of fans with you.
Let's have some fun. Thank you, Senators. Just a month ago, on March 12th, a gunman opened fire at Old Dominion University. He fatally shot a ROTC instructor, and he wounded 2 other students. The other cadets in that classroom apprehended that shooter, and they stabbed him to death. Things could have gone very differently if it were not for their bravery. But what we do know is that Old Dominion University had a school policy that imposed a blanket ban on firearms for everyone and everywhere. That policy left those people inside of that classroom as defenseless victims. Criminals do not care about laws. They do not care about rules. They are not regarding morality. These gun control measures only restrict moral, upstanding citizens, the good guy. In 2007, the deadliest college shooting happened on the university campus of Virginia Tech, and 32 innocent people lost their lives that day. One of them was a man named Professor Brescu. He stood between the shooter and his students. They escaped through the windows, and he was barricading the door. He was killed. Virginia Tech had a gun-free policy, and he was left as a defenseless victim. Gun-free zones are attractions and destinations for mass shooters time and time again. And this isn't just some abstract theory. You guys might remember the Covenant school shooting in Nashville. Well, that Nashville shooter had a manifesto, and the police said, quote, referencing his manifesto, there was another location that was mentioned, but because of a threat assessment by the suspect of too much security, they decided not to go there. Another tragedy struck the city of Buffalo, New York, in which 10 people were murdered at a grocery store. What did the shooter say in his manifesto? Quote, areas where concealed carry is outlawed or prohibited may be good areas of attack, in his own words. And then finally, we all remember the tragedy that took place at Annunciation Catholic School in Minnesota this past year. That shooter's manifesto wrote, quote, I recently heard a rumor that James Holmes, the Aurora Theater shooter, may have chosen venues that were gun-free zones. I would probably aim the same way. Holmes wanted to make sure his victims would be unarmed. That's why many others and I like school so much. Those are the words of the mass shooters. They target gun-free zones because they know that victims will be left defenseless and vulnerable. Now, I hear from the opponents of this bill that a good guy will never stop a bad guy with a gun. Well, what does the data show? Data from the Crime Prevention Research Center shows that 36% of all active shooter instances in the US over the past decade have been stopped by the good guy with the gun. And it's even higher in areas that actually respect the Second Amendment right. It's about 50% in those instances. Case in point was Elijah Dickens, a 22-year-old man who stopped a mass shooting from occurring in an Indiana mall just in 2022. We also hear from opponents of this bill that if we pass it, New Hampshire will turn into a Wild West shootout, where cops cannot distinguish who the good guy is from the bad guy in an active shooter situation. Those same arguments were being made in 2017 when New Hampshire passed constitutional carry. And now we have years of data, and it just hasn't been the case. In fact, all across the country, there has ever been only one ever documented instance of a good guy with a firearm being mistaken by police, and that occurred in Colorado. 92% of mass shootings happen in these so-called gun-free zones. It happened at Old Dominion, Virginia Tech, Brown University, and it could happen at University of New Hampshire, Plymouth State, or any other college in our state of New Hampshire, because right now they're stripping adults, students, faculty, professors of their natural rights. And so I urge this committee to pass this bill. I know it may be emotional, and my message to opponents is this: I understand that you might not like guns. I understand that this may be emotional for you. And I respect your right to disagree with me. But what it comes down to at the end of the day is that individuals have a natural right to defend themselves with a firearm. There's a broad coalition of support behind this bill, including about 400 students across our state who have signed a petition in support of this bill. We have professors, we have law enforcement, including Sheriff Bill Wright, former Police Chief Charlie Reynolds, former UNH officer Joe Morganella supporting this bill. The Women's Defense League of New Hampshire supports this bill. The NRA supports this bill. The New Hampshire Firearm Coalition support this bill. Pass this bill because we take an oath of office to defend the Constitution. It is crystal clear that individuals have a natural right to defend themselves. And here in New Hampshire, this is our 250th anniversary of our state constitution. I ask you to please pass this bill and I would answer any questions.
Thank you for coming in, Sam. Well spoken. For 12 years, I've been a big Second Amendment guy here. I don't think I've hardly voted against anything. I've spoken on behalf of SIG. I am a big gun person, but I do have concerns. So I hope you can help me walk me and get me out of the concerns I think a lot of people have. My first thought it was dorm rooms when I heard about this. And I was down at St. Anselm. It's been a long time since I was there. My dorm was fairly wild on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday nights. A lot of drinking, a lot of partying going on. Kegs don't seem to exist like they used to, but they were getting hauled up the windows, and the students were known to have a good time. So my fear is is the guns when you're mixed with students. Say you have a gun, everyone on the floor is going to know you have a gun. It's going to be in a safe, so then they're tempted to break into the safe. I'm scared of security. I'm scared of, and I do appreciate the fact I want you to be able to defend yourself. I know Article 2 of our state constitution gives you the right to have the gun. It's just with guns come responsibilities. So my fear is that we're putting a gun in a very dangerous, volatile situation. So I'm concerned with the dorms. You know that we've talked about this. And I'm concerned like institutions that are very familiar with weapons, the West Point, the Air Force Academy, the Naval Academy, Norwich, they have very tight gun laws. They do not let students have guns in their dorms, really almost anywhere on campus. The guns are in one place, they have the bullets on another. No one can come onto their things. So I'm scared that institutions that know weapons have chosen not to have it in their dorms, not to really have it anywhere except when they're training to use the guns. So that's my general things, but then I'll be more specific with you after that. So let's start with the dorm area. And so my fear and a lot of people's fear are students, and I appreciate they want to stay safe. I want you safe in there. How do I do a balancing thing? Could you live with a secured area on the campus to store these weapons? So most of the thing, a lot of the campus you could have access to. There are areas that you won't be able to because if you have K through 12 school, like an elementary school going on there, you're not allowed to have it in that zone. So you're going to have students who are very knowledgeable about where they can go on campus. And then I'm also concerned with big events, going to the games. If you go have a large student or a large event there, a hockey game, basketball game, a football game. I've talked to a lot of the security for different institutions. They're very concerned with, you have good intentions. You want to protect yourself and your other students, but they think it's going to be, I've been informed that security thinks it's more dangerous. They're not going to know who the dangerous shooters are. So help me come all the way over and feel more comfortable.
Sort of start with the dorm situation and then work from there.
Yep.
I think that's the most reasonable concern with the bill. I don't think any other arguments have any water behind. I don't think they hold any water. But regarding the dorms, it's a unique circumstance because, a student can be randomly matched with another person and without having a say. So I hear those concerns. Obviously, right now, the bill as written and passed by the House says that publicly funded universities cannot have any rules whatsoever. I've talked with a few of the senators on this committee. I'd be open to an amendment so long as the language was written carefully that allowed a rule for universities to require a lockbox in the dorm when the person leaves the dorm. Because again, you can be left with a student who might not know anything about guns or who might be under, mental health issues or otherwise evil
So
intentions.
you're suggesting they could have the gun in their dorm room?
Yes, it
And
is necessary that they be allowed to have a firearm in the dorm.
So I was lucky enough to just make a sports team, and I was gone a lot. I was traveling to other schools. I was gone all the time. Knowing that a fraternity and a team, and I was on the wild floor of the campus, and if I wasn't there for like an extended period, an overnight trip would run around, Pennsylvania or somewhere, my gun would be alone. Everybody on the floor probably is going to know I have a gun. I would rather see it stored off the dorm site.
Well, right now, the police department holds guns, firearms for students.
Is that too far away? Is that a problem?
Right now, the policy is terrible because it would prevent students from defending themselves, whether it be a mass shooting or whether a female needs to defend herself against a more aggressive male student. The fact of the matter is that college dorms might be a reasonable exception, but we don't want to outlaw firearms in dorms altogether.
So they already can have pepper spray, from what I understand.
Well, that was not the testimony of the former police chief, Stephen Lee,
I believe I have from the universities.
Busted for drunk driving.
I have a statement from them that they would allow pepper spray. So would you consider non-lethal force inside the dorm room? Pepper spray, what's the new gun out there? Well, anyways, a taser type thing. Would that be a consideration for inside the dorm for you?
Allowing it inside the dorm?
A taser, pepper spray.
Yeah,
It's not non-lethal, something that, a woman could use to protect
I think
herself.
non-lethal weapons as well as firearms should be allowed inside of the room. Because again, if you strip students of the ability to carry a firearm into the dorm, you need to make 100% guarantee that they will be protected inside of that dorm. That means staffing a police officer inside of every single dorm at all times, and that's just not practical.
How about insurance costs? Have you looked into what's this going to do to UNH and the whole university system?
The bill has been passed in some other forms in about a dozen other states, and there have not been insurance costs or liability concerns. But with that, I also have an amendment that will indemnify the school from any personal action of a person that's bearing arms.
One more second. We're in the dorms. How about insurance? Oh, so we talked about insurance costs. We talked about events in the dorms. Go ahead, Senator Abbas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. New Hampshire is one of the few states that doesn't have a law prohibiting a person from carrying a firearm while they're drinking alcohol or even drunk. So do you have any objection to any amendment that would support the university prohibiting students from carrying on campus or anyone from carrying on campus when they're clearly impaired by alcohol or any other intoxicating substance?
I'll say that while we don't have a specific law on intoxication and firearm possession, we also have reckless endangerment laws. And so it has been known that police officers will charge somebody that's bearing arms with that if they are drunk and it becomes reckless endangerment. In regards to the school policy, they already have a misconduct policy right now. Alcohol is included in that. And so if we were to pass this bill, they would still be allowed to regulate drinking and intoxication, whether it be alcohol or substance on campus.
Paul? So it's not a violation of the rule because you're drunk. It's not a violation of law because you're drunk. But if you're carrying a firearm and you're a student, there's no law that's simply going to say, well, you are simply because you're carrying a gun and you're impaired.
Besides the
it's not per se a violation of any law in the state. I understand the combination of two. You're treading very close to doing something, but you're not actually violating either one of those policies or laws. So what I'm saying is to make it clear that if a student who makes the voluntary choice of becoming intoxicated, because that's what they chose to do with their time, they know that by doing that, the university would have a policy in place where they prohibit you from carrying that firearm while you are drinking or drunk. And I'm asking, are you opposed to any amendment that addresses that specific issue?
Again, we have reckless endangerment laws in New Hampshire, but I want to make it clear that I don't want to take away the university's ability to set misconduct policy on alcohol. So depending on the text of the amendment, I could support a policy that affirms that they have the ability to regulate alcohol, for sure.
Well, I'm not talking about alcohol. It's It's when you're
Possession
carrying
of a firearm
when you're
with
carrying the
alcohol.
firearm, your actual possession, I mean, you're carrying it, not it's stored in a safe somewhere. But you've had a lot of fun that night. I'm just wondering, it seems to me pretty much a no-brainer that if you're consuming alcohol, and there's a large group of people doing the same thing in certain college settings, why would you not have a restriction that applies to that limited circumstance that no one's forced to enter themselves into?
And I would support an amendment so long as it was carefully written that allows the school to regulate that misconduct.
And if I could ask a follow-up. In respect to when a student is in an academic setting, I'm talking in the classroom. You know, concealed carry is one thing, but open carrying in the classroom, as this is written, there could be no restriction on open carrying in the classroom, which some may be distracted by, not all, which would somewhat deter from the mission of the university. I mean, if it's an academic setting, would you be opposed to any change that required or did not allow open carrying or displaying a firearm while you're in the classroom?
So New Hampshire's a constitutional carry state, meaning that you do not need a license or permission slip, as I say, to carry concealed throughout our state. We're also an open carry state, which means that on public property you can bear arms visibly. I don't think that universities should be different. I understand the concern that maybe an educational institution is a different environment, but the fact of the matter is that we, again, are binded by the U.S. Constitution and the New Hampshire Constitution. And I think it's pretty clear that we need to be very respectful of individuals' natural rights to bear themselves.
Well, let me just ask Paul. What I'm suggesting is if you carried it concealed, and if that was what was permitted, you're allowed to carry whatever you want to protect yourself. It's displaying it in the academic setting while you're a student in that classroom. Why is that so objectionable as a restriction?
And the fact, like, we can walk into the State House right now, open carrying. It's a very tense environment. I mean, there's many people opposing the bill today. Universities, what it goes down to is categorically identifying college students as sort of a lesser person that are not equally deserving of all of their rights. And whether it's an excuse that they're too drunk or that they're in this certain environment or that their prefrontal cortexes aren't developed, I take offense to the fact that we are targeting college students as being some sort of lower class of citizen.
May I ask one last follow-up?
Sure.
So let me ask you this. If you're in the classroom and you're open carrying, I understand. But if you did not permit open carrying, they can still carry in the classroom because anyone can walk in this building. I'm not aware that anyone can walk into any classroom at UNH or Keene State if they're not allowed, if they're not a member of that class. Do you consider that to be an unlawful restriction on firearms?
And other states have protected open carry on college campuses, Utah, Texas, for example, and they haven't seen any of these problems.
I'm not talking on the campus. I'm talking when you're sitting in the classroom.
Yes.
In a lectured environment.
Yes, they respect the Second Amendment even inside of a classroom.
So you would feel that would be...
That's what I would prefer.
You would oppose that type of amendment?
I understand that the committee has the bill now and that they can do with what they please, but I would strongly advocate for leveling the playing field so that we have college campuses, state houses, city halls, other public property, all in the same playing field in New Hampshire.
Any questions?
Okay. Can I ask another question? Sort of a different track. I went to St. A's and I've heard from the 19 private colleges in state where they don't get much funding, but they do get there is some state-funded money going to these schools. And so by the bill on page 2, line 3, I believe it's supported by public schools funds. So would you say, is this trying to say that St. Anselm and the other 18 private colleges, if they take a nickel, then are going to fall under this bill?
If you accept public funds, you should be bounded by the U.S. and New Hampshire constitutions.
Just one to be clear.
Yes.
And then, again, the law enforcement I have spoken to have told me they're very concerned with this scenario. If there's an active shooter and they're out there trying to help, they're not going to know who's who, and it's going to create more disruption. So I'm a little concerned with that. So if you could address that.
I've spoken with Mark Colopy, the acting police chief, and we talked about that. And it's a valid concern. I get that. But when we look at the data, because again, New Hampshire has been a constitutional carry state since 2017. They made the same arguments back then, and that just hasn't happened. In fact, it's happened only one time. It was in Colorado, where the innocent good guy with the gun was mistaken as the bad guy.
Is this bill the most expansive out of all the states? I've sort of done some research, but probably not as much as you on this. The other states are less, they don't go quite as far as you go.
It varies, but this would be the best campus carry statute in the entire nation.
Okay, very good. Thank you. You guys, yep, Senator Auschler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Farrington, for taking my question. So, first, you're a student at the University of New Hampshire, Durham, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you're a senior, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
So, this wouldn't apply to you, right? Because this isn't going to go into effect until January of 2027. So in theory, you would have graduated, right? You're not going to, this is not going to affect you.
Oh, that's not correct.
How would it affect you? Are you staying? Are you going to be a master's student? or-
Thousands of people go to UNH across the year, parents, grandparents, friends. This has to do with visitors as well, because right now they're being denied of their Second Amendment rights.
May I follow up?
Yes, you may.
So, you've given a lot of, I did watch your testimony from the House, and you've given a lot of interviews between, let's see, this was February, I believe, when it was heard in the House, till now. And I'm curious that, so this would bring a lot more firearms onto the college campus for younger people. And you have put out a call for all prime age males to join the Live Free or Die militia that you'll be launching for the next crusade to liberate the rest of New England from tyranny. And your first mission will be seizing the Portsmouth Naval Shipyard and claiming it as New Hampshire property. So are you trying to put more guns in the hands of younger people on college campuses to get a militia going? Is that what you're doing?
I think the question's foolish. I think we've been.
Excuse me, sir?
I think the question is foolish. What I was going to say before I was interrupted is the fact that we are not putting guns into anybody's hands. This is not forcing anybody to carry. This is only respecting the natural rights of individuals that are given by God alone. And so government is instituted to protect natural rights, not to take away rights. And referencing my April Fool's post, yeah, I made a joke. It used to be a bipartisan issue about the Portsmouth Naval Shipyard, as the senators might know, and I'm hopeful that you guys would support that as well. But it's New Hampshire property, and I could talk about that, but I think we're here for a different reason.
He's asked and answered that, so if we could just, I'm sure you have a million more points.
I do.
Okay,
I
go
do,
ahead.
sir.
Go ahead, Senator.
Okay, so for correction, our natural rights are ascribed in the Constitution. God's not mentioned in the Constitution. And for the record, joking about militia, not funny. So if a joke doesn't land, it wasn't funny.
I'm sorry that
It wasn't funny.
I'm sorry that you don't have a sense of
Go to
humor.
a different track. He asked and answered.
Okay. Yeah, he's certainly has. I'm going to pass on to the next person. You've said enough.
Senator Reardon, you're all set?
You're
Okay.
right.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And
Thank you, sir.
Appreciate going through the gauntlet. I am going to call Plymouth Nate Buffington. I know you have to leave, Chief. Are you in the room or out in the hall, Grant? Again, it's Chief Nate Buffington.
Chief Nate Buffington?
Sure. Deputy Chief Dalton, and then we're going to go with people from the University of New Hampshire system, and then I'll go here.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How you doing?
I'm well. How are you?
I couldn't be better. Thank you.
So good afternoon, Chairman Gannon, committee members. My name is Nate Buffington. I'm the Chief of Police for the Plymouth Police Department. We provide primary law enforcement services for our community as well as for Plymouth State University. And I'd like to go on record today to oppose this bill. College campuses are unique, they're crowded, they're dynamic, and increasingly impacted by mental health challenges. Add in substance use and abuse, and situations can escalate rapidly. Now, I'm going to focus on three main points to keep this short. The first is allowing firearms into dormitories and athletic events, mental health and suicide, and the complications that arise from a police response to active threat events. As the chief of police responsible for safety in my community and university, I cannot support legislation that increases the likelihood of preventable tragedy. And I respectfully ask you to oppose this bill. Thank you.
Go ahead, Senator Ramos.
Thank you, Chief. You may have been in the hall, so I asked the previous witness about in New Hampshire, where I don't believe there's any law on the books that prohibits a person from carrying a firearm while they're impaired. It was suggested that the mere act of being impaired and carrying a firearm is a crime. Is that how it's enforced at Plymouth?
No. So, but I think that adds to the concerns that we would have exponentially, is being impaired with any type of substance and having access to a firearm.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are you concerned with, in a crowd, someone having the weapons, like at a big event?
Yeah, I think it's always going to be a concern. And again, I think it goes to my last point of it could complicate any response that we have to make a split-second decision, not knowing good from bad.
Very good. Thank you for coming in today, Chief. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Yes, I'm sorry, I didn't see you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Chief, for taking my questions. So in the findings of this bill, the findings assert that campus gun bans are ineffective. But we know the murder rate on college campuses is about 0.3 per 100,000 compared to 4.9 nationally. So if our campuses are already among the safest environments in New Hampshire, how will this make your job easier?
I don't think it would by passing this. I don't think putting firearms to civilians or to students or people coming on campus provides any more safety than is already there. And I think those numbers show that.
And last follow-up?
Yeah, follow up.
So we have research that shows that fights, suicides, those suicide attempts, reckless behavior, all of which are more lethal when firearms are present, are far more common among college students than the opportunities that the sponsor has said are that armed students would have the opportunity to stop crime. In your experience, have you found that the mythological good guy with a gun actually is able to do that?
I've yet to see that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming in again, Chief.
Thank you very much.
My university system people. I'm going to give you a little extra time because there's all four of you at once. I'll go for a representative after.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and honorable committee members. My name is Elizabeth Chilton, and I serve as the president of the University of New Hampshire, and I'm joined today by my colleagues Don Burks, who is the president of Keene State College and Plymouth State University, and Chief Mark Colopy of UNH Police Department. We've submitted full written testimony. I just wanted to briefly summarize our primary concerns and obviously are here to answer any questions if that would be helpful. Campus safety is a primary concern of any college leader, as it is for our students and their families. And as has been pointed out, New Hampshire already has some of the safest college campuses in the country, and there is no evidence that this bill will make them any safer. In fact, I've included in the written testimony a number of studies that cite from other states where they have campus carry policies, that these policies make people feel less safe, they increase fear of crime, they lower perceptions of campus safety, and they reduce confidence in police, in campus police. And on a residential campus where students, faculty, and staff live, work, and learn together in close proximity, those perceptions of safety really matter. We have a number of student surveys, faculty senate resolutions, we've had community discussions, The students will testify later, but the overwhelming majority of responses has been negative to this. In fact, the vast majority of student surveys said they would not have come to the University of New Hampshire if this bill had passed when they were admitted. As passed by the House, this bill would remove virtually all authority from campus leaders to regulate firearms on campus, including decisions that have been brought up about safe storage in residence halls, limiting firearms in sensitive settings like large event venues, areas where we have minors. You might be aware that we have a number of K through 12 students on our campus almost every day for science camps, sports camps, and we run a childcare facility where our students live and work with the childcare community. It would also remove authority for disciplinary proceedings concerning firearms, and it would limit our ability to create policies about concealed versus open carry. This would make New Hampshire unique among the states that have such laws. It would be the most liberal or conservative, depending on which way you look at it, but it would not give the campus authority. I lived and worked on the Idaho border for the past 4 years before coming back here to New Hampshire. And the state of Idaho has a campus carry policy that has significant restrictions to keep the campus community safe. It's been mentioned, Mr. Chair, you mentioned this, but in a fast-moving crisis, and as you just heard the testimony, that having multiple armed individuals can really complicate law enforcement's threat assessment and response, and Chief Colopy could speak to that. It also creates heightened concerns related to mental health. You all have probably heard we've had increasing mental health crises on university campuses across the country. Many young adults are experiencing acute stress, crisis, or impaired judgment, whether under the influence of alcohol or not. Excuse me, for those reasons, we respectfully urge the committee to find this bill inexpedient to legislate, and we would be glad to answer any questions you have.
And it's just, I'm a lawyer, devil's advocate. So what about women on campus who feel like, you have nurses, I know a lot of girls who come back home at the middle, odd hours of the night, and how do I allay their fears if they're used to carrying and they want to carry to feel safe on your campus? The parking's terrible. God, they have to park a mile away sometimes. They're coming back on these night shifts.
Yeah.
So I would be worried about my daughter a little bit. So can you address the concerns of, more the sponsor of the bill who would think he's protecting a young woman coming back in the night?
Yeah. I mean, I would also invite Chief Colopy to respond to this, but really our primary defense and our professional certified police forces, including a sworn force on the campus in Durham, as well as the municipal departments in Durham, Keene, and Plymouth. We also do allow other kinds of pepper spray is allowed. We have a very well-lit campus. I don't know if you've been there. I walk everywhere. I rarely use my car. And we have a very low incidence of those kinds of campus safety issues. Chief, I don't know if you wanted to add about anything to that.
Sure. Go ahead, Chief. Thanks.
I'll be brief. So, I mean, I certainly understand, and safety is always on our mind. And working with our students in the current status, and we educate them. We have a full force of not only police officers, but campus service officers. We provide escorts, which are used very often from across campus, from nursing students to even our dairy bars that are well off campus, providing them with ride services and so forth. So we have community outreach as far as, rape aggression defense courses and those kind of things that students do take advantage of quite often, to be frank.
So for an acceptable thing, you would not say storage of weapons near a dorm, but outside it would be acceptable to you. You want no part of this.
Correct.
Okay.
I mean, I guess I would say that any expansion of firearms in our academic and residential core area would really fundamentally change the safety profile of the campus. But we do recognize that this is a complex issue, and there are several models in other states that the legislature should review more closely and to see how they balance regulation. And I really do think that at the very least, given the questions asked thus far, that this issue should be studied further.
Thank you, Senator Abbas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. And this may be different depending on which university, but it was suggested that UNH is a public location. Perhaps maybe the campus itself is, but for the academic classrooms, can any member of the public just walk into a classroom and sit down and listen to a lecture?
Some of our classrooms have controlled access because of the nature of the sensitivity of the research or teaching that's going on in those classrooms, but for the most part, it's an open campus.
Thank you.
Questions? Yep. Senator Oshla.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much for taking my question. So there's a particular section of this bill that I'd like to ask you to walk through. If I don't know if you have a copy of it, but on page 2, lines 9 and 10, it says any individual aggrieved by a violation of this subdivision may bring an action against the public institution of higher education and its employees responsible for the violation. So if a professor is uncomfortable with firearms and wants to put a no firearms sign on their office for office hours, I see this bill as potentially setting that up for a civil claim. Is that how you are seeing it too?
That's how I read it. I am not a lawyer, but that is how I read it. Yes.
May I follow up?
You may.
So a professor that does not want to have firearms in their office during their office hours, or for any a small group or whatever it is, they are now in danger of having damages of at least $10,000 brought against them. And it looks like for each claim. So if a professor has office hours and, has meetings with students during that office hour time every 15 minutes or so, they could potentially, in a 2-hour span of office hours, have 8 claims of a minimum of $10,000 against them if they were to put up a sign that says no firearms in their office.
Mm-hmm. That's the way I read.
Thank you.
All set. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to go on. Sophie Gold. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Chief, come on up. Which chief do I get? Nice to meet you, sir.
I will be brief. I have a statement I'd like to read, and then I'm happy to ask and answer any questions. I want to begin by saying that I do not believe HB 1793 is a debate among people about people's rights. Rather, I believe it is a question of how we keep people safe on a very busy campus. Since the start of the University of New Hampshire school year, I've seen the following statistics and gathered, which include students and non-students. Total arrests since the start of the school year are 525. Alcohol-related arrests since the beginning of the school year are 359. Total UNH students arrested since the beginning of the school year is 285. I share these numbers to highlight the environment we are already managing. This bill proposes to add firearms into this equation, which I would believe would lead to an increase in suicides and accidental shootings. Mixing alcohol and firearms among young adults who may be living away from home for the first time creates a significant risk of potential recipe for tragedy. Additionally, we must consider how this will impact law enforcement's response. How do I effectively train our officers now as the Deputy Chief of Police on how to respond to an active shooter on campus? When we may arrive on scene and encounter multiple people with weapons pointing in different directions. We have no idea who the shooter is, besides maybe someone telling us that it was someone with a blue shirt on. However, we're going to rely on people that tell us that's the way to go. So I don't know how we do that. We'd have to change all our all hazards and all our critical incidents training policies. We'd have to develop new policies, including scenario-based policies, and we would have to continue with tabletops. And I don't see there's any way for us to get up to speed as quickly as we would need to if this bill were to pass. In closing, I respectfully ask that common sense prevail and that the vote against HB 1793 is rejected. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chief. Yep, Sendros.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Chief. I appreciate your testimony. So I appreciate the scenario that you lined up about not knowing in a mass shooting incident how to tell who's who. And if I remember correctly, it was only like 4 or 5 years ago that we were able to get funding available to do critical incident training. And we started with the state police and then moved it down to municipal. So this is all training that we've invested in and just put into place, really. Is that right?
Correct. Years and years of training.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. And so in these incidences, when there's a potential active shooter, we know, for instance, here in the Senate, when we have been addressed about active shooters, that, knowing that there are members of the Senate who carry, they have been asked not to engage. And so we have actually been told not to engage. Will we have to talk to students about not engaging?
I would imagine that the training that would need to go into getting students all on the same page and all trained in the right direction that law enforcement would like them to be trained in would be impossible. We don't have the resources. I don't believe the University of New Hampshire has the resources. I don't believe any state school that's in question right now has the resources to do that. So I don't think we could ever get to that point. And right now we are trained to go stop a threat. And that is our singular mission, to stop a threat. That's it.
Last follow-up?
Okay.
Thank you. So in New Hampshire, the only place you need to pass a background check is if you buy from a licensed firearm dealer. If you buy from someone known to you, you don't have to engage in the background check. So does this set up a scenario where students can bring guns onto campus and sell it to their friends and bypass any kind of background checks altogether?
I would imagine it would.
Okay. Additionally, we also know that when a person does buy from a federally licensed firearm dealer here in the state of New Hampshire, the status of whether they have been involuntarily committed for mental health treatment is not reported. So the possibility of students who are suffering with mental health issues is not going to be known to those federally licensed firearm dealers or their friends that they're buying from. Is that correct?
Right. There are some situations where there's red flags, but in most situations you are correct. And if I could add just real briefly, we did have a swatting call at Diamond Library on campus about a little over a year ago. We quickly identified, and so did our dispatch center, that it was a hoax. However, we still want to respond to that while keeping the public's safety at the utmost importance. So we did not respond code 3. Every single officer in that town was there within minutes on campus at the Diamond Library, clearing the library. That's how quick our response would be. And that was with a hoax that we knew was a hoax.
Very good, Chief. I'm sorry, Cinderellas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you for taking my question. Now, Chief, I understand this may not change your position on the bill, but the lack of training in responding to an active shooter, at least, I'm not saying every student has no training, but would you support the concept of perhaps requiring a student to, if they wish to carry a firearm on campus, to take some type of active shooter training beforehand?
That's a difficult question because we're scenario based here. I think the hardest part would be to test those people on whether they are understanding the concept that we are trying to teach them. And if they, again, we're talking between 18 and 22-year-old students who are trying to become young adults, and we're relying on them for our happiness, if you will. that they're going to understand everything that we're teaching them and be on the same page as us when law enforcement responds to stop an active threat.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Are you Sophie Gold? Oh, awesome. Thanks for coming today.
Ready to go.
No problem.
Turn your mic on.
Thank you, Chief.
Turn your microphone on. A red light will pop on.
Can you hear?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. Can I just start?
Just let her
All
roll.
right.
You got 90 seconds. So.
Okay, I'm really good at talking fast.
Okay, good.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Sophie, and I'm a political science and homeland security double major, and I am on the Durham campus. I am here today in strong opposition of HB 1793. There are two parts of my life that shape my perspective on this bill. First, I'm an on-campus tour guide. Every day, I walk prospective students and their families through our university. I am often the first impression that they have of UNH. On tour, we talk about safety, and parents often ask me, is this campus safe? And I want to be able to answer that question confidently. Allowing firearms on campus and in campus spaces does not make this answer an easy yes. I don't want to have to tell a parent that their kid could be the victim of gun violence. I am also Jewish. I am an active member of our UNH Hillel, which is our Jewish student organization. And at a time when anti-Semitism is skyrocketing across the country, my identity is not something that I can separate from my sense of safety. I wear my Star of David proudly on campus. I am also the descendant of Holocaust survivors, which makes the reality of targeted violence especially personal to me. I do not want to have to live in fear that someone could walk into one of our Hillel events with a weapon. I do not want to have to tell my peers that they need to arm themselves to be safe on campus. I also don't want to have to tell students and prospective families that this is the environment that they should expect from UNH. HB 1793 moves my community in the wrong direction. It makes students, especially those from vulnerable communities, feel less safe, not more. I urge you guys to consider the real and lived experience of students like me and vote against this bill. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Question for you, Sophie. So
Yes.
my hypothetical, which I brought this up 10 years ago. I had a daughter, and it was a gun carry bill, and it was on land in the seacoast. But so with she's a nursing student coming home. Again, I know a lot of nursing student homes who get back late. They have a long walk. They're going to park a long way away. If they grew up with guns, they're comfortable with the gun, they feel safer with the gun, and something happened to them and they didn't have the gun, and I'm trying to think of this both ways. So I denied a girl, her thing that she's used to, and something happened to her. How am I going to feel with her family when they said, gee, she just wanted to carry to protect herself, and then she could store it somewhere on the campus? What do you say to her?
I say that we have to fix everything at the root of the issue. If you're scared to walk home alone at night, I don't know how often you guys are on the UNH campus, but it is pretty well lit. And, if there's not enough lighting, we fix the lighting issue. I don't want to have to rely on a weapon to protect myself from somebody else with a weapon. Right now, if something were to happen, it would just be somebody else. Whereas if that person had a weapon, now I can be attacked with a weapon.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. We appreciate you coming in.
Thank you for having me.
Representative Lynn, come on up.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Chair. I appear here in support of this bill, and I guess I just want to make several brief points. The first thing I hope that this committee will take very seriously is the comments that the prime sponsor made initially. Remember when we had the bill to eliminate the requirement for a permit for carrying? The arguments you heard then, including, as I recall, the arguments from most, maybe not all, but most of law enforcement, were the same arguments. The same arguments. It's going to make things much more dangerous. There'll be blood in the streets, all that kind of stuff. And the answer is it didn't happen. And I have to say, I think really the same thing is here. I want to emphasize in response to really all of the questions, I am not suggesting that that it's either, no restrictions at all of guns on campus, or you can't have guns on campus. I think that several of you, I think you raised a very valid point. For example, you might say that there could be, that you can possess on your person a gun anywhere on campus, but that if you're not going to have it on your person, then you have to lock it up somewhere that only you have access to. You could easily do something like that. The same thing with if you're under the influence of alcohol. Sure, I don't see why there couldn't be some restrictions on that. But the basic question it seems to me we get down to is the Second Amendment a real constitutional right, or is it some kind of a disfavored right? And I guess the last thing I would say, and I know I'm probably going over my time, the last thing I would say is to the argument of the law enforcement community. I submit respectfully that the argument proves too much, because anytime there's an active shooter, whether it's on a college campus or a supermarket or wherever, a government building, wherever it might, there's going to be lots of people around running one way or the other, all this kind of stuff. If we have to be, if the answer or if the suggestion is that we have to be concerned only about the police and how their response will be, then that means that nobody can really carry a gun anytime, because that could always happen in a mass shooting situation wherever it is. And so we basically say, to accommodate the police, people don't have the right to defend themselves. I think that is not what our forefathers had in mind.
So you're saying, I think, that if there's a compelling state interest, they get involved, but in general, we would recognize the Second Amendment right to carry.
Right, and I guess I'm saying I don't think that the fact that it might be harder for law enforcement, it can be the answer to the question. That's my point.
Senator Abbas, I'm with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. One of the examples I brought up of a potential restriction that was displaying a firearm, not on the campus, is when you're inside the classroom, like sitting down for the lecture, as a student or a member of the public. Right. And the concerns that I heard from not even students, was parents who are paying for their kids to go to the university and claim they want both their money's worth because they're worried about the distraction that may create. Again, I'm not saying the mere sight of a firearm would distract everyone, but I can see what they're talking about in the sense that may affect the academic environment, where if they carried it concealed in a classroom, I suppose most people wouldn't even notice if you were. So I'm just asking, a restriction like that, would you?
Sure. I mean, that's, I guess I would, candidly, I would tend to think that would not be an appropriate restriction, but I'm not, I mean, I think that's subject to debate. And I guess just one other point, just to respond to Senator Asher's point, the professor who says, I don't want a person who's exercising their constitutional right to come in and have office hours with me. Wow. My response there, can the professor say, well, I don't want any Catholics coming into my office, or any Jews, or any African Americans coming into my office? I assume we would say, sorry, you don't get to make that choice. And I guess I would tend to say that shouldn't the same thing apply to the constitutional right to lawfully own a gun? Now, obviously, if there's some problem with the student, his behavior or her behavior or whatever, of course, that's a different situation. But if it's just the student has a gun, wow.
Representative follow-up. Actually, start.
Yes, thank you very much. So I'm not sure I'm not going to ascribe any motive to your comment about equating religion to guns, but I want to go back to your testimony where you said that we shouldn't be taking the police's concerns into account because really that would apply literally anywhere else. And I want to ask you, college campuses are by design concentrated places with lots and lots of people by design. It is not dispersed like in any other place. And right now, if you want to go to a concert, right, at SNHU Arena, you may not bring a firearm into SNHU Arena because they recognize in a concentrated place serving alcohol that this is probably not the best place to have firearms present. This year, the University of New Hampshire has entered into a partnership agreement with the music hall to bring bigger acts to the Seacoast. And we have the Avett Brothers coming to the Seacoast at the University of New Hampshire, open to the public. If this bill passes, then are we looking at the University of New Hampshire's Whittemore Center full of firearms for concerts?
Well, I guess the answer to that question would be maybe. Yeah, maybe we would be looking at that if people decided that they wanted to. But I guess, see, the thing, I guess, where you and I think, have a fundamental disagreement is you think that we can't trust our students or the people that go there. I'm willing to trust
Please
them.
don't ascribe that to me. I did not say that.
He answered, so we'll stop there. Do you prefer a follow-up?
I did not say we cannot trust students at all. In fact, I think we should trust them to be able to vote.
Do you have any other line of?
I do not.
Okay, thank you. Senator Adams, you're good?
I'm good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wayne Burton, my old friend, come on up. You could be Mr. UNH, I think, couldn't you? Good to see you, sir.
Before I went to Vietnam to serve with the 9th Infantry Division, I was trained at Fort Devens on how to pick out Viet Cong from civilians. We used to walk down rows and there'd be pop-ups come up on both sides. And we had about 3 seconds to decide whether to shoot them or not. The evaluator behind me found that I shot 3 civilians. It was that quick. When I got ordered to the Mekong Delta, the 9th Division, we were ordered to try to pick out the civilians, but it didn't work. So later we were told to shoot anyone looking suspicious. And of the 10,900 people we killed in Vietnam during Operation Speedy Express, on investigation, it was found that 5,000 to 7,000 of those killed were innocent, unarmed civilians. I know what it's like. Do not create a situation where the police entering a shooting scene have 2 enemies, the shooter and the students that are trying to save them. And I would finish by saying, when you hear the facts, you will agree with James Madison, the author of the Second Amendment, and Thomas Jefferson, the author of the Declaration of Independence, when at the 1824 University of Virginia Board of Visitors meeting, both Madison and Jefferson supported through a positive vote the very strong rule prohibiting firearms on the University of Virginia campus. I won't read that whole rule because it's very tough and it still exists. The 2 founders that wrote those documents knew that free speech only goes so far, and it only goes far as public safety. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Representative. Seeing no questions, have a good day.
Thank you.
I'm gonna call Laura Vincent Loudon right now. She's, got a reason. Thank you for your patience, ma'am.
I'm Laura Vincent from Loudon. I have 9 grandchildren. The oldest is currently a junior in high school and planning on applying to UNH. Of course, I want my children to attend college, but I'm very concerned about HB 1793. This bill, as written, allows students, employees, and everyone else to open carry guns on college campuses without limitations. So people could carry weapons in their dormitories, in individual rooms and dorms, dining halls, classrooms, and crowded meeting spaces at all times of the day and night. This situation scares me. I've lived around family and friends who engage in hunting most of my life. I have no objection to responsible use of firearms for recreation and in providing security for people. I also am aware that some colleges, particularly UNH, have procedures in place for safe access and use of firearms. Students attending UNH may bring firearms to campus and store them in conjunction with the police. They may access these weapons for hunting and target practice and then return them to the storage area provided by the police. My understanding is that this is a common occurrence on campus. I would like my grandchildren to be able to attend public colleges in New Hampshire with reasonable safety measures in place. College is usually a young adult's first living experience away from home. College students are getting to know a wide variety of people and also begin to drink alcohol. This is a scary situation if it includes unlimited access to guns. Please consider leaving current policies and procedures at colleges in place and protect everyone's safety.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for coming in today. We appreciate your time, and you timed it perfectly.
Okay. I had 2 copies of this.
Are they coming? Okay. Charlotte Hahn. Charlotte Hahn, if you can. She's right outside. Grant, Charlotte Hahn should be right outside the door. Hahn, yes. Thank you. Then Gabriel would be right behind her, or Gabriel or Hearn. Good afternoon, Charlotte. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you. Can I start?
Yes, I'm
Thank
sorry.
you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and honorable members of this committee. My name is Charlotte Hahn, and I'm here as a UNH student from the Durham campus, and I'm in strong opposition to this bill, HB 1793. In addition to being a junior, I'm also a resident assistant, specifically a resident assistant in Stoke Hall, which is UNH's largest hall. It also has a reputation of being a party building because of its close proximity to Fraternity Row. And I just wanted to highlight some of the incidents that we've had this year, including physical altercations, domestic disputes, and medical emergencies. I've been an RA in Stoke Hall for 2 years, and I've been verbally assaulted, threatened, called slurs, and even physically injured while responding to these incidents. And I've never feared for my life, but if this bill passes, I fear that will change. I think about how escalated those situations would be if a firearm was to be included, and I just would fear for my life and my co-RA's life. RAs are the first people responding to these incidents. We are not trained to protect ourselves against guns. We are not CPR trained, and we are instructed to never touch a resident unless instructed to by 911. So it just would be absurd, in my opinion, to expect us to feel safe doing our jobs when our life could be taken away after knocking on a door. In addition, next year, I will be the assistant hall director of Stoke Hall. And if this bill goes into act in January of 27, during that time, I will be the direct supervisor of 5 RAs. And I don't think I could confidently tell them that they would be safe being an RA in Stoke Hall if people could have a firearm. So for this reason, I would please like you to reconsider your thoughts of approving this bill. And I thank you all for your time.
Thank you very much. Seeing no questions, have a great day. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you so much.
Gabrielle is coming next, I think. O'Hearn? Gabrielle O'Hearn? Okay, Benjamin Goggin, Claire Roy.
I'm sorry, Senator.
Oh, okay, I usually have 2 loud voices.
Gabrielle O'Hearn.
And Benjamin Goggin.
Benjamin Coggin.
Yes. So we got an on-deck circle, great. Gabrielle, good afternoon, how you doing?
Good afternoon.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Gabrielle Veloza, and I'm a student at UNH Durham, and I'm here to oppose HB 1793. And I will also be reading off my testimony for clarity. I'm here to talk about how the public display of weapons feels in real life, as it is not a neutral act, but is widely understood as a form of intimidation, not just by citizens, but by law enforcement and military alike. I remember 13 years ago being at the Boston bombing and recognizing the firearms. The message that was sent was that of a threat and not safety. To make a long story short, once the Boston bomber was located, non-lethal force was used to capture him. He was not met with armed enforcement, but by a robot, as the personnel dealing with the situation understood that open display of weapons would increase fear, raise tensions, and create a more violent situation. The U.S. military and other law enforcement recognizes the power of that signal. My boyfriend is in the U.S. military, and he always says he is told the rules of engagement are first verbal commands, and then the display of weapons, and among the measures used to escalate force when necessary. In other words, a display of force is specifically a part of escalation and not de-escalation. This can be confirmed by training in other law enforcement agencies that include escalation as a force of measure that may include show of force to include weapon posture display prior to the use of deadly force. Together, this shows that the visible weapons are a part of formal escalation framework and that substitute for safety in practice. Staying alert of your surroundings and choosing not to engage in risky situations can be effective, if not more effective, than solely relying on visible weapons. In civilian settings, lack of structure, training, and oversight when weapons are loosely regulated does not function as a careful step in the process of discipline, but focuses on intimidation, and intimidation can quickly spiral into confrontation, panic, and fear. So while I recognize the intent behind HB 1793 is for safety, it fails to fully account for how weapon display operates in the real world as a trigger for escalation, not safeguard. We should be focusing on reducing intimidation and lowering tensions in our communities, not creating ambiguity around behaviors that heighten both. For these reasons, I urge you to oppose HB 1793. Thank you for your time and consideration. Thank you.
Perfect. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of this committee. My name is Benjamin Gogan. I'm a student in Durham at the University of New Hampshire, and I'm here in strong opposition of HB 1793, and I do have a prepared testimony I will be referencing to stay concise. So at UNH, the possession of firearms is not allowed on campus, and because of that, many large events, like our hockey and football games, do not require metal detectors or even always police presence. And I've always been an advocate for improving safety and ensuring everyone is following the policies that we do have in place, like adding those metal detectors. And those conversations do matter, but that's not what this bill is going to do. If this bill becomes law, the university is going to lose the ability to set basic safety expectations to events like our lectures, our admitted students' days, our performances, and our sporting events. And these would all become spaces where universities cannot regulate the presence of firearms and other weapons. I'm also a resident assistant on campus, and I want to speak what this means to me in a real situation. Just this past Sunday at 3:30 in the morning, I was alone responding to intoxicated residents who were trying to kick down a door to another student's room. They were angry, they were non-compliant, and I had to step in, first person on the scene, de-escalate, and unfortunately get the police involved. It took about 3 to 6 minutes for anyone to arrive, and in those moments, it was tense and unpredictable. And I want you to imagine that same situation, but with the possibility that one of those intoxicated residents could have a deadly weapon, firearm, or non-lethal weapon on them, because it would be allowed through this bill. I am not trained and should not be expected to handle that added level of risk because I am a student. This bill changes what we are asking students to take on, and it changes what students experience during their time at college. For these reasons, I respectfully urge you to vote inexpedient to legislate on HB 1793, and I thank you for your time. Thank you.
Good. We're going to go out of order here for a certain reason.
Claire Roy?
No, we're going to go to David Richmond instead first. Sorry, I made you wait.
Oh, right here to the left, right here to the left. Yep. And then, nope, to the left. Oh, let me put the.
Good afternoon, sir. Thank you for coming in today. Welcome to Senate Judiciary. Our pleasure to have you.
I'm very grateful, Mr. Chair and Senators, to speak to you. Last month, I was within 10 feet of a person with a gun who was shouting very loudly, using a violent rhetoric. It's the combination of guns and rage that is absolutely terrifying. In reference this afternoon to our founding documents, our founders also wrote a very great deal about manners. And they use the word manners in the wider 18th century sense of the word that takes in morals and ethics. We have to rein in, they wrote, our boisterous passions because we can't succeed in Republican self-government if we cannot succeed in governing ourselves. We do have sacred constitutional rights, but manners teach us not to exercise those rights in all ways and in all places. We wouldn't bring a Quran into a Christian house of worship. We wouldn't shout each other down and interrupt each other, at least we usually wouldn't, in a public meeting like this one, even when disagreements are fundamental and very strong. The Second Amendment associates the right to bear arms with a well-regulated militia. I've spent most of my life in university classrooms, taught at UNH for 34 years. There is no place and no need for either a firearm or a militia in a classroom. A firearm, especially wielded by someone who might become enraged, will inspire terror and will impede teaching and learning, which are the sole task of the university. This bill, if it becomes law, will impede teaching and learning and will increase, perhaps greatly increase, chances for injury and death. Thank you for hearing me out.
Thanks for coming today. Appreciate it. You know, it took an effort, so thank you. Rep. McDonald from Salem.
Representative Dow.
No, she's coming.
Oh.
Good afternoon, Representative.
Good afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
For the record, I am Valerie McDonald, representing Rockingham 25 and a co-sponsor of the bill. This year, we celebrate America's 250th birthday. And for the entirety of those 250 years, and actually well before then too, we have recognized the God-given natural rights of adults, including young adults. This is especially true here in New Hampshire, one of the original colonies that would be later instrumental in the Bill of Rights, including the Second Amendment. And the right to bear arms is also enshrined in Article 2A of the New Hampshire Constitution. And additionally, I implore you to reference RSA 159:26, which grants the legislature sole jurisdiction over firearm regulations, and nowhere in statute has this been granted to the university system. Yet UNH is in opposition today. And I find that interesting, as in 2024, they were also opposed to free speech on campus. Yet that bill passed, but I find it troubling that the university is opposed to constitutional rights in recent years. This particular bill was filed last fall, but the need for it has increased in light of recent tragedies. As you recall, a gunman opened fire on innocent students, killing 2 and injuring others at Brown University last December. He committed another murder in Massachusetts before being found dead in Salem, New Hampshire. I represent Salem, New Hampshire, so will tell you that that was an evening we will not forget. Notably, Salem police were phenomenal in responding to the crisis, but this incident was far too close to home, and I owe it to my constituents now more than ever to support safety in our schools. And although it cannot be said with certainty that lives would have been saved had Rhode Island preactively enacted campus carry, but UNH has the same unconstitutional restrictions that left the Brown University students defenseless. And while we have a shared constituency, Senator Abbas, we all share a responsibility to protect New Hampshire students and not to leave them to be sitting ducks. So please support the Protecting College Students Act. Thank you for your time.
As my constituent, I want to ask this question to you. So one of the concerns I had was, as written, and I'm not talking about open carrying, in the outside of the buildings, but when you're sitting down in an academic classroom during a lecture, Do you have an objection to a restriction that perhaps you can't display your firearm while you're sitting there during a lecture? Because I still feel like if you're, for safety purposes, you're still carrying a firearm. I don't think your Second Amendment right is violated in that context. I'm more concerned with how that could impact the academic environment as a distraction to other students in the class. I'm just asking, what's your thought on a restriction of that nature?
Thank you for the question, Senator. My preference is to see the bill pass as is. However, I did reference a bill from 2024, House Bill 1305, and that was free speech on campuses. And that bill did recognize time, place, and manner restrictions as were reasonable. So if the Senate had at their purview to pass a version of this bill with similar restrictions, I would not oppose that. But again, my preference is to see the bill pass as is.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Tim Horgan, I saw you back there a long time ago. You're still here. So I am, as you know, Representative Timothy Horgan, Stratford County District 10, which is Durham. Durham being the home of the University of New Hampshire. HB 7093 is definitely not in the best interest of my constituents, many of whom have reached out to me and asked me to oppose this bill, and I voted against it back in February. It looks like you're thinking some amendments. We'll see what comes out of the conference committee. We're talking about natural rights. Colleges and universities, they have the same natural rights as any other group of people to defend the safety of the human beings on their property. So that includes the right to restrict the use of weapons on campus, or even to forbid the possessions of weapons altogether. UNH's beautiful and peaceful campus is open to everyone, as it should be. I mean, there's some areas like dorms or other areas which not everybody can access, but it's mostly open to everyone. It's also one of the safest college campuses in America, and this bill would definitely not make the campus safer. We heard about gun-free zones. The assassination of Charlie Kirk took place on the campus of Utah Valley University back in September of last year in Orem, Utah. That was not a gun-free zone. UVU was forced to allow campus carry thanks to a Utah law similar to HB 7093, although Utah law did not go nearly as far as this bill does. So certainly the campus carry law Utah did not prevent that tragedy, probably made it easier. And I think the current gun rules of UNH have worked well. They're appropriate, they're constitutional, they work. So I would probably urge you to vote inexpedient to legislate on HB 1793. But I mean, we'll see what amendments you come up with and whether you can get people on my side of the wall to agree with them. But vote ITL is my recommendation. So, Senator Abbas has a question for you.
Thank you. And I understand Durham is your district.
Yes.
So I understand you oppose the bill as written, but you just suggested that there perhaps could be amendments that your side could agree with. Can you give me an example of some amendments? Because right now there's essentially for the most part, a prohibition.
Well, UNH, it doesn't have a total prohibition. At most places in the campus, certainly carrying firearms, you go into dorms, I think that's inappropriate and unsafe. So, I mean, I'm happy. My personal preference, let's just kill this bill and get rid of it. And so that's my preference. But if you want to codify something that specifically allows UNH and the other public institutions to do what they're already doing, that might not be a bad idea. I don't know if the sponsors would be at all interested in it. Probably not. But you know, it's your bill. You can do what you want with it. But
just for clarifications, if there's any version of this you would be amenable to, please.
Well, I'm not even on the House Criminal Justice Committee. I'm sure I'm not going to be on the conference committee. So, you know,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Horgan, for taking my question. This is your district, and I know that you are a very big fan of the UNH hockey team.
Yes.
Which meets at the Whittemore Arena.
Yeah.
So if this bill passes, then it seems that anybody who, and the Whittemore Arena would be unable to ban firearms from being in the arena during a hockey game
Yes.
or a concert. So what happens when the Whittemore Arena is also a place where we have a lot of political candidates come and do rallies? Would the university be setting itself up for all of these private rights of action if a candidate says we do not want guns in the arena while we are doing a rally?
Yes, and I think probably any wise candidate would not want to come on campus, as many of them do every 4 years. I think they would probably pass up our campus and try to find one, if they can find a that don't accept any public funds whatsoever. So I don't think they would want to go to Whittemore Center. A lot of the visiting acts, such as you mentioned, the Avett brothers, I'm not sure what their contract writers are, but a lot of them say no firearms in the venue. I guess the hockey team could still have regular season games, but if they get into the playoffs, they would no longer be allowed to have playoff games in any of the on-campus facilities because the NCAA bans firearms at playoff games. And there's like a whole host of other things, including controversial speakers like the late Charlie Kirk. They would probably be unwilling to come to a campus where they're not able to like take common sense security precautions. So
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Okay. I'm Julian Smith. In 1969, when students all over the country were protesting the war in Vietnam, there were protests on the campus at UNH. I was a faculty senator then in 1969, and when I learned that the university police were about to be armed with M1 rifles, the basic combat weapon of World War II in Korea, which, you know, fired 8 rounds before you had to reload, I opposed it, or asked the faculty senate to oppose it. I could not, at 2 meetings, get a second to my motion. The faculty senate was not interested. They did not see that this was somehow dangerous or hurtful to the university. The president of the university chewed me out for opposing that. The chairman of the board of trustees, chairwoman, Mildred McAfee Horton, a great person, criticized me. Now, you have heard from experts at the university, the Durham police. They don't want this bill passed. There's some irony here. I think this bill is an invitation to a gunfight at OK Corral, and that is not okay with me. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Tom Gormley. I'm from Litchfield, and I'm opposed to the bill. Thank you, Senators, for the opportunity to voice opposition today. I'm 67 years old, and for most of my life, I have owned guns. I'm an avid user, enjoy target shooting and so forth. And I come today to testify from that perspective and 2 others. One, you know, from a family experience that I'd like to share, and lastly, as a volunteer advocate for gun violence prevention with the Sandy Hook Promise Organization. Got their gear on today. As a gun owner, I've never questioned the right to bear arms, of course. I've also never felt that my right to own bear arms would be taken away, despite what the NRA might tell us. And I feel that right is well protected already. Given that we now have situation where the number one killer of children in our country is guns, it seems to me we have another right that's not well protected, and that we ought to make sure it's not under threat from this bill, which is the right to live and learn and work and do the things that we love without fear of increasing gun violence that comes with proliferation of weapons in places they shouldn't be. There's a recent study I can try to find for you and send you afterwards, showing that the availability of guns is far more influential and impactful on gun violence than mental health issues that often are a cause as well. So I will share that when I can. As a volunteer with the Sandy Hook organization for the past 3 years, I'm proud to report, and you probably know, that they're pretty successful in their programs in preventing violence. Over the past dozen years or so, they've prevented 18, or at least helped prevent 18 gun violence incidents that have likely saved dozens of lives. More importantly, they've done so without arming a single student, staff member, faculty. And I think that's what's really important here, that it's possible. And that's what I would ask this government body to work on, is those kinds of prevention principles and capabilities. I've run out of time. I will share the rest in written. Thank you.
Sir, if I could ask you one question. I think the way you present yourself is very objective. And you own a firearm, but you also support restrictions. I think, my own opinion, the existing policy has a lot of problems with it. And I understand some of the objections to the bill that's presented to this committee. Is there any middle ground that you would perhaps suggest to this committee as part of a compromise?
I'll have to give that some thought. And I can't imagine a middle ground right now that would be safe, but I'm an open-minded type person. I'm an issues thinker. I don't fall one way or the other typically. I like to think about things, and I could imagine that there could be a way to keep people safe. So I would say, yes, I don't know what that is, but with the involvement of local security and police and their understanding and how to train people, the cost of that would be great. So I don't think it's necessarily realistic, but it's possible.
Thank you. Very good. Thank you. Grant, if you could get Claire Roy and Andy Darcy.
Claire Roy.
I think they're about that. Fine. They could just line them up in the back.
Claire left here.
Thank you for your patience. Sorry to keep you so long.
It's okay.
Name and tell me what grade you're in.
Yeah. Good afternoon. My name is Andy Darcy. I'm a resident of Hinsdale, New Hampshire. I'm a freshman at UNH. And I just want to talk about a dream I had one time. I was 5 years old, and it was about a school shooter coming to our school. And it was really scary because I thought I was going to die. And I think something I remember very vividly afterwards was that when I woke up, I hid in my room for about an hour after I woke up because I was so afraid of someone with a gun trying to kill me. And I've been very lucky. I've never been through a school shooting event myself, but that fear of it potentially happening, that stays with you growing up in schools these days because you have multiple lockdown drills per year and hearing it constantly on the news. And it's very tiring dealing with that fear for your whole career. So coming to UNH, it was a breath of fresh air because I didn't have to worry about that for once because there weren't any firearms or any other weapons allowed on campus. And I was finally able to kind of let go of that fear and focus on my education and clubs and having fun. And I don't want to be afraid again because I'm very tired of being afraid. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Representative, come on up.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
For the record, I am Lauren Selig. I represent the town of Durham, which is also the host for the University of New Hampshire. I'm here on behalf of my town. I've gotten a lot of calls from constituents. I'm also the parent of a college freshman who spent 4 hours under her bed in a lockdown during an active shooter call during her first week of college. An additional complication was someone walking over a bridge who looked like he had a long gun. I'm going to not spend much time on that, but I'm going to jump ahead to a few weeks ago. We had a town hall in our community to talk about guns on campus. I asked everyone who was present to hold a note card up in the air. There had been note cards given out. I then turned to our deputy chief, who testified earlier, and said to him, you know, Chief, if I called you right now and said there was an active shooter, it's the person with the note card. How do you know which one is the bad guy and which one is the good guy? Because I don't know about you, but guns don't come with color coding saying bad guy guns and good guy guns. It's just not how it works. I want to address, the sponsor talked about a woman using a gun for self-defense. But the reality is, if a woman has been overpowered by someone who has, and she has a gun, the likelihood is that person is going to take the gun and use it against her, not that she's going to use it for herself. If she's managed to get it out before she's been overpowered, maybe she can use it for defense, but I would say there are many other methods that are far better for self-defense. My constituents and I strongly oppose this bill, and contrary to this prime sponsor's comment that it's a God-given right, the Bible doesn't say that everyone should have guns. It says thou shalt not kill. The last thing I'll say is that a UNH survey that was officially released today says that 81.8% of students oppose this bill completely, and another 3.5% oppose it mostly.
Thank you for your testimony. Yeah, go ahead, Senator.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative, for taking my question. So you mentioned at the beginning of your testimony that your daughter had experienced a lockdown for a potential shooter on her campus. And we just heard from a new freshman at the university that she has grown up in fear because school shootings are commonplace with this generation.
Correct.
Can you tell us what happened with your daughter? And, you know,
Absolutely. So
that's something that could possibly happen at the university were we to pass this.
So absolutely. So first of all, my daughter in elementary school, they used to have drills in case a bear got in the building. Because they use that analogy so as not to completely terrify the kindergartners and first graders. My best friend, who's a kindergarten teacher, has to practice bear drills regularly with the kindergartners, which breaks my heart. So my daughter, both my kids grew up with this. My 13-year-old used to look around the room to see who she should throw herself in front of to save their lives instead of her own. Sorry, it gets me emotional when I think about my kids. So my daughter's first week of college, she's at the University of South Carolina. It's a massive campus. They have one set of dorms that are over a bridge from the rest of campus. These are all high-rise apartments. An active shooter call was made saying that there was a white male with a long gun in the library. Someone on the 9th floor of her building, of the 15 or 16 floors, looked down on the bridge and saw a lone young man walking with what appeared to be a long gun across the bridge. So as you can imagine, the police presence increased rapidly in her area. My daughter, as well as her suite mates, were locked in their suite. They were locked, the building was locked down. They were on the 6th floor, locked in their suite with the suite door barricaded, then each in their bedrooms with the bedroom doors barricaded, then under their lofted beds with the bed skirts down and their phones on silent for 4.5 hours. It took the police a long time to figure out who that young man was. The way they figured out who the young man was a picture had gotten tweeted out by him that their US senator had shared. The young man saw the tweet and realized it was himself and that he'd had a long black umbrella. But from the 9th floor, all you could see was the long dark shape. And for college students who are not familiar necessarily with guns, it was terrifying. But because the reports had gone out, it took the police an extra 3 hours to sweep that section of campus and go through dorm by dorm on these super high-rise dorms to make sure there was not an active shooter. It turned out to be a swatting situation, and the very next day, that same situation happened at UNH.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Appreciate
Thank you. And I just would comment, the Durham Town Manager is here as well. I put him on the list earlier this morning behind our Deputy Chief, just because I know that he has to get back for meetings as well.
Sure.
So,
What's his name?
Todd Selly.
Come on down.
We might be related.
I heard you married up.
You owe that representative big time.
It's true.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. So Chair and members of the committee, my name is Todd Selig, Administrator for the town of Durham, home to the University of New Hampshire. Under our town charter, I'm the official charged with ensuring the health, safety, and welfare of people and property in our town. I'm here because HB 1793 would make that work harder and, in my judgment, would make UNH in Durham less safe rather than more safe. On January 12th of this year, the Durham Town Council unanimously adopted Resolution 26-02 opposing HB 1793 because the bill increases risk on and around the UNH campus without any clear public safety benefit. For those who value limited government, RSA 187A says the university is to operate with the highest degree of autonomy and self-governance. HB 1793 does just the opposite. Now, for folks who are not familiar with our campus, UNH is a dense campus in a moderately sized town with close quarters, large events, late night activity, and serious mental health and substance abuse pressures. Suicide is a leading cause of death amongst college-age individuals, and access to firearms greatly increases the chance that a suicide attempt will be fatal. Adding more guns into dorms, tailgates, off-campus parties, and venues like the Whittemore Center Arena raises the odds that a bad night or a moment of crisis becomes a tragedy and complicates the split-second decision police officers must make. Again, as the official charged by our charter with protecting the health and welfare of Durham, I do not view this bill as beneficial. It's a statewide mandate that overrides the people closest to the ground and conflicts with the autonomy the legislature has envisioned for the university system. On behalf of the Durham Town Council, our public safety partners, I respectfully urge you to find the bill inexpedient to legislate. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. And I'm not going to ask you to answer on behalf of the town, but I asked a prior witness, I understand there's the opposition as written, and then there's the existing policy. Is there any perhaps compromise you would recommend to this committee?
No, from my perspective, this is a bad bill. I think it's an issue of ideology, which I think the sponsors have, that guns should be allowed everywhere. I am a gun owner. I own a weapon. Several, in fact, they're locked away in our safe at home. But my job for the town of Durham, my charge, is to look after the well-being of the community. And in pursuit of that, we devote tremendous time and resources to hiring outstanding police officers, firefighters, and EMS folks, providing them the training and the resources they need, putting together detailed emergency response plans and emergency management plans. And because of that effort, I would argue we have one of the safest environments that exists in the state. From my perspective, this legislation would make Durham and the University of New Hampshire less safe and not more.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'm all set. Thank you. We're good.
All set?
Yep. Thank you. Thank you. Malcolm Colson and then Mary Greenleaf. Should be right outside.
Malcolm?
And Mary. Representative? Go ahead, sir.
Hello, members of the committee. My name is Malcolm Colson, and I'm here today to voice my opposition to HB 1793. I believe that if this bill passes, then fear and danger on campus will rise. Students who already struggle with mental health issues and self-harm will find it easier to hurt themselves if guns are unregulated on campus. The potential for property damage, injury, and death will increase due to accidental discharges. what was I about to say? Arguments can easily turn deadly, especially when alcohol is involved. And finally, some might believe that the widespread presence of guns would aid in the event of a mass shooting. However, members of the local police department have stated that in that event, the widespread presence of firearms will only cause confusion and make it more difficult to identify and apprehend the perpetrator. So, in short, I believe that the members of the USNH communities will be less free if this bill passes. Thank you.
Hello. So good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Molly Greenleaf, and I'm a student from UNH, and I strongly oppose House Bill 1793. For starters, the public universities of New Hampshire will be adversely affected. Students won't want to come if they are scared they are going to get shot. Our admissions will decrease and transfers will increase. Personally, I will be leaving the school if the bill passes. Because our schools will likely financially crumble, it's likely that taxes might be raised to compensate. Additionally, the majority of students don't want this bill to pass. Over 80% of students strongly disapprove. In a democracy, the majority opinion should be prioritized. Though proponents argue that increased guns on campus will increase safety, this is completely false. Just as you can't fight fire with fire, you cannot prevent gun violence with guns. I'm urging you to prevent the implementation of this bill to maintain the integrity and safety of our schools. Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
I'm a freshman. Okay. I think so.
Vivian Oliver and Marie Andrews. Vivian. Avery. Vivian? Avery.
Avery. Avery.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and the members of the committee. My name is Vivian Oliver, and I am a student at the University of New Hampshire, and I oppose House Bill 1793. One of the arguments I've heard from the other side is that it is their God-given right to have a gun on campus. But it is our constitutional right to have access to an education, a right that will be inhibited if guns are allowed on campus. I'm a dual education major at UNH, and in my classes, I've been studying how I, as a future educator, can provide the best education to my future students. The very idea of this bill deeply saddens me. Students should be worried about exams, not worried about if the student next to them is going to shoot them. I know several students who will transfer if this bill is passed, and many prospective students who will not attend our school. UNH is a wonderful institution, and people should not feel that they have to leave the school, abandon their education and their degrees for their own safety. UNH is also within walking distance of an elementary and high school. These students' educations will be inhibited by the gun violence on our campus caused by this bill. A student's education should end with its graduation, not with a bullet. Please oppose this bill. Thank you.
Thank you for coming today. Appreciate you taking the time. Young woman in the front row with the little dog. Good marketing, bringing a dog. How you doing today?
Good, thank you.
Good.
Hello, my name is Marissa Duanels. I am a junior at the University of New Hampshire. I'm here in opposition to this bill. As a student who has dealt with threats on campus due to my disability, I would not feel safe knowing that some of the people who have made those threats to me would own a gun or have the ability to follow through with some of those threats in a more violent manner. I also, as I've heard listening to this talk, that the women's safety has been brought up a lot. As a sexual assault survivor, I have been very interested in ways to keep myself safe. And studies actually show that sexual assault risk goes up with presence of guns on campus, not down. And as well as I would reiterate the point that the person before me made of we are within walking distance of a high school, middle school, and elementary school. I grew up having to learn how to hide myself and debate whether or not I wanted the Star Wars backpack or the bulletproof backpack. I do not want that future for anyone, and I am scared that with the close vicinity of these guns towards those younger children, not just college students, that it could affect them as well as my own life. I'm open to questions.
Thank you for coming in today. Seeing no questions, appreciate you taking the time. Andy Darcy, did we miss you somewhere? Are you in the back with the scarf on?
Andy already went.
Oh, okay, okay. I was poorly led. Carolyn Hall? That's who just went, okay. And then Daniel Robinson. I'm sorry, go ahead, ma'am. You're here. Come on down. I like all that blue.
Thank you. Yes.
Great, Avery.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Avery Andrews, and I'm from Hampton, New Hampshire. As a student at UNH, living on campus has been an incredible opportunity. It's brought me so much closer to my community and my friends. Living on campus has really felt like a home, and with that comes with, for better or worse, shared living space, shared bathrooms, shared dormitories, and I believe that students should have the right to not have firearms in their own homes. UNH is a school where we are required to live on campus for 2 years, and to be forced to possibly have a roommate and live right next to a loaded gun is not a great prospect. So I ask that you please oppose the bill. Thank you.
Very good, thank you very much. Representative Muse, come on down. The legs awake?
They've been organized here.
Good to see you, Representative.
Thank you. For the record, my name is Representative David Muse. I represent Newcastle, Newington, and Portsmouth, and I'm also the Deputy Ranking Member of the House Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. The concerns you've heard today about this bill are numerous, and I think they've been very well articulated by some of the people who've gone before me. So I'll move on to something that I don't think we've really addressed yet. And that's the argument that that essentially any regulation is an infringement on a constitutional right. One of the things that I want to do is to point out to you that as legislators, we actually have an obligation to balance individual rights with the need to protect the public and to protect public safety. Article 3 of our state constitution specifically instructs us that we have an obligation to balance individual rights with our duty to ensure the protection of others. So one of the things that I understand better than most because of the committee that I serve on is this is not a particularly easy task. There aren't too many roadmaps out there for us when we're trying to make decisions about things like this. But what I would say is that we have laws on the books in this state right now that restrict firearms. We don't allow felons to purchase or to possess firearms. We don't allow firearms in our courtrooms, and you can be prosecuted for violating those laws. So I think there are parts of our law that recognize the fact that we do have this duty and this obligation to protect others. And one of the things I want to acknowledge is that as individuals, we do have a right to protect ourselves and our property. But as a society and as a legislature, we also have that duty to protect others. And with this bill, we're being asked to recognize one part of our Constitution while we ignore the other. So our Constitution is more than just a collection of individual rights put in a document. Our Constitution is also a social compact. And the reason why we have that social compact is so that we can all live together as individuals, and that we have ways of mitigating our disputes and making laws that help us navigate uncomfortable places. So the bottom line is sometimes the best thing that we can do as legislators is to leave well enough alone. The regulatory structure that we have in place for our college and university system seems to be working okay. The last time I checked it, I haven't heard of any mass shootings on our college campuses. I think we've heard testimony that we have some of the safest college campuses in the nation, but we've also heard testimony that says that if we pass this bill, those college campuses may become a lot less safe for a lot more people. So I would just ask you to keep these things in mind. The bottom line is you don't have to do anything with this. We can simply let the situation play out the way it's been playing out for any one of a number of years, where the people in our university system have done an exceptional job keeping our kids safe, keeping campuses safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative, for taking my question. In your testimony, you talked about the social compact that we enter in with each other. Are you referencing Article 3 of the New Hampshire Constitution? When men enter into a state of society, they surrender up some of their natural rights to that society in order to ensure the protection of others. And without such equivalent, the surrender is void.
I am, and it's probably one of the aspects of our state constitution that people are probably, let's say, a lot less aware of than Article 2A. One thing people may not be aware of either is that Article 2A, which guarantees the right to keep and bear arms, was passed in 1982 and ratified by the voters, whereas Article 3 was passed in 1784, along with most of the rest of the Bill of Rights. So when I hear people talking about this as being a God-given natural right, well, it appears to be a God-given natural right that was ratified into our Constitution by people in 1982.
Thank you.
Daniel Robinson and on deck would be Bella. Daniel Robinson. Bella. Tell me your name.
Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Daniel Robinson. I'm a student currently attending UNH, and I'm here to voice my opposition to HB 1793. UNH for the past few years has been facing detrimental budget cuts that have heavily impacted the student body. We have lost hours to essential buildings such as our dining halls and our libraries. If we cannot afford to keep these hours for our facilities, then how can we afford to implement this bill? According to the UNH FSCA note, this bill would cost around $100 to $400K to properly implement into our schools. And other schools who have passed similar bills have spent over $1 million implementing security measures and trainings. A lot of the money the university also makes comes from student funding or student tuition, and over 80% of the student body opposes this bill, but yet if this bill goes into effect and passes, then students will be funding a bill that they are opposed against. The school will also lose funding due to prospective students not wanting to come due to the bill possibly passing, and Current students may also transfer out of the school system, and it's clear that passing this bill would put UNH into an even worse financial situation. I urge you to oppose HB 1793, and thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Seeing no questions, have a great night. In the front row, you Bella Cannon? No, okay.
That's me.
That's you, okay.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Bella, and I'm from Dunbar, New Hampshire.
Is it Cannon or Gannon?
Cannon with a
Oh.
C. Yeah. Close.
Pretty close though.
Yeah,
Pretty close.
good effort. I'm from Dunbar, New Hampshire. I'm also a student at UNH, and I'm testifying in opposition of House Bill 1793. Knowing that anybody around me can carry a gun on campus with no restrictions whatsoever makes me feel extremely unsafe and honestly embarrassed to live in the state. It will increase suicide rates, it'll increase accidental shootings, and make everybody on campus feel less safe overall. It'll also greatly impact the community on a college campus, causing everybody to feel more anxious that a gun could be pulled on them at any moment, which creates division within the community rather than unity. I've been a New Hampshire citizen my whole life. I'm proud to call myself a Granite Stater, and so much so that I've chosen to go to school within the state. But if I knew that there was an open carry policy on campus, I would not have come to UNH. I know my brother will not come to UNH, and I know many of my peers would say the same thing. With all the budget cuts already affecting the public university system, these schools really can't afford to decrease this enrollment moving forward. And in addition, campus carry would cost a drastic amount of money on a yearly basis, already pulling from a limited amount of funds the university system currently has. This means less scholarships, less facilities, less opportunities overall for students. And at the end of the day, university systems is for students to learn, not for them to be killed by guns. Thank you for your time. I'm happy to have any questions that you have.
Senator Abbott has a question.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. I'm not sure if you heard all the testimony in the hallway, but you mentioned like allowing, if this sort of passes, everything's unrestricted. And I asked a few other witnesses this, if there was ever a compromise, any suggestions on maybe a version of this with some restrictions, would you make any recommendations to the committee?
I think as many restrictions as possible. At the end of the day, like college students have not fully developed their heads. I personally don't feel comfortable carrying a gun myself. I have many friends who are gun owners. If they are able to carry their guns on campus, like safely, I just don't trust that we can enforce that in a way that would be effective for all college students. At the end of the day, I think having any kind of firearms on campus is going to be detrimental to students. So while I do think it could be possible, I don't think that would make it safer or be profitable in any way.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming today, Ms. Cannon. Thanks you for your patience. Rachel, is that you finally? Are you Alex? Okay.
It should be in the hallway.
Okay. If you could get Rachel and Alex. And up in the front, come up anyways. You've been sitting there long enough. Get you back to school.
Good afternoon. My name is Caroline Hall, and I am a student at the University of New Hampshire in Durham. I am here to testify in opposition to House Bill 1793, and I'm speaking today because I am proud to attend school in New Hampshire. I'm from out of state, and I am proud to be here for my education. At UNH, I work as a tour guide and an admissions representative, so I interact with prospective students and families on a daily basis. I also work firsthand with our admissions and our enrollment data, so I know that we have been facing steep declines in our enrollment numbers over the past decade. And if this bill passes, I do not want to worsen this by facing prospective students and the parents and families of prospective students and telling them that firearms are allowed on campus with zero restrictions. Plus, as Bella previously stated, we cannot afford to see further declines in enrollment at our flagship university that is struggling financially because of lower incoming tuition as well as recent budget cuts. It's unacceptable that I would have to tell high school students who are looking for a college that is safe, that feels like home, that they will have no protection against the presence of guns on campus. As I'm sure you have heard in previous testimony, UNH is currently the second safest college campus in the nation. That is something that I, as a student and an admissions employee, am proud of. I want to maintain that. And UNH and the University System of New Hampshire offer incredible education, and I want to see high school students get excited about that, get ready to take advantage of that. I don't want them to turn down those opportunities that we have here because they know they'll be in the presence of guns on campus. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. What grade are you in?
I'm a sophomore.
Where are you from?
I'm from Connecticut.
Okay, very good. My son went to Conn College and he did all the tours like you do. And he got into admissions. Now he's at Penn and he's getting his doctorate there. So think about admissions. You get an outgoing, bubbly personality. Pays pretty well if you go to the right school. So thank you for coming to New Hampshire. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Rachel, did I get you? No, you're here. Okay, on deck. And then Alex, you're on deck. Okay, great.
Hello.
Hello.
My name is Rachel Steidehar. I'm a UNH student. I'm a junior. And I'm speaking here to oppose this bill. I'm not anti-gun. I'm a proud gun owner. My parents are proud gun owners. But I was raised on responsible gun ownership and gun safety. This bill does not support that. This bill has no provisions in the original text requiring safe storage, requiring you to keep your gun away from your roommates who may be at risk to themselves or others. It allows you to keep a loose gun anywhere you want. It has no provisions preventing you from having your gun when you're intoxicated, carrying it on campus in places that you really should not have it. And that is not responsible gun ownership. This bill just lacks common sense fundamentally, and it prevents the university from doing anything to regulate responsible, safe, reasonable gun ownership. We already had an extremely functional system before this. Students could register their guns with the police. They could access them whenever they needed to go hunting, to go to the shooting range, anything they like, because we're in a state with flexible, loose gun laws, which is wonderful. This bill does not give us better gun laws. It does not improve safety. It prevents the university from ensuring safe gun ownership. We should be teaching our students how to be respectful owners of firearms. If they want to own them, that's great. It's New Hampshire. This bill doesn't let us do that. The university couldn't even tell people, hey, you need to safely store it this way. Here's some guidance on how to be like a responsible owner, because they could be sued for that, because it could be interpreted as infringing on the things this bill would require. It simply hurts our students. It's not liked by our students, and it doesn't do anything to improve gun access. It just makes us more dangerous. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I will take any questions if you have any.
We're good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Alex.
Good afternoon. My name is Alex Marshall. I'm a sophomore and I'm testifying in opposition to this bill. I came to the state as a student originally from Illinois to study marine biology at the University of New Hampshire. I want to stay here to put down roots in a state with a long and strong tradition of active participation in democracy and no sales tax. But when I see over 80% of my peers saying in the Student Senate survey they do not want this bill passed, and yet it becomes clear that the state's elected officials intend to fully ignore what their constituents say, I'm not sure I want to stay in a state like that. I can tell you that if I had learned of this bill as a prospective student, I would not have come to UNH. New Hampshire relies on internal immigration, on people like me to break even with population growth. It relies on young people like me to contribute more to the workforce as the state's population ages. It relies on consumers like me to keep its economy strong with our spending, especially now that I take my next steps in life and begin to figure out where I am going to settle down and start a family. I have some flexibility in where that will be. And this bill, among many others which have been advanced over the overwhelming rational opposition of constituents, does not impress me with the desire to stay here. I urge the committee to refrain from cavalierly ramming this bill through without consideration of the long-term costs. Pay attention to what your constituents say and consider what message you are sending when you ignore their clear wishes, because you can insulate yourself from your constituents' opinions, but in the end, we can always vote with our feet. Thank you. I will happily take any questions.
Good. Thank you. And Susan, is it Kedjeleberg? Close enough. Okay.
Respected committee members, my name is Susan Kjellberg. I'm a New Hampshire resident of Sandwich and a proud graduate of Plymouth State University and the mother of a student presently enrolled at the University of New Hampshire. I'm also formerly a social worker for the state of New Hampshire, focusing on young adults and community health, and am now an ordained interfaith minister working in the hospice community after doing my seminary internship at a New Hampshire county jail that had federal contracts. I also grew up in a household fully armed with assorted firearms, and my father was a licensed firearm dealer. I say all of this to introduce myself as a woman well-versed in the culture of gun ownership, the mental capacities of adolescents and young adults, and a parent and community member fully engaged with the realities of decisions made by young people influenced by culture and substance use, as well as the very real outcome of abuse in either one. Research and respected science shows us that young people of college age are still developing executive functioning in their frontal lobes. This function is directly related to impulsive decision-making based on amygdala and hormone responses. This cognitive reality, based with the culturally normalized party atmosphere and behavior on college campuses, regardless of the drinking age, we all know that UNH and other colleges have long-standing and deeply entrenched party cultures, largely focused in the fraternities, and makes the choice to add firearms into the community a recipe for tragedy, whether accidental or intentional. I grew up in a very gun-positive household and have experienced firsthand the dangerous combination of alcohol and firearms. Thrown up. We send our children off to college with the understanding the administration is doing everything to keep them safe. In fact, one of the appeals of UNH to me as a parent was a very low incident rate of crime on campus. I urge the state to not fall prey to the pressure of those with a political agenda that is not aligned with the safety and well-being of our children, and to make a regrettable choice and ultimately a deadly one. We have not seen that individuals with firearms are able to reduce tragic crimes with any statistical significance. We have seen, however, very compelling data that an individual with a firearm is far more likely to cause harm to a family member, friend, or self, particularly when the volatility of alcohol and youth are combined. Please take these concerns into consideration while examining the bill before you. Respectfully submitted.
You're all set? Okay.
Very sorry, you know, I need to be replaced 20 years from.
Thank you. You as well. My name is Penny Dean, and for the record, I rise in strong support of this bill. One of the couple of things that no one's talked about, and I look at it as potato. Some call it the Cleary Act, some call it the Cleary Bill. The gist of it is no one's talking about it. Why are they not talking about it? Because those are rates that are reported, and we all know rape is an underreported crime, of rapes and sexual assaults on New Hampshire universities. And we hear, oh, it's the second safest or the safest campus in the nation. If you're one of those women that are raped, go tell them that, how safe it is, and ask them how well it makes them feel. And what you're doing is taking away from those women the opportunity to be able to defend themselves. They're having to choose between education and self-defense. And when I hear people say they're going to take the firearm away from a woman, I become just so insulted I can't tell you. But more importantly, when I hear people say, well, just use pepper spray. Pepper spray is great. You know what? It's so good that I can save the taxpayers in New Hampshire a ton of money. Have all the police officers turn in their firearms and carry pepper spray. It's just as good. Works great. Does anyone actually think that's sensible? Of course not. To not allow students to carry with all of these red flag and fallacious arguments, what about they're going to be drunk? Well, they can be drunk off campus and get in trouble. They can be, all those things are crimes. We can charge them with crimes just like they can anywhere else. When you're on the UNH campus, it's not a magic bubble where you can't charge for assault and you can't charge for driving drunk and you can't charge for all those things. They can still be charged with those things if they misbehave. And just merely by a person's youth, I guess they shouldn't be able to enter into contracts either. 18, 19, 20-year-olds, they're not very responsible. So I'm happy to answer questions, but I think it's really an issue about rights and insulting based on age or lack of age.
Only because I heard it said by several people speaking. They said statistically that rape incidents were higher on campuses with guns, implying that it was less safe. I've heard that several times tonight. I don't know the statistics.
Well, you want me to tell you what?
Yes.
If that's true, wouldn't they be offering those statistics? You know how people turn in, ask all of these universities that are coming to you for their Cleary data. Ask them, and let's see how forthcoming they are with it. You can do a right to know, but ask them to forthcoming and give it all to you, and you can look at their sexual assault rates, their assault rates and such. And if that were the case, and I don't believe it is true having firearms makes these rates higher, let's look at the situations in the data. But I haven't seen anyone offer that data.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We're all set. Good.
Nothing.
Thank you, Ms. Dean. James from Walpole, looks like Bancombe or I was trying to get anyone from Walpole with the first name James, last name starting with B-A, maybe N-T-O-M-E. Seeing none, well, okay. Okay, James Barthome, maybe. Nancy Brennan would be next after that. Hi, Nancy. You're gonna have, oh, okay. You come, I'll have you come, Nancy. You're here if the
I'm
other one
here.
comes. We're gonna keep moving as fast as we can. Thank you, Nancy. Good to see you today.
Good to see you. I have a story. His name was Glenn. He was a student of mine. He was at a party. It wasn't on campus. It was in a home. He was 17. A girl insulted him. He'd had too much to drink. He went into the other room. He got a gun. He shot it in the air. The girl fainted. He thought he killed her. So he turned the gun on himself. Great kid. Great kid. I am not saying that all college students are drunks waving guns, but let's face it, we know that alcohol is part of going to university for a lot of people, and we really need to be careful. Another story, a man named Joe, who was there when Gabby Giffords was shot. And he ran, he knew how to use a gun, he was trained, he was gonna help, and he didn't do anything. He almost shot the wrong person. And he talked about the confusion, about his training, and how well trained he was, and yet he was a good guy with a gun who couldn't figure out what was going on and almost killed the wrong person. We need to be careful. I'm a UNH graduate, so is every member of my family, but they would not be going if this bill passes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Seeing no questions, have a good night. Yeah, gather them up. I'll go with someone else first. Hans Hendricks. It's such a cool name, Hans Hendricks, but. Yeah, I know. So we got Hans Hendricks and then that James Bantome from Walpole. Hans is here. We'll wait for Hans. Hans, welcome.
Hello.
Thank you for your patience.
Of course. All right. Ready when you are. Hello, everyone. My name is Hans Hendricks. I am currently a residence hall director at the University of New Hampshire. I've been in this role since 2023. I currently oversee one of our first year only buildings with about 430 students. That being said, in my time, I have responded to and seen a great deal of incidents on our campus, whether it be overconsumption of alcohol, mental health emergencies, sexual misconduct, and general violations to the Student Code of Conduct. I sit here today in strong opposition to 1793, and if I will, with my time, about 2 hours ago, Vice President Kenneth Holmes released some information from the campus, specifically a survey that was released stating 81.8% of students on campus of a 2,361 were in strong opposition to this bill. 3.5 of them said that they opposed, but I really wanted to also highlight the 82.2% of New Hampshire residents who filled out this survey who also oppose this bill. I understand that President Chilton has come here today and spoke very well against this bill. I will not speak to the academics, but I can speak to the dormitories on our campus. We see a lot of issues, and I am here today to say that we do not, sorry, is that, okay. I'm here to say that, I understand I'm also a gun owner. I've been a responsible gun owner for a very long time. That being said, I've never had the inclination or the need or want to have a weapon on our campus. We have an incredible police department that works with the Durham Police Department. They are CALIA certified, and they have done a great deal of training, not only with themselves, but with the Residence Life and Housing Department on de-escalation, and they have policies and procedures in place that need to stand. I thank you for your time today. I understand that my time is probably over at this point. I welcome any questions if you do have them.
None, thanks for coming in.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for your patience. Hannah Fowler. Okay, thank you. And then maybe Sarah Gentile after. You friends with Sarah Gentile? No. This is Hannah. I thought you might know the next person. It's okay. You're ready to go. Come on down. Sorry to confuse you.
No, all good. All right.
We're ready.
All right. Well, thank you so much for having me, or I'm so happy to be here. Not really, because this is a really hard topic to talk about, but so my name is Hannah Bowler, and I am a residence hall director at the University of New Hampshire, and I'm speaking on behalf of my own opinion as a Durham resident, but also in my professional and lived experiences because I'm also a 2022 UNH graduate. Since 2018, I've walked the campus of UNH, and I've never felt a sense of danger. I've always felt very safe, and that's because of our amazing responses and protocols that I myself respond to as one of the first responders in our residence halls, but also because of our 24/7 escort services provided by UNH Police, our blue light system, and because of our ability to keep really dangerous weapons out of our residence halls. So part of my job is I respond to a plethora of things, whether that's mental health, sexual misconduct, incidents that can start really small but escalate and do involve a UNH intervention. The presence of this bill, if it goes through, would mean that a firearm in that situation would not make anyone safer. One thing that I wanted to highlight is the claim that expanding firearm access on campus would prevent sexual assaults. As housing professionals, we are trained on what we call the red zone. So what the red zone is the first 6 to 8 weeks of a student's year on campus.
You keep going. I want to hear you say. Okay. Keep going.
The first 6 to 8 weeks of a student's first year on campus, that is when over 50% of sexual assaults on campus happen. If you think about it, students are coming to campus for the first time, they're living life, they're trying to find their positions. And so unfortunately, with the red zone, a lot of the sexual misconduct and assaults happen usually by acquaintances, dating partners, and people that they know. Frequently it takes place in the residence halls and other places where alcohol and other influences could occur. Firearms would not prevent these situations from happening, so this argument is not only unsupported, but it's dangerous. It shifts the burden of stopping violence onto the survivors in those cases, rather than focusing on prevention strategies that we know work, which is consent education, bystander intervention, and addressing perpetrator behavior. In addition to our many campus resources and even our responses as full-time employees that live in the houses or live in the residence halls with these students and serve on call to all emergencies that could happen on campus at any time. So this bill would ask people like me and my staff of students to continue stepping into crisis situations while increasing the likelihood of irreversible harm and reducing our ability to protect students on campus where they should feel safe and should be able to call that place a home away from home. This bill wouldn't make our campuses safer, but it would make moments that I respond to likely to end in tragedy. So I strongly urge you to oppose House Bill 1793.
So just a quick question from me. On the 24/7 escort service, again, I just happen to know a bunch of nurses. They get in late and they have a long walk. And so will this escort service meet them? Would they meet them 3 nights a week if they
It's 24/7. They can call. It's a non-emergency line, so it's actually separate from the crisis line that we give students.
Sure.
And so if a student's at any point, if they're like, I don't know if this is emergency, I don't know, me and my staff in orientation, especially for first years, because it is scary going on campus, we urge students, hey, call them. We know, they know the anxieties, they respond to so many things. And so bringing guns would overwhelm that system.
Okay. Good. Yes, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Hannah, for taking my question. So you're a residence hall director.
Yep.
Do you have an office on campus?
Yep, I have an office in the residence hall that I oversee. So I oversee a residence hall of almost 300 students of all different ages. And my apartment's actually in that hall, and my office is right next door.
So you live in the residence hall?
Yes.
And then your office is separate from your living quarters?
Yep, I leave my apartment door, I walk 5 feet, and then I'm in my office where I meet my students for conduct meetings, other things like mental health check-ins.
Great commute. So,
Right.
so in the event that this bill passes, are you comfortable having firearms in your office?
Absolutely not.
So are you aware that in the event that this bill passes, you could be on the hook for at least a $10,000 fine if any student, or anyone else for that matter, complains about not being able to bring a firearm into your office?
Yeah, it's a horrifying idea because a part of the things that I see a lot is also non-UNH students coming to my residence hall, and some of that, if they have the prior knowledge that they can get money. I deal with a lot of non-compliance, so people who don't want to be written up, people who use intimidation tactics. They might go into, interacting with myself or my staff, or coming to my office for my conduct meetings where I'm holding them accountable for violating UNH conduct policies. I would absolutely not feel safe, and I would not feel safe enough to even express that because of the liability of me being an employee there.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Seeing no other questions. Have a great day.
Thank you so much.
Where's somebody who can, you're coming up? Sure, maybe. What's your last name?
Gentile. Sarah?
Yeah.
I don't have to be.
No, you're here. So
Okay. Well, thank you. Right. Members of the committee, my name is Sarah Gentile. I'm from Rochester. My testimony is in opposition to HB 1793. College is one of the most vulnerable times in a person's life. Students face pressure from family and peers, academic demands, financial stress, and at times social isolation. For many, it is their first time away from home, trying to figure out who they are and where they belong in this world. And for some, that struggle can turn into something much darker. Suicide is the second leading cause of death among college students. And when a firearm is used in a suicide attempt, it is lethal 90% of the time. There's no second chance, no opportunity for someone to step in, and no time for that moment of crisis to pass. If this bill becomes law, it will bring that level of lethal access into dorm rooms where a student could be struggling in silence. Personally, during my sophomore year of college, I experienced deep depression. It wasn't visible. I showed up, I did the work, but internally I was struggling in ways that are difficult to put into words. It reached a point where I believed that dying was the only way to stop the despair I was feeling at the time. I was very fortunate. I had a support system, I had access to mental health care, and I did not have access to a firearm. Because of that, the moment passed and I was able to get the help I needed. But that's not everyone's story. Many peers of mine from high school and college have succumbed to depression because they had quick, easy access to a firearm. Not everyone has support, not everyone has access to care, and not everyone gets a second chance when lethal means are so close. You have heard many statistics today, but please remember that behind every number is a person, a student, a son or daughter, someone who is loved and worthy of safety simply because they are human. When we increase access to firearms in environments where many are already struggling, we are not promoting safety. Instead, we are increasing the likelihood that a period of pain becomes a permanent loss. Prevention matters, it saves lives, and this bill is quite literally a matter of life and death. I urge you to vote ITL on HB 1793. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Awesome, thank you.
You can also do Rachel Raleigh and then what? Maybe Eva, maybe. Rachel Raleigh, then he appreciate it.
They're by the door.
Rachel? Can you get her a chair? That'd be awesome. Thank you. So Rachel, Ben, and Deba?
Yes.
Awesome. 3 for 1, your economy of scale. This is great. Go ahead.
Hi, Honorable Committee. Thank you so much for your time. My name is Rachel Rowley. I'm the student body president of the undergraduate student body at UNH and the undergraduate student senate. I'm here joined by my vice president, Ben Doyle, and my external affairs chairperson, Deba Ajamian. We act as the official voice of the undergraduate student body that is 11,000 undergraduate students. We are an apolitical body that aims to advocate for the students. In this time around the survey, we distributed a survey to the undergraduate student body to gauge their opinion on HB 1793, where we received over 2,300 responses. That's around 20% of the undergraduate student population. The opinions reflected were very strong, and we formed a resolution that illustrates what the large majority of the undergraduate students want. That has been sent to you all in your emails. The results are as follows. 85.3% of the students opposed the bill, and 85.9% of students answered that the legislation would have made them less likely to attend UNH.
As outlined in our resolution, we, the undergraduate student body of the University of New Hampshire, urge that you recognize our overwhelming opposition to this piece of legislation, and we implore that you declare HB 1793 inexpedient to legislate in keeping with your constitutional duty to protect the welfare of the state and its constituents. There is no doubt the undergraduate student body does not want this.
That sums it up.
Okay.
What they said?
Yeah.
There you go. Very good. Yep. Senator Abbas asked a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. I saw the resolution that was put out by your organization. What I'm asking is, and I understand that the survey would have addressed the bill as written. Have you heard anything from any of the student body on perhaps a different version of this that would be maybe not acceptable, but less objectionable?
I personally have not. We are not aware of any student support for other versions of the bill. The consensus that we have seen on campus is that the concept itself of removing the university's authority to regulate the firearms in any capacity, I think it seems that students are broadly opposed to that.
Didn't answer. Senator.
Thank you.
Yes. Go
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much. Thank you for all coming up together too. That's great. Could you, one of you, remind me in your testimony, how many students did you survey?
Yes, the exact number of statistically valid responses was 2,361 responses.
Out of
Were statistically verified?
Yes.
by the UNH Survey Center.
Yes, we worked in conjunction with the UNH Survey Center to make sure that the survey was unbiased from us, and also that all the statistics were sound and clear. The data had been cleaned and looked over by multiple people, and not just us.
And to ensure that it was accurately representative of the undergraduate student body. So we also have statistics on like an accurate number of each class, like freshmen and whatnot, and also from different colleges.
It was an even split and reflective of the demographics that are there.
Thank you. Well, we know Andy Smith does good work over there.
Yes.
So, and just, yeah, just to reiterate, it's 85.3% of the student survey opposed this bill, and 85.9%
said they would have been less likely to go to UNH if this bill were passed or law.
I would add also the survey, the way it was written, there were options students could select. They could indicate strong support or strong opposition, or they could have a, I support it broadly, or I
somewhat
oppose it.
Somewhat support and somewhat
five
oppose.
options.
There were five options.
Right.
There were almost, I don't want to say none, but there were very few responses in that middle three. It was, I would say about maybe 14% strongly supported, and almost the rest were in strong opposition, which is notable, I think.
And if you would like to see the specific results, it's cited in our resolution. It's the second citation. There should be a link that should take you to the results the Survey Center sent to us.
Thank you. That's my follow-up question. You sent the resolution that your student body or elected org wrote for us. It's in our emails?
Yes.
It should be in your email.
Fabulous.
Wrote and passed as of the 12th
Of,
this month.
thank you.
So when you go out, do you guys know Benny Griffin and Skylar Cook out in the hallway, maybe?
We know Benny Griffin, yes.
Is he out there?
She
Or she? I'm
is
sorry.
right here. She's right
Oh,
behind
okay.
us.
Benny, you're next.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ask if there's a Skylar Cook for me out in the hallway. Thank you. Thank you all. You did very well presenting that. Hi, Miss Griffin.
Sorry, 1 second.
Whenever you're ready.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Chair, committee members. My name is Benny Griffin. I'm a freshman political science and justice studies major at the University of New Hampshire, and I'm also the president of the UNH College Democrats. And we have seen extraordinary opposition at the university. This issue not only unites our group, but brings in others. We have a petition with over 1,200 signatures opposing this bill. Students will not feel safe introducing firearms on campus. And this is not a partisan issue, this is a safety issue. It's not just me, it's all of the students who signed in opposing this bill. To be clear, university students do not want this. My colleagues and friends across the state at Plymouth and Keene do not want this either. If nothing else, I want you to listen to the student perspective. I understand you are elected to represent the citizens of your district and thus the citizens of New Hampshire. However, anything but an inexpedient to legislate would not only violate your constitutional duties, but violate the wishes of and the safety of the students across the state. Thank you. Sorry. Oh, yeah. I'm sorry about that.
Yep. Thank you. Oh, you're going to recap.
Yeah, that was my apologies. I should have stopped. But if nothing else, I want you to listen to the student perspective. I understand you are elected to represent the citizens of your district and thus the citizens of New Hampshire. However, anything but an inexpedient to legislate would not only violate your constitutional duties to uphold the welfare of all citizens, but also violate the safety and the wishes of the students across the state.
Good afternoon, Sir Chairman and members of the committee. I'm Skylar Cook, a current freshman student at the University of New Hampshire, and I'm testifying against House Bill 1793. Having unregulated use and storage of guns on campus will be detrimental to those who are facing mental health crises. We need to prevent the deaths of students before they occur by keeping guns off college campuses. When I was 14, I saw my dad walk out the door to pick up my sibling unexpectedly from college. I learned that night that they had tried to commit suicide. I was 14. I may have never had the opportunity to get to know them better or to form the connection I have with them today if they had died that night. I only ask you to think about what would have happened if they had easy access to a gun as an alternative method and what's bound to happen if you pass this bill. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Ms. Griffin, if I might ask you a question. You said you did a petition, and what was the question on your petition?
It was a petition, and the question was, do you support or oppose the passage of HB 1793?
And you had how many signatures?
1,200 signatures opposing.
And did you have any in favor?
No.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. Yes, thank you.
Looks like we're in Sangster. Lori. Oh, you don't have to sit down just like I do.
Hi. A little bit of a brush refresher. I'm from Plymouth State University. My name is Ellie Smith, and I'm majoring in political science and history. Protecting College Students Act is what this bill has been known to be called. But what are we protecting? There's never been a shooting on a campus here in New Hampshire, ever. There have only been 2 times where gun violence towards students. Once in 2020, on an off-campus house party where 2 SNHU students were injured, and again in 2018 again at an off-campus house party where 2 Dartmouth students were injured. I don't know about everyone else, but there seems to be a pattern emerging. House parties and the implication of some sort of substance consumption. This makes people do things they otherwise would not do. So I ask again, what are we protecting? Are we protecting the 60+ students of the population who struggle with at least one mental health issue? Are we protecting the inevitable rise in tuition from insurance companies raising coverage rates because now there are countless liabilities? What about the increase of security measures? Are we protecting the daycares where young children are taken care of on the grounds of Plymouth, Keene, and Durham? Are we protecting the professors and students who will leave because they no longer feel safe in classrooms and dormitories? The police officers who will now have to put their lives even more at risk when they get a call someone has been shot? We are not protecting them. In fact, all studies and science show this bill will cause nothing but havoc. Rockefeller Institute of Government shows that higher gun ownership correlates with higher homicide rates. AFSP studies have found that the second leading cause of death in college students is suicide. Yet we want to give them guns, a means so lethal that once the trigger is pulled, there is no going back. What about the economic impact, since that has been briefly touched upon? Property value will go down surrounding the area, making it no longer desirable for single families, posing the risk that there will no longer be a buffer when the market downturns. Or the lack of admissions across schools, which will cost the state millions in annual state and local taxes because the USNH system relies on exactly half of the out-of-state tuition. Not only will the institutions inevitably suffer, but the state will too. So let me be clear on this bill. On behalf of the Student Senate, students do not want guns on campus, faculty do not want guns on campus, and the town and our neighbors do not want guns on campus. Plymouth State students do not want this bill to pass, and as a student and representative of the class of '29, we do not want this bill to pass. Thank you. My major? I'm a political science and history major. Yeah. Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Hi, pediatrician here for more than 50 years, always in small towns, know families really well, telling you a true story of a patient of mine. An 18-year-old college freshman killed his roommate with a gun on the campus of a state university. It's the family of the shooter that were very close friends of mine, and he was my patient. He had never been in trouble with the law. He was no guns. There was no drugs involved. There was no known mental illness involved whatsoever. As a college freshman, he was placed as a roommate with an older student who had been a Gulf War veteran and had a gun in the room. This man harassed this young person, was unkind to his inexperienced roommate. So the 18-year-old borrowed a gun from a friend in his hometown and used that gun to kill his roommate. He was found guilty of murder, given a life sentence with no possibility of parole. He's the third child of an excellent Catholic family. He has a deep religious faith. He testifies and works with the people in the state penitentiary. Everyone knows that college-age children do not have the emotional maturity to make decisions with the many challenges that present them during their college years. And everyone knows that guns kill people. Guns do not belong on a college campus. I ask that you do not have guns on campus. Thank you.
Oh, sorry.
Yes.
Send her out.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. I see from the shirt you're wearing the organization that you are, I don't know, affiliated with, and I can imagine if that organization gave out a grading system, I wouldn't score so well.
No, wait a minute. You're not speaking slowly enough. I'm from the South, so you speak a little more
I was
clearly.
born in Texas, but I
I lived in
a while.
Oklahoma a lot of years, but
I'll
slow
start
down
over.
your question, okay?
I see from the shirt that you're wearing.
Yes.
It's an organization you're here
Yes.
affiliated with. And I'm not sure if they give out a scorecard, but if they did, I can imagine I wouldn't get a very good grade based on my voting record. What I'm asking is if there was any compromise, any suggestions you would have for the committee I understand as written, it basically prohibits any restrictions that the universities can make. I'm just wondering if there was some suggestions you would have for the committee if there was a compromise.
If there was a compromise, but I, as a pediatrician, make suggestions, I would suggest that people be around the least amount of guns in their life. Sometimes they go off accidentally. Sometimes a young child gets them in their hands and kills himself or somebody else. Guns do not protect people. A woman had a gun. Before I ever knew moms existed, I collected notebooks worth of materials on gun deaths. You are not safer having a gun in your life. You are far more likely someone in your family will commit suicide, some small child will get their hands on that gun, or someone will steal the gun from you and shoot you. The safest place we know as a pediatrician is to not have guns in the families or in college dorm rooms.
Thank you.
Thank you, Cindy Rambis. Thank you for your testimony, ma'am. Okay, we're probably going to run into a lot of people who have left, but we'll see. Brady Grossman. Can they hear me outside, Brendan? So Brady Grossman, I think we got Skylar Cook earlier. Emilio Cosgrove. So we'll start with those two. I'll give you the list in a little bit. You can just. I had like UNH, like their main faculty go. Hey, who are you?
I'm Brady.
Oh, good. Very good, Brady. Thank you.
I would like to submit written testimony.
And I'm sorry, I missed your name?
M. Cosgrove.
Okay, great. You stay. Thank you for your patience staying. Whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is M. Cosgrove, and I am a full-time student at the University of New Hampshire, living on campus in Durham. I am testifying against HB 1793. When I first enrolled at UNH, my parents were relieved, knowing that I was attending one of the safest schools in the country. Now, if this bill passes, they will fear for my safety every day, because there is simply too much risk. How would you feel knowing your children or loved ones are unsafe? How would you feel watching them attend a school hours away, not knowing if they will come back? I don't want to fear that I will fall victim to gun violence, whether intentionally or accidentally, by a passerby, classmate, or roommate. I don't want to fear that my life will be cut short when I should be focusing on my studies. I don't want to fear for the safety of my friends. I don't want to fear that somebody on my campus who is in an altered mental state, like a drunk college student, will mishandle their gun. I don't want to fear that students who are suicidal will use this easy gun access to end their life. The people I have talked to have the same fears. They have said that if this bill passes, they will only take online classes and never leave their room, or simply leave our university. I would not have chosen to enroll in a New Hampshire public college if guns were allowed on campus. While I support the constitutional right to own a gun, I believe that regulations around the locations where a gun may be carried are essential for public safety. A school environment is not a reasonable location for the public to carry lethal weapons. Where more guns are present, there is simply a greater risk of somebody getting wounded or killed. This is not the school environment that I or anyone I know would have chosen for their education. The lives of New Hampshire students depend on your vote. Do not support this bill. Thank you for your time.
Go ahead, sir.
I am Brady Crossman, and hello, Senators, and I am in opposition of this bill. This year is my first year at UNH, and I have loved it so far. But if this bill has passed, I think it would make me afraid to be on campus. I would be afraid that someone in my large lecture classes, which have 100 to 200 people, would be carrying a firearm and accidentally discharge it. I would be scared that a conflict in the room next to me would escalate to the point where a bullet would be flying through my dorm wall. I'd be scared that one of my friends would take their own life, because throughout the year so far, 3 people in my friend group have already attempted. Thankfully, they have survived, But if they had access to guns, one of the most effective ways to kill yourself, they most likely would not have been here. I would be scared that I would kill myself. Throughout this year, I have been at some very low points that I have not been able to seek help for. And I feel like at some of those points, if there was easy access to a gun on campus due to this bill passing, I would not be here to give the testimony. Thank you, and please oppose this bill.
Both.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming today. Appreciate the testimony. We're all set. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I send one of you out in the hall? Rowan Lee or Julian Smith? Rowan Lee or Julian Smith? Oh, there we go. Awesome. Sorry to keep you so long. I know.
Oh, you're good.
I've seen you out there a long time.
Is now a good time to start? Good afternoon. Originally in my speech, I had said good morning. This is my first time doing anything like this, so I'm a little new to the whole process. I'm here in opposition to House Bill 1793. I myself am not a college student. I have not been fortunate enough to go down that path. Had a hard time in high school, still have a hard time, but I am gearing up to go to college at some point this fall. I have started working on those things, and for the very first time, I have considered going to college out of state. My partner is a CA for Babcock Hall in UNH Durham. They are juggling 4 full-time classes, 3 part-time jobs, along with their CA position. They are worked to the bone. They're already stressed, they're already depressed, and it gets to the point where I'm driving there in the middle of the night to make sure that they're okay. I go out with them to make sure that nothing will happen, because there have been instances recently around campus where we've had violent issues that I've seen. I went to the bar for the very first time. I'm 22, never went to a bar, wasn't really my speed, but within 2 hours of me being there, I saw 5 brawls. 5. In a closed space, it was dark, extremely loud music pumping. I bet they didn't even know who they were fighting. Then you add guns to that mix. Almost everyone in there could be at risk, because when a bullet is fired, it doesn't just stop at the body that's hit. There's a massive chance that it can fly and hit somebody else. That's someone's child dead. That's someone's brother dead. That's someone's mother even. There's a father at Babcock Hall. I've talked to him several times. I might be getting towed as we speak. I've been here for a little longer, so I'm going to wrap it up with a simple question. What will you say? Because it's not an if, it's a when. What will you say when the event happens that there is a shooting at UNH or Plymouth or Keene? What will you say to the parents, the friends, the siblings, the brothers, anything? What are you going to say to them? Because no comment is simply not going to cut it this time. We have had enough. Thank you.
In the meantime, yes, sir. You can try to.
My testimony also says afternoon, but I guess it's evening now. So good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I'm Matthew Stern, a UNH student and a Durham voter, and I'm speaking in opposition to House Bill 1793. I don't oppose responsible gun ownership, but I do think HB 1793 is a financial burden that we cannot take on. Given UNH's declining enrollment and the likelihood that this bill will deter prospective students, like from the poll we've heard before, especially out-of-state students, House Bill 1793 will deprive UNH of much-needed tuition revenue. As a result of this existing financial burden facing the university, we've been forced to cut key services. Back in the fall, I met with members of the UNH administration to discuss increasing pharmaceutical access to students following the closure of the campus pharmacy and the Rite Aid in Durham. I was told that the cost of maintaining a campus pharmacy was too high and was not even considered a viable option. The figure that I was given, which made the idea of a campus pharmacy so toxic, will be less than the cost of this bill. The yearly cost of maintaining the infrastructure associated with this bill, combined with the loss of tuition money, will almost certainly exceed the cost of the pharmacy that we couldn't afford. I wouldn't be surprised if HB 1793 ends up raising tuition and reducing financial aid, something that many of my fellow students and myself could not afford. There's also the unknown cost of potentially losing revenue streams for university, like using university facilities for private events like concerts. It doesn't make sense financially. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I'm happy to answer any questions, and I urge you to oppose this.
Hi, thank you. My name is Shirley Haryanto. I'm a single mom, like earlier I testified. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. And I'm here to advocate for stronger protection for individual rights, public safety, and accountability in our communities, schools, and a public institution. First, I urge the legislator to protect the rights of every individual to record audio and video during public interactions, including encounters with the government agency and many other parties. This recording often become the only evidence victims have when something goes wrong. No. So I support the bills basically with conditions. I believe that Senate and law enforcement can make this possibility to happen. So every carry or every user cannot be fired if they're under influence of alcohol, and cannot be fired by user who is not owns the firearm itself. I know that we have technology to make that happen. That's what I believe. And I believe God is higher power than human power. And I also believe of the racism and discrimination continue that affect school, college, and communities, especially with the people that has not speak native English speaker and the different backgrounds. So I believe that every person deserves dignity, fairness, and respect. So I want to, with that condition, add it to punishment, especially the one that under alcohol influence. That I know in statute of law, anyone that under influence of alcohol get further punishment. And it's not exception for the minorities too. So I believe if senator can make that possible to pass with under this condition. So I believe that every problems, there's always have a solution as long as many party willing to work together as a team members. That's what I believe. Thank you.
Good evening, Chairman and committee members. My name is Millie Chaka. I am from Somersworth, New Hampshire, and I'm a student at Plymouth State University, where I major in criminal justice with minors in pre-law and political science. I'm here today to speak in opposition of House Bill 1793. This bill does not just delegitimize New Hampshire colleges' autonomy in regard to regulating safety, but it also takes the power out of the hands of the people that understand campus safety best, our local law enforcement and school administrators. House Bill 1793 would prohibit the university's ability to set reasonable safety measures like proper storage of a firearm in a residential hall. The way this bill is written, it does not address the balance between rights and public safety, but instead it undermines it. The bottom line is protecting individual rights should not come at the expense of collective safety. This bill will force our colleges to invest in security infrastructure, which would put already limited educational funding towards preventable risks. This is not just a logistical nightmare for the university system, but it disregards the overall well-being of students, faculty, and staff. It is simple. Our New Hampshire colleges already accommodate to our Second Amendment right. And it is not up to the students to police themselves. That is what we have law enforcement for. I leave you all with this. Just because something can happen does not mean it should. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. You've been sitting in the room for a little bit, and you've heard me ask about a potential compromise. And I understand both sides here, and they're on opposite ends completely. Any suggestions to this committee on perhaps reasonable restrictions?
I think reasonable restrictions would be allowing universities to regulate firearms within the residential halls as well as our academic buildings. I believe that firearms do not belong in a place like an academic setting or a residential hall where shared living happens. I also think that, full transparency, firearms do not belong in public schools. I think that it is a huge safety concern, not only for the students, but the faculty. One of my biggest concerns with this bill is our retention rates and our ability to retain the students that we have, specifically our out-of-state students, where the majority of our tuition dollars come from. I believe that, speaking as a student and as a member of New Hampshire, this will be the nail in the coffin for higher education in New Hampshire. How are we supposed to get out-of-state students to come here if our bills and our policies that we are passing do not appeal to them? Thank you.
Yes, Senator, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. You said something in your testimony. Wouldn't mind if you would just reiterate it for me. The protection of individual rights should not come at the expense of
public safety.
Public safety. Thank you. Thank you so much. Very impactful.
Thank you for your service as well.
I'm going to go through, I'm sure a lot of people have left, but I'm just going to do it this way. Janelle LaPlante. She's got lucky in the first one. Bingo.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Thank you so much for your time today. I know it's very late, so I will try to be brief. I'm a psychology PhD student at the University of New Hampshire, and I'm also very interested in school shooting prevention. So I've read extensively about the subject. And so I wanted to mention the United States Secret Service National Threat Assessment Center, which is considered one of the pioneering organizations across the country in targeted violence. School shootings count as a matter of targeted violence. So I'm going to mention that in a moment. And then someone else I wanted to mention is Dr. David Reedman, who's a foremost scholar when it comes to school shootings. He runs the K-12 school shooting database, which is cited by national news sources, the New York Times, etc. And so a couple of things that he's pointed out that I really would like to highlight for you is that he says as much as 98% of school shootings, the perpetrators who commit those school shootings have easy access to guns, whether that be through parents, grandparents, family friend, etc. And then something else I really wanted to point out was, as well as he talks about there being a lot of school shootings happen in cases where there's low social control. So we think about parking lots, we think about athletic events, like some of these things that have come up earlier this afternoon. I was really shocked to find out that there really is a high percentage. When we say school shootings, he counts like as, obviously we never want anything to happen to anyone, but he counts like a 2-person or even like a 1-person casualty as a quote school shooting as long as it occurs on a school campus. So I was really shocked to read that there really are a tremendous amount of school shootings that happen in parking lots and at, let's say, school events. I also wanted to highlight mental health has come up a few times, that there really is a youth mental health crisis in this country. The CDC runs what's called the Youth Risk Behavior Survey, which is done every 2 years. I have reviewed that information, and there really is a mental health crisis since like 2021. So we talk about like suicide risk, we talk about depression and anxiety and things of that nature. So I think there very much is a concern. With this age group, and additionally, it's come up a couple times about the prefrontal cortex, and people are not able at this age to finish their executive functioning and decision-making skills are not fully developed. And so that is a concern that I wanted to highlight for the committee.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I'll bring you back when we're doing voting, what age they can vote.
Thank you.
Just a joke.
Okay.
Thank you for coming. Appreciate it. Brent Tweed. Mr. Tweed, thank you for your patience.
I am Brent Tweed with Citizens Alliance of New Hampshire. I live in Nottingham, New Hampshire, strongly in support of this bill. A lot has been talked about safety from the opponents of this bill. I've heard a lot about feelings, fear, perceptions, opinions, but lacking a lot in statistics and empirical evidence. And I'd like to try to provide that, and I do have some references. This bill simply makes the rules for campus the same as our private homes, Walmart, the grocery store, and most other public spaces. When states pass permitless carry or campus carry laws, gun control advocates frequently warn of blood in the streets and heightened safety risks. However, the empirical evidence does not support these fears. In 2025, 29 states had permitless concealed carry freedoms, and more than half of them had lower violent crime rates after enacting the legislation. Between January 2000 and January 2023, the 20 states that had permitless carry saw a collective decrease in the violent crime rate, and they were around 10% lower than the national average. Currently, about a dozen states have campus carry in some form. A 2019 article at thecollegefix.com reported several universities have reported no increase in violence even after the states legalized the carrying of weapons on school grounds. The campaign to keep guns off campus, partnered with armed campuses, have claimed that allowing concealed weapons on campus is dangerous. However, even on armed campuses' own website, they reference a study that concludes that the available data do not prove that campus carry causes more crime. So in conclusion, the fear-mongering has been proven wrong time and again. New Hampshire students and faculty deserve the same constitutional rights and tools for self-defense that law-abiding citizens enjoy everywhere. Passing this bill without weakening amendments is the right choice for safety, liberty, and common sense. I strongly urge you to support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Question from Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. You mentioned that several other states have passed a version of this. Did any of those other versions have restrictions in it?
Yeah, I think this would be, as has previously been testified, New Hampshire's version would be the most liberal or conservative, however you want to view it, in the nation out of those 12.
Follow?
Because in regards to some of the restrictions that you've seen in other versions of this, are any of those restrictions you've seen in other pieces of legislation that have become law that you would recommend to this committee as a potential amendment?
I mean, I support the bill as written with no amendments. I think it would simply, the students on these campuses, the professors are all adults. They should be treated like all the other citizens that live in New Hampshire. The rules that we currently have in our, like I said, our private homes, at the grocery store, other public spaces are all consistent with what this bill does. So I support it as it currently stands.
Go ahead, follow.
So one of the just keep in mind, there's state laws outside of this campus carry issue. Most states have a law that prohibits anyone from carrying a firearm while they're intoxicated. In New Hampshire, we don't have that. So if you combine that, the lack of law in that respect to that issue, combined with the campus carry law as written, those other states have that restriction already on the books. At least many of them do. So I'm just wondering, like, a restriction to prohibit that a student from carrying on campus while they're literally drunk. Would there be any opposition to an amendment of that nature? I'm just curious if you have any thought on that.
So again, I think that would be consistent off campus, how the law currently is. People have to act responsibly. If they don't, there's other laws that they could be breaking. I mean, in fact, if you're between 18 and 20, you're not even legally allowed to drink alcohol, so you're already breaking the law. If you do something irresponsible with your firearm, pointing it at somebody, that's already illegal if it's not, in self-defense. So I think we have laws on the books, consistent with off campus how they are right now that are satisfactory.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good. Thank you for your time, sir. Is it Jonathan McLaren? Justin Bonatti? Justin, you've been here too long. Sorry.
It's all right. Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I am a freshman at the University of New Hampshire in Durham. I am originally from Connecticut, where I have my permit to possess a long gun. It cost me almost $400 to simply achieve the permit before buying any firearms. I am licensed to carry in a state with some of the most restrictive gun laws in this country, so I am well aware of what laws can do. I spend the vast majority of my time on campus, and I treat it as my home. Therefore, I believe I should be able to defend myself at my home in New Hampshire the same way I do at my home in Connecticut. The law of New Hampshire reserves the power of legislating firearms to the state, not the universities, and the state has continually supported and defended constitutional carry. I respectfully ask the committee to pass House Bill 1793.
Thank you very much. Questions? Okay, thank you.
Beg pardon? I'm a freshman.
Freshman, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Elliot Booton? Okay, come on.
Good evening, Jonathan Melanson here representing the New Hampshire Police Association in opposition to this bill. I don't want to repeat the testimony from the chiefs, but I think one of the big highlights here is around, scenarios where you have emergency situations, you have a large number of individuals in a compact area, in cases where you have multiple police departments or jurisdictions, state agencies that maybe get called to schools, are a concern in trying to identify the threat. And in wrapping up, the one thing I just wanted to kind of point out, something that we've seen in recent years here in New Hampshire, is the increase in swatting incidences. And that is when people call in fake threats to dispatch. So we just saw one last week with bomb threats in various schools. I think the most other one that comes to mind is back in 24. We had threats that were called into Dover, Portsmouth, and Concord, and SWAT teams were kind of dispatched rapidly across the state. So those are kind of our concerns when it comes to addressing these threats as quickly as possible. Need to take any questions.
We're good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative, who just put her glasses up. You've been here a long time. Go ahead. I'll work on it.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
My name is Tony Weinstein. I represent Rockingham District 10, and that's Newmarket and Newfields. We're neighbors with Durham and UNH, and I'm here in opposition to this bill. So, as any parent who has dropped a child off to their college dorm knows, there's a long list of things that are prohibited in the name of safety. So this is from the UNH website, and I just want to read that list of some of the items. Prohibited in all on-campus housing facilities, halogen lamps, electric heaters, electric blankets, lava lamps, other decorative objects which heat up, live holiday decorations, candles, wax tarts, incense, explosives, fireworks, hazardous chemicals, motorized vehicles of any kind, including hoverboards, or parts and accessories for any motor vehicle, air conditioners of any type, clothes washers and dryers, dishwashers, and water beds. These are some of the items that are prohibited in the residence halls, but allowed in university apartments. Induction plates, hot plates, rice makers, Instapots, heating, immersion coils, electric frying pans, panini makers, mini grills, mini ovens, slow cookers, toasters, toaster ovens, and air fryers. And I bring that up because I believe firearms should be on that list. Thank you.
I appreciate you taking the time to share.
Oh, okay. AI, okay. Let's see. I call names, stand up if I get you. Yes, sir. Have you been waiting a long time? You're one of the names I called. Okay, I'm sorry. What was your name?
Elliot Bowden.
Oh, you're right here. Beautiful.
Okay, great. Bowden, yeah, Bowden. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Elliot Bowden, and I am a senior at the University of New Hampshire, a commuter student from Dover, and the state chair for Young Americans for Liberty. I'm a proud member of the National Guard as well. As a non-traditional student, I chose to attend UNH because I believe deeply in the New Hampshire's enduring motto, live free or die. However, when I step onto campus, the same public property supported by my tax dollars, I'm treated as a second-class citizen. I lose the natural right to defend myself simply because I'm a college student. As someone who serves his country and is trusted to carry a firearm in defense of our nation, I find this contradiction both frustrating and deeply disheartening. I know many in the veteran and National Guard communities share the same sentiment. They also go to school. As a commuter student and an organizer of liberty-minded students, my advocacy often places me in the public eye. Because of this, I've received threats, some subtle, some direct. While I do not expect the University of New Hampshire to guarantee my safety, I believe I should have the same ability to protect myself on campus as I do anywhere else in New Hampshire. While tabling at UNH and gathering over 400 signatures for our petition, I spoke with students about the right to self-defense. What stood out was not division, but a shared desire for personal safety. It did not feel as we were in the minority. If rather, it felt like many students simply wanted the ability to stop a crime from happening to them. This issue isn't about politics, it's about principle, it's about safety, personal responsibility, and above all, the respect for fundamental natural right to defend one's life. I'm not here to start conflict. I am here because students want to live in peace and in freedom. House Bill 1793, Protecting College Students Act, reflects these values, and I respectfully urge you to support it.
First of all, thank you for your service. You take that question out, and then we'll go down the road.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. And you've heard me ask this question several times. For the people who testified who support it, they don't want us to change anything. For the people that testified against it, they don't want any suggestions on, they just want this to go away. I'll ask you though, is there any suggestions to this committee, perhaps, on restrictions? I think I mentioned the alcohol example several times.
Sir, you have. So I prefer the bill to stay as is, but I trust Representative Farrington's judgment on what should happen with the amendment. I don't have a personal, I don't have a policy position on that.
I'm going to go next to dorms. How about dorms? Drinking, a lot of stuff going on, fights, other things going on. Would you at all be receptive to, can't go into the dorm, there'd be several places you could lock up on campus, so it's close, but not in the dorm.
Again, I trust Representative Farrington's judgment on it. I know he's working on it with you guys and with everyone involved.
Okay. Thank you very much. Senator, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much for taking my questions. You mentioned in your testimony that you also did a petition.
Yes.
And it was 400 signatures in favor. Could you tell us what your petition question was?
Was, I didn't write it down specifically for, to bring it up right now. But it was, do you believe, it was in line of, do you believe in the right to defend yourself on campus? And it listed all the self-defense tools.
Okay. So it wasn't specifically, do you support this specific bill?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for serving. And may I follow up? Thank you for serving in the National Guard. And you mentioned that it bothers you that on the college campus, you're not able to carry and consider it being a second-class citizen. Do you also consider yourself to be a second-class citizen when you enter a courtroom? You are not allowed to carry in courtrooms.
That situation, a different situation, I would not consider myself that.
Thank you.
You are aware you're allowed to carry here.
Sure.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm going to go through names. Stand up if I get you. James Tebow. There you go, James. Thank you for your patience.
My pleasure, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, members of the committee. For the record, my name is James Tebow. I'm the state representative for Franklin and Northfield, and I'm a co-sponsor on HB 1793. In addition to my role as a legislator, I'm also a sophomore politics major at St. Anselm College. And as a student, I strongly support these protections for students' fundamental constitutional rights on campus. And I think that's something that's been overlooked a lot today is we've heard from a lot of UNH students. I haven't heard very much testimony from PSU students, from NHTI, from any of our other community colleges or private universities in this state. And I think they need to be represented as well. In addition, I work with several high school students, teaching them about civics and constitutional foundations. And one thing I've heard echoed by them, especially in the wake of shootings like Brown and Old Dominion, is that they're not sure if they will be safe on their college campuses if they decide to go. I hear this from even some of my peers at St. A's, especially female students who feel unsafe going out after dark out of fear of being harmed. Forget about guns. I've heard students say that they're concerned about pepper spray violating school policies, meaning they need to either risk punishment from the school for utilizing a non-lethal deterrent to protect themselves or hope that they won't be attacked because they have nothing to fight back with. Students should not have to live in fear on their campuses because administrators may be too incompetent, corrupt, or untrusting to properly protect their students, or because they institute policies that actively prevent students from protecting themselves. Just as we've seen at Old Dominion, Brown, Utah Valley, and so many others, deranged criminals take advantage of gun-free zones to attack helpless targets who can't defend themselves. HB 1793 would give these students a fighting chance if the worst happened. Thank you so much for your time, and I'd be happy to take your questions.
Just a quick comment. So I did speak with the administration from St. Anselm, and they expressed their position and safety.
I'm sure they did.
And just letting you know that they did. Senator, did you have a question? Senator Abbas, go ahead.
I can renew the same question I've asked several times. Again, I understand the preference may be as written if you're a sponsor of the legislation, but the alcohol use, I mentioned displaying a firearm while inside the classroom versus concealed carry. I mean, I understand you sponsor the bill, so I understand you support it as written. But if there were to be any change to the bill, would you support that? Or if you have any recommendations?
I appreciate your question, Senator, and I do take it very seriously. Of course, I would defer to the prime sponsor for the most part, and maybe this will make me a little unpopular with some of the college students in the room, but why don't we address the real problem here, which is the alcohol on campus? Why not punish students for drinking rather than punish them for exercising their constitutional right to keep and bear arms? In terms of the question about dormitories that I know you asked about, Chairman Gannon, I would certainly understand if the committee wanted to take the bill in a way to ensure that students have to keep their firearms in a lockbox or something of that sort if they're not going to have it on their person, if they're going to have it in a dormitory.
Senator Abbas?
in respect to the drinking issue, no one makes anyone drink. That's a choice
That's
someone
true.
makes. If there was a restriction saying that if you're going to consume alcohol on the campus, if that's what you're doing, isn't there, you're choosing to engage in that behavior. You understand? So there is a difference between, you're not going to just blankly get in trouble, especially if you're of legal age. So we're talking about a 21-year-old student who's legally allowed to consume alcohol.
It's true, Senator, and thank you for making that distinction. But just as a student is legally allowed to drink alcohol, would that not mean they're also legally allowed to carry a firearm? There's also no constitutional right to drink. And maybe this is puritanical of me. I'm the only member of the House who can't drink. I don't drink. I have no interest in drinking. But there's a distinction here. One's a constitutional right. One is a choice, and it's a choice that this college can still make policy around and punish accordingly if a student is caught. I don't see an issue there. If they're going to punish students right now with their policies for carrying a firearm, why can't they also punish students for drinking on campus? Shouldn't school be about education and learning rather than partying and destroying property, which often happens at some of these parties?
You're good.
He answered the question.
Senator Oshler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question, Representative. So in your testimony, you made mention of students should be able to protect themselves against deranged people with firearms. And I'm curious if would you support people not being able to have a firearm if they had been involuntarily committed
Senator,
for psychological reasons?
thank you for that question, Senator. And I do believe that at this time, if you had some sort of mental illness and you committed a crime, then yeah, you're not allowed to own a firearm. And if you're asking me about red flag laws, no, I don't support red flag laws.
I did not ask you about that. I asked you specifically if someone has been involuntarily committed for mental health reasons, should they be barred from accessing firearms? Or should we report that to NICS so that they are barred from accessing firearms? That speaks directly to your deranged, perhaps you're insinuating it's a mental health issue. So
Yes, if we have a mental health issue and there is someone who is mentally ill and not able to safely have a firearm, then yeah, we should absolutely take care of that.
okay, may I follow up?
You may.
All right, so we've established that you do support people who have mental health issues and have been
Well, it depends on the mental health issue, Senator. But
who have been involuntarily committed should be barred from having access to firearms. This bill, if it passes with our laws that we have right now in the state of New Hampshire, mean that a student could sell a firearm to another student on campus and carry that around. Is that something you're comfortable with?
I don't see an issue with that necessarily. If I wanted to purchase, my understanding of the law is I'm 20 years old. I cannot buy a handgun myself. My father could purchase a handgun for me and either gift it to me or sell it to me on the private market, and that would be just fine. If we're going to be making different classes of adult citizens, that runs up into the exact same problem that we're seeing with this campus carry legislation. So no, I don't support creating multiple classes of adult citizens of this state.
Okay, just to clarify, we already have that. There's two different, who you can gift a firearm to and who you can't. I'm talking about people who have firearms and can sell it to another person.
And we're talking about private sales of firearms.
I'm not talking about family gifting.
No, I'm not talking about that, Senator. I'm talking about private sale of firearms. I'm talking about private sales of firearms between two adult citizens of this state. And that, again, we would be making two classes of citizens if we were to say, you're allowed to do this, but if you're not a student and you're not allowed to do it if you are a student. We shouldn't be in the business of picking winners and losers among our citizenry.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you.
Appreciate your testimony. Nicholas Hobart? Oh, I'm still hitting them. Okay. Yeah, that'd be good. Hi, Nick. How you doing today?
Doing good, are you?
Great.
Yeah. All right. Hello, committee. My name is Hobart, and I live in Portsmouth. And I am here today in support of HB 1793. I actually have notes to take this time. Last time was a disaster.
What was that? I'm sorry.
Last time we didn't have notes.
Okay.
This time I do. No disaster. Oh, it's one of those fun things. Okay. So New Hampshire is a constitutional carry state. Outside of campus, law-abiding adults can carry a firearm in self-defense. Yet on school campus grounds, places funded by our taxpayer dollars, those same rights disappear the second you walk onto school property. This creates dangerous gun-free zones that do not stop criminals. They only disarm responsible students, faculty, and staff who follow the law. History shows that violent attackers deliberately attack locations where victims are defenseless. Recent tragedies like Brown University show us that campuses are sadly not immune to violence. And history shows us that law enforcement response times cannot always be trusted, with the most famous example, unfortunately, being the Uvalde school shooting, where it took law enforcement 77 minutes to engage the gunman. So HB 1793 does not force anyone to carry a firearm. It simply stops public institutions from infringing on the constitutional rights that grant staters already enjoy everywhere else in the state. It also protects the right to carry non-lethal self-defense tools like pepper spray and stun guns, what I think is it's not really being looked at right now, because everyone's focusing on the guns, but no one's really looking at the pepper spray and the
just for your edification, UNH does allow.
They do? Okay, I'm sorry. I did not do that much research.
That's okay.
I wrote this last minute. Disarming the innocent does not make anyone safer. It only makes them easier targets. So I urge the committee to pass 1B 1793 and restore the Second Amendment rights of New Hampshire college students and staff.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Yeah, of course.
Seeing no questions, we are good. Thank you.
Yeah, wonderful day.
Deborah House. Mika Stark. I'm sorry to keep you, sir. Sorry, I'm keeping all of you. But good to see you again, sir.
See you. Mr. Chairman, would it be okay if Chancellor Rubenstein from
That would be great. Be wonderful.
Thank you.
Economy of scale is great.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Micah Stark. I'm the president of the New Hampshire College and University Council. Our organization represents 19 public and private colleges and universities across the state. You've heard from some of them before. You're also going to hear from the Chancellor of the Community College System. We are here united in our opposition to House Bill 1793 for many of the arguments that you've heard over the last few hours. The question before the committee is whether campuses across the state should retain the ability to manage safety on their own property in consultation with trained professionals. Current law allows that balance, and this bill would eliminate it. Campus police chiefs, some of whom you've heard from today, heads of campus security, along with municipal police chiefs from across the state, who are responsible for protecting students, faculty, staff, and visitors every single day, oppose this legislation unanimously. Their professional judgment is that unrestricted carry complicates emergency response, increases the risk of harm, and undermines the established protocols that are currently working in New Hampshire. Their voices are reflected in the appendix of my written testimony, which you'll receive a copy of. And finally, two provisions of this bill do deserve the committee's attention. The bill's, quote, supported by public funds language is dangerously vague, and it could reach any number of private nonprofits in New Hampshire that currently receive public funding. And the bill, as the chairman has noted in some of his questions, creates a private right of action with mandatory minimum damages, exposing campuses to a new wave of lawsuits at a time when institutions are already under serious financial strain. Thank you for allowing me to speak, and we respectfully urge the committee to find House Bill 1793 inexpedient to legislate.
Mike, I'm assuming you guys would have come even if it didn't have that sentence that included, if you get any public funds that then that brought 19 of you in, you still would have been here in opposition.
Yeah, our organization has come before the legislature over many years prior to oppose similar legislation. Correct.
Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Senator Gannon, members of the Senate Judiciary, thank you for hearing me, and thank you, Mr. Stark, for tagging me in on this. I am Mark Rubenstein, Chancellor for the Community College System. I am here to speak in opposition to this bill. This is a complex issue. Listening to 3 hours of testimony, you hear a lot of complicating factors, and at one level it boils down along ideological lines, but it is complicated. Earlier, Senator Abbas asked the question about other states that have campus carry and whether there were differences among them, and in fact there are. There are some states that require enhanced permitting as opposed to the state's concealed carry permit. Other states that require specific training. There's at least one state that limits carry on campus to faculty and staff and excludes students. So there's a range of variations, and they reflect the result of debates that occur in each of those states. And I'm not suggesting that New Hampshire needs to follow any specific state, but giving attention to the process. You have two pieces of correspondence from me. One is a letter from John Stevens, career law enforcement, who serves as the governor's appointee representing public safety on our board of trustees in opposition. You also have a list of about 24 questions, issues that we identified that we would want to understand, that relate to liability, that relate to the concerns about the 5 early learning and Head Start programs on our campuses, the high school, issues that relate to how we appropriately secure weapons on campus in various settings, whether it's our welding labs or automotive settings, where the juxtaposition of firearms with various aspects of our instruction may be acutely problematic. We think that the complexity of this bill lends itself to additional study, and at this time is inexpedient to legislate as drafted.
The federal law also bans K through 12s from having guns in proximity, right?
There is a safe school zone issue. For that matter, happened to be in a post office recently. And although there's a Texas case pending, federal case, where it was held that the post office prohibition against firearms is unconstitutional, it still remains the case in New Hampshire that you cannot walk into a post office in this state with a firearm.
Questions? Yes, Senator Abbas.
Mr. Chairman, there is an existing state law for K through 12 that the schools are allowed to adopt rules prohibiting students from carrying on premises.
Thank you.
Just to clarify.
Great. Other questions? Thank you for coming today. Thanks for your patience. Again, I don't know how many people will be here still, but we'll see. Is Rep. Cyril Roars? Do you know his name? Cyril?
So I don't think he's here.
Okay, I don't think so either. Gabrielle O'Hearn, I think she already testified in a different page. Brady Poulin, Victoria Burke. Okay. Moody. Couple Moody's. Timothy Moody. Winifred Moody. Let's see.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. They're what? Do you want to go outside and check? I'll give you a list and just read out 5 or 6 of the names, see who we get.
We'll always do any members of the public present.
Oh, we will at the end. Okay. I want him to have the list. He could just go through the circle names. Ma'am, come on down. Do you want to testify? I'll let them get the guys out there and we'll just work on the room. Go ahead, ma'am. Sorry to keep you to this hour.
You're okay. Good afternoon, Chairman and honorable committee members, though I think it's evening at this point. My name is Olivia Fonseca, and I am here today in strong opposition of House Bill 1793. Residence halls are highly dense communities where students are navigating stress, conflicts, and personal challenges. As a third-year residence hall director, I have responded to countless incidents with students facing mental health crises interpersonal disputes, and urgent safety concerns. The increased presence of weapons in these situations would fundamentally change how myself and my student staff respond. Our work, both as professional and student staff, relies on policies that are clear, and it relies on the ability to act quickly to protect our students. This bill undermines all of that. As a part of my role, I serve on an on-call rotation for campus. When on call, I am responsible for the safety of the nearly 3,000 students in our residential communities. Not only do I respond to incidents in person, but I am responsible for notifying parents and guardians when their student has been transported. I cannot imagine having to call a parent and tell them that their student is being transported due to a gun or weapon-related injury. I cannot imagine having my colleagues do the same. If this bill passes, I assure you current professional staff and student staff will leave their roles, and it will be a struggle to fill these positions that are essential to protecting our students' safety on campus. I urge you to put yourself in our shoes and oppose House Bill 1793. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Could you tell us your role? Like, I missed your job at.
I'm a residence hall director, so I supervise a building of about 350 students, all upperclassmen, and I supervise an RA staff of 10.
And you mentioned, may I follow up?
Yes, you may.
You mentioned that dormitories can be places, condensed places dealing with stress, conflicts, and personal challenges, which sounds like a courthouse to me, a place where people are condensed, dealing with stress, conflicts, and personal challenges.
Right.
And we don't allow guns in those places.
Correct.
Do you think that we should not allow guns in your residence hall?
I do not believe so. I think it would be putting all of the students at risk, and in particular, the student staff who are first line of defense when incidents arise. If they are in that first line of defense, then it comes on to us as the residence hall directors, which a lot of the time, as some of the students mentioned earlier today in their testimonies, takes about 6 to 7 minutes for them to arrive. So we're putting those children's lives at risk, and I completely oppose that.
Thank you.
You're aware that we can carry here?
Yes, absolutely. Yes,
We seem to
yes.
function.
I appreciate that.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I
Of
appreciate
course.
it.
Thank
Do
you.
get to go yet, sir, in the green check? And you wish to speak? It's just going to, rather than me go through 17 pages of 20 people on each list who aren't here, we'll just work our way around the room.
No, I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Zach Terrell, I'm the chair of the select board in the town of Plymouth, and I'm here testifying on my behalf. I can't speak for the rest of the board, but I wanted to speak to you tonight. And to be clear, from where I'm coming from, I'm a gun owner and a hunter. My father owns a gun shop here in the state of New Hampshire. And I'm not here to debate the Second Amendment. I support the rights of law-abiding New Hampshire citizens to keep and bear arms. I'm here because this specific bill creates real problems for my town, my taxpayers, and my police officers who spoke to you earlier today. Plymouth State recently dissolved its campus police department in favor of a life safety service agreement in a partnership with the town. So that means any change to what we're talking about and what's permitted on campus isn't an abstract policy debate for our town. It directly impacts the working conditions for our officers and the demands of our budget. This bill would alter that environment. Our police chief and deputy chief came and opposed the bill today. They spoke to many of those operational realities and their role on public safety on campus. One other point that I haven't heard much mentioned today is that this is an unfunded mandate for a small town. If we look, there's a fiscal note on this bill estimating that the cost could be between $100,000 and $500,000 to the university system of New Hampshire. And as I understand, there's no new funding being proposed to help with that change in what needs to happen. And so our small town has to step up and cover that additional cost. The last point that I wanted to make is that the private right of action should also concern all fiscal conservatives in this chamber. The bill allows individuals to sue public institutions for a minimum of $10,000 in damages and attorney fees for enforcing policies. Maybe for a student saying, no, I don't want someone to come into my dorm room with a gun, right? And they would open themselves up to $10,000 in damages. It's very concerning. In conclusion, I think local decisions need to be made locally. I think you need to rely on the expertise that you've heard from the police and the campuses and the presidents of the various institutions. So I respectfully urge the committee to find this bill inexpedient to legislate.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Durrell, for taking my question. Could you reiterate what is the name of the contract that you entered, that the town of Plymouth entered into with the university?
Yeah, so for many years, we've had a life safety service agreement with the university, and that was recently amended to include taking over all the policing on campus.
May I follow up? So your municipal police force covers the university campus?
That is correct. We are the police force for the campus as of, I believe it was February 1st of this year.
Okay. Thank you very much for the clarification.
Thanks for coming in tonight.
Thank you.
I'm just going to go to the right because I haven't, sir, have you testified or are we on? Yep, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I'm Representative Michael Granger, and I'm in support of this bill because I'm a co-sponsor. Rather than give you the testimony that you guys were expecting, I'm just going to go to the point. I'm very certain that there is a way to accommodate certain hesitations about the bill in a way that will probably get past the House. I don't want to make any large, I don't want to speak for all of the sponsors all at once while I'm providing testimony, but there are reasonable concerns that we could accommodate if it is going to get it past the Senate. That being said, I don't want to delve into the details too much, and I also am not going to be in favor of any amendment that isn't approved by Sam Farrington because he's a prime sponsor and I'm a team player. So if you'd like, you can contact me and we can talk about the concerns and we can make sure that we all find language we agree on so we don't have to come back for a committee of conference.
Thank you, Representative. Go ahead, Senator Evans.
So if I were to ask you direct, and I'm not asking what the other chamber would feel, but your own personal opinion, you would not offer it without speaking to the prime sponsor first?
So I can give you my personal opinion, but I would vote in the way that the prime sponsor would vote because I'm a team player like that. So for instance, it's like you brought up concerns about the dorms. I'm a big fan of positive accountability of firearms. And so there's probably ways that we can both find a place where we agree.
May I ask your opinion, your own personal opinion, on perhaps a restriction that is related to displaying a firearm in the classroom, in the academic setting, while you're a student in the classroom?
I'm not
talking about concealed carry. I'm talking about open carrying in the classroom while you're student sitting there. I mean, these are the things that this, as written, the university or any of the colleges would not be able to address.
I think that open carry is not something I advise, but is occasionally necessary. So what the specifics of that are, I'm more than happy to talk with Representative Farrington and the rest of the guys, and we'll probably, I think there's a little bit of wiggle room there.
Is that?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. No other questions? Miss, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Thank you for your patience with us.
Hello, I'm Sloan Smith. I'm a sophomore at UNH, and I am in opposition of this bill. I'd like to share an experience I had with Sam Farrington today, which was a few hours ago. A protester in opposition had asked, do students deserve to feel safe on campus? He said no. If that doesn't tell you where he's headed with this bill, then I'm not really sure what will. 85% of students on this campus are in opposition, whether that be strongly or just in opposition. We're not the minority. You are. Also, how can we be sure that this is a preventative measure instead of a direct cause of a shooting? Moreover, how might the police mitigate these risks
if students take matters into their own hands? What will happen once police see 2 guns drawn? There's significant risk for accidental misfirings, and there's no way to prove that one person is just a primary suspect when you have multiple people with guns. I'd also like to point out that this bill is highly experimental because most campuses that do allow students to have guns in certain circumstances, it's concealed carry or they're safe boxes. So I just kind of like to ask, even though Sam Farrington isn't here, are you okay with UNH students being guinea pigs in your orchestrated experiment? You created this bill during your last year of college, okay? So you're not gonna be on campus when this will happen, which is ironic considering on Twitter, he calls people cowards for threatening to leave, which is the exact same thing he's doing. No further questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Do you want to testify today? Good evening.
Good evening, Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Holly Stevens. I'm the Director of Public Policy at NAMI, New Hampshire, the National Alliance on Mental Illness. I am speaking today in opposition to this bill. Research demonstrates that many mental illnesses emerge in late adolescence and early adulthood. This is especially true for depression, other mood disorders, and schizophrenia. This often means that just as young people are launching into adulthood, where they are exposed to new social situations, pressures, and stressors, many may be dealing with an untreated mental health symptoms, including psychosis. With this in mind, we are gravely concerned that open access to lethal means, such as firearms on college campuses, may lead to preventable suicide deaths. It's important to note that 90% of people who live through a suicide attempt do not go on to die by suicide. However, unlike many other means that people use to try to take their lives, firearms are extremely lethal and people don't get a second chance generally. So we believe that limiting access to them on college campuses when young adults may be dealing with new and untreated mental health symptoms and living far away from family and other natural supports could save lives. Somebody mentioned the YRBS data, and I just want to point out that the last data that we collected as a state, 21.3% of New Hampshire's youth have seriously considered suicide, and 16.9% made a plan for suicide in the past year. These are the same individuals that are launching into young adulthood and onto college campuses, including ones in New Hampshire. And one thing that's not in my written testimony, but I think I'd be remiss if I didn't mention it, is the first responders. The first responders that have 1 in 3 of them have a mental health condition, usually PTSD, from exposure on the job. If they are having to respond to suicides in the schools, that could increase traumatic situations that they end up responding to. So for those reasons, we ask that you strongly consider this bill.
Ms. Stevens? We're good. Thank you very much. Young man with the fun-looking tie, come on down.
Very fun.
Actually, your tie is boring. A boring tie. Come on. No, you'll be second. You'll be second. Come on, sir. Because, you know, your tie is not standing up to me, but his is. I would have picked you on The Price is Right, but. Good evening, sir. Good evening.
For the record, I am Dr. John Bunker. I reside in Stratham. I'm a former Associate Dean in the UNH College of Health and Human Services and served on the NAMI Board of Directors for several years and was the founding director of New Futures. I'm here today to strongly oppose this dangerous bill. And I'm going to reference 4 peer-reviewed academic studies that I believe support my opposition. A Johns Hopkins University review of 111 high fatality mass shootings since 1966 found that only 13 occurred in a truly gun-free zone and there's little evidence that mass shootings perpetrators seek out gun-free zones on their attacks. The claim that campus gun restrictions invite shooters is not supported by evidence. The overwhelming majority of mass shootings occur in places where guns are permitted. Most mass shootings are directed at a specific person, group, or institution with whom the perpetrator has a grievance, not chosen based on whether the civilians are armed. This is a crucial point. Grievance, not opportunity, drives target selection. The second study, the most rigorous recent, comes from a 2025 paper in Injury Epidemiology. Researchers studied Arkansas, Georgia, and Texas, which implemented permissive campus carry in 2016 and 17, and compared them to 324 institutions in 21 states that did not allow campus carry. They found no evidence that campus carry reduced violent crime or burglary. Meanwhile, research from Texas found that campus carry actually increased estimates of weapon violence compared to a control group. And in Georgia, while there is no change in violent victimization, perceptions of campus being unsafe and fear of crime increased. My final comment regards Dr. John Lott, who is best known for his 1998 book, More Guns, Less Crime. He's the founder of the Crime Prevention Research Center. While his work is frequently cited by the NRA and some lawmakers, it has faced significant criticism from the academic and scientific communities for both its methodology and ethical controversies. For example, two final comments. Many researchers, including those from Stanford and Harvard, have been unable to replicate his findings. A 2004 report by the National Research Council reviewed his work and concluded that the evidence did not support the claim that right-to-carry laws reduce violent crime. And finally, recent studies by other economists, such as John Donahue at Stanford, have used updated data in more sophisticated statistical models to argue the opposite of Lott's ideas or thesis. These studies suggest that right-to-carry laws are actually associated with increased in violent crime, specifically aggravated assault. Based upon the science and research, I would encourage you not to support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Yep, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Bunker, for your testimony. Could you just go, you did say grievance, not opportunity, drives selection of targets.
Study from Hopkins.
Hopkins,
And
okay.
there's an argument sometimes that gun-free zones attract shooters. The reality is, according to the Hopkins study, mass shootings are directed at a specific person, group, or institution with whom the perpetrator has a grievance, not chosen on whether civilians are armed. The concept of a soft target, in other words. This is a critical point. Grievance, not opportunity, drives target selection.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Travis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I understand some of the criticism of the study you cited. New Hampshire is considered to have some of the loosest gun laws, gun restrictions in the country, yet we constantly or consistently are considered the safest state or one of the safest states to live in. So, I mean, to me, that's evidence that it kind of cuts both ways. Or do you disagree with that assessment?
Not sure what the question is.
I'm asking if you disagree, because you're saying that the study focuses that having less gun restrictions makes it safer. But New Hampshire's laws are pretty relaxed on firearm restrictions, but we're consistently one of the safest states in the country, if not the safest.
I don't think that's what I cited.
I understand your argument, but that wasn't what he was
If I misunderstood, it's been a long day. If I misunderstood,
It's been a long
I
day.
apologize.
You misunderstood him. Yeah, that was all.
Thank you.
Good. Thank you for coming in tonight.
Thank you.
Did you want to go?
You just called the student.
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot your tie. Do you see his tie? Copy that. There you go.
Do my best. Thank you for complimenting my time, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome.
I'll introduce myself. My name is Tim Hoenader. I'm representing the UNH Graduate Student Senate, UNH GEU UAW, and I am the UNH Student Trustee and Chair of the USSB on the USNH Board of Trustees. A lot of different words and too many acronyms.
Yes.
I represent a lot of student leadership on across the university system here at Plymouth, Keene, and indeed UNH.
we are strongly opposed to HB 1793, specifically looking at market share and the dynamics of having students apply to USNH institutions as a beacon of public higher education. We are going to see a decrease. When looking across our constituencies and our ability to attract students, we are going to look at resolutions passed by the UNH Graduate Student Senate, unanimous opposition to HB 1793. My union, unanimous opposition to 1793. Looking at undergraduate student sentiment data that's been cited several times here as well, we're looking in the ballpark about 85% opposed, a supermajority on this. So what does this mean tangibly? When we're talking about recruiting the best and brightest to New Hampshire public institutions, we're going to be behind. We're the only state in New England, if this legislation were to pass in any regard, that would have this sort of legislation. Vermont, no. Massachusetts, no. Maine, no. Any of our peer institutions that USNH levies against do not have this. So where is this going to transpire? We're going to be put behind getting transfer students, out-of-state students, international students, and what I'm most concerned about, graduate students. We talk about the civil penalties that being found not in compliance with this would levy. For the UNH current graduate employee salary, this would be roughly half of our annual income. That is just one instance. We've talked today, and the senator has already pointed out that this might stack. Graduate employees don't want to be put in a situation where we're going to be made afraid to come to work. We're going to be afraid to enroll in these institutions, and we are not going to want to stay in the state or come to an institution where this legislation is going to pass. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Senator Schlick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much for your testimony. If you wouldn't mind, at the very beginning of your testimony, I understand you are the student trustee. And then there were a couple other organizations.
Absolutely.
I don't write that fast. What were they again? Slow.
I'll go through them all. I am the UNH student trustee.
Yes.
I am the chair of the USNH Board of Trustees University System Student Board, USSB, to my U's and S's. I am the external affairs officer for the UNH Graduate Student Senate, and I am a member of the organizing and bargaining committee for the UNH GEU UAW, the Graduate Employees Union.
May I follow up, Mr. Chair?
You may.
And so I understand from your testimony, could you speak more about retention of graduate students and what the challenge would be there?
Absolutely. Specifically looking at graduate students, many of us come from places that are not New Hampshire necessarily. Being a graduate student is a very different modality than recruiting in-state students or even out-of-state students in that regard. We're having a large influx of international students coming here, students from across the country, some of which might be predisposed or more aware of firearms, especially in the international context. There's much tighter restrictions on firearms generally. So having an institution that's going to say that you might immediately encounter a gun in the classroom openly, you might encounter a gun in your office, having office hours, you might encounter a gun in a chemistry lab, a place where I personally would find it incredibly dangerous, is something that a student's going to consider when making that choice between UNH or Maine or Vermont or one of our other institutional peers. And quite frankly, it's one that would deter myself and others away from the institution.
Thank you very much for coming and your patience. Good evening.
Hi. I'm from Keene, New Hampshire.
Name.
Oh, yeah. I'm Christopher Wade from Keene, New Hampshire.
Thank you.
So I'm not a student. I'm not passing through. A lot of our students are passing through at our universities in New Hampshire. So New Hampshire is a very unique place. It's a very pro-freedom place. And this bill would just continue that trend. And while it may have an impact on students deciding to come to a public university system in New Hampshire, there's also private university systems that could attend that this bill would not affect and would not restrict. So it's not like this is going to stop people who are afraid of guns from coming, but it also is going to attract students from out of state who are in favor of these policies. I believe it's about a 50-50 split in terms of guns and no guns. So it may affect, in some respect, the the students that are attending, but I don't necessarily think it would negatively impact the enrollment itself. Like I was saying, New Hampshire is a very unique place. This is the live free or die state, and I think that's pretty much all I want to say. Or I thought this was the live free or die state, I should say.
Thank you. Seeing no questions, have a good evening. And young man. Thanks for your patience. I know you've been around a long time too.
Thank you for taking the time, Senators, to listen to our testimonies. My name is Ryan Hebert. I'm a citizen of Manchester, and I rise in support of this bill. The New Hampshire Constitution speaks very plainly. All persons have the right to keep and bear arms in defense of themselves, their families, their property, and the state. That means all persons. Equal rights should not stop at the campus boundary. If an adult may lawfully defend him or herself elsewhere, the right should not disappear simply because he or she is walking on the campus quad. Young adults are still adults. College students age 18 or older are legal adults who make serious decisions every day about housing, work, transportation, debt, education, and personal safety. They should not be singled out for inferior self-defense rights. Autonomy should include personal safety. It should not be excluded from that. A campus asks adults to manage their own schedules, walk home at night, move between buildings, park in remote lots, navigate the world independently. When you go to college, you are now entering the adult world. It's inconsistent to treat that and then deny them equal means of lawful self-protection. Now, rights matter especially where immediate help may not exist. Public campuses are not places where officers constantly are present at every lot, every path, every door entrance, or every walkway. A right of self-defense matters most in the moments before help arrives. Now, there are some places where, this is about protection of human beings, not ideology. The purpose is not to create conflict or fear, it's to preserve the equal dignity, equal right of every person, regardless of if they have the means to or not. And to deprive civil rights out of anxiety or paternalism or anxiety is understandable, but you must understand that all people deserve their rights. And I urge you, Senators, to vote ought to pass. Thank you for your time.
Go ahead, Senator.
Yes.
Will you take a question, Mr. Hebert?
Yes, sir.
Thank you,
Yes,
Mr. Chair, for the opportunity. So in your testimony, you did quote the Second Amendment in the New Hampshire Constitution, and I'm curious about how you square the Second Amendment, Article 2, with Article 3, that when men enter into a state of society, they surrender up some of their natural rights to that society in order to ensure the protection of others. And without such equivalent, the surrender is void. How do you square those two?
Thank you for the question, Senator. I believe that in these situations that we have, it's important to balance the rights that we have with our obligations to society that exists. That's true. However, as was mentioned earlier about courthouses, going into a place where you go in and say, okay, it's obvious that you have criminals in a courthouse. On a college campus, you are now going on to, say, the quad or a parking lot. This is an institution of higher learning where you have adults. These are people simply looking to learn. It's not going to a high school, it's a college. These are adults. And I think, as Representative Granger said, depending on how things go with regards to dormitories and more dangerous environments, things can be said. But when it comes to the rights on the grounds themselves of the campus, the rights of every individual exist regardless, as long as you're an adult. They exist.
May I follow up?
You may.
I just want to be clear.
Yeah.
From where I'm sitting, my standpoint, I have not, will not, and do not insinuate that college students aren't full-grown adults. we're not, like you and I don't think we have any daylight between us in our view of college students. So my question though is if this bill passes as is, it is the college and everything associated with it. So the child care center, the Whittemore Center, the gymnasiums up at Plymouth State University and out at Keene State, the theaters, all of the places where people are condensed into small places, and usually in private places like that, you can't bring a weapon. Why should we have weapons in those condensed places? How does that square with Article 3?
So I would argue that that's no different from any other place as you described them, condensed places, theaters, movie theaters, cinemas, drama theaters, where other adults will go. And it may be said that, okay, perhaps, as was said about other laws having some restrictions that exist, maybe some of the language needs to be amended, possibly. However, if you're walking on campus, your rights as an individual should be respected. And the policy should not be that you are not allowed to defend yourself on campus.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a good evening. Ma'am. Nope, I'm going to come to you though. Yep, in the white. Nope, yep, and then we'll go 3 in a row right there almost. In the sweatshirt, gray sweatshirt, looking at me, you're looking at me so long. Yes, you'll be next. Is that okay? And then I'll come to you. I'll get there. Yes, ma'am. Thank you for your patience with us.
Thank you too. So good evening to the chair and the committee. I appreciate you guys taking the time to do this. I know it's been a long day. My name is Elizabeth Fontaine. I'm from Derry, New Hampshire. I'm testifying in opposition of House Bill 1793. I've been a student at the University of New Hampshire, Durham for 2 years now. And prior to that, I got my associate's degree from the New Hampshire Technical Institute. I have grown to know and appreciate the communities and educational opportunities at both of these institutions. I know that our New Hampshire colleges are places where students can thrive and improve through the meaningful connections we make with our peers and through skill acquisition. College is a place for the pursuit of knowledge where open debate and emotional growth should be fostered. Allowing lethal and non-lethal weapons does not promote safety and inclusivity, but rather makes students feel less safe. Currently, students who own weapons and wish to have them on campus are able to store them with the University Police Department if in accordance with policies and procedures. The University Police Department is located on campus. A classroom that is armed is more tense and thus less conducive to learning because students may not feel safe to share their opinion during discussion. I personally have already noticed a decline in my mental health in this regard because I feel more hyper-vigilant, like I need to scan each place I go on campus for potential threats to the safety of myself and others. I believe that if this bill passes, the sense of fear and division, as well as the potential for injuries, will be heightened. Thank you for your time, and please oppose this bill.
Thank you very much for your testimony. What do you want to do? What do you want to do? What's your degree in?
Oh, marine biology.
Very cool. What do you want to do? Do you want to go to SeaWorld and work? That would be my dream if I was
No, I
you.
want to hopefully do ocean engineering, pivot to that. There's more opportunities in that right now.
Okay, that sounds more practical. Okay, I just want to be a flipper, but
Thank
okay,
you.
thank you very much.
SeaWorld's always a good backup.
SeaWorld's a good backup. Yes, ma'am. In the gray sweatshirt, who will talk to you? You're coming. Yes, ma'am. Come on down. Is it Hebert and Tweed? They're gonna start talking. You guys, if you want to talk outside, Tweed, Hebert.
Hi, my name is.
It distracts the people talking. They can hear you in the background. So I'm sorry. Thank you.
Am I good?
You go outside. Yes, go ahead. I'm
We're all
sorry.
getting a little stir crazy. My name is Kathleen Slover. I'm from Portsmouth. I was at the House hearing back in January, and I was. I think the only word to say is sad, because I heard a lot of testimony that just mistrusted government and law enforcement. So I joined the Gun Sense New Hampshire Coalition, and we went around for the last 4 months and talked to students and talked to community members, and we drafted talking points that I've given you, and we had town halls that included law enforcement, elected officials, university students and staff, and concerned members of the community. And there are 2 takeaways. That document was originally a 1-pager. It's now 5 pages. That's how much all the stuff you're hearing today is what we heard for the past 4 months. And there were 2 takeaways that I feel better than I did at the House hearing. And that is, number 1, law enforcement care about us. That sounds goofy, but I called and my colleagues called law enforcement. Some joined our town halls, some didn't. They all might have had different opinions, but they spent 20 to 30 minutes talking to me and anybody who wanted to call. And they said, my email is here, my phone call, anybody who wants to ask a question, we are here for them. And I just want this committee to trust law enforcement, because I feel like that keeps us safe. Because, and I always say this, someone's Second Amendment right it's good for you, but you're not responsible to keep me safe. That's law enforcement job. And so it was just heartening to see the communities come together with law enforcement and students who sometimes maybe don't see eye to eye, and then here they were sitting together talking about this bill. The other thing that I was impressed with is the fact that these kids that you've been hearing all day, they were probably born the day or the year the assault weapons ban was lifted. So they lived with AR-15s. They know the Second Amendment that argument inside and out, and they grew up with lockdowns. And there is a little anecdotal story about meeting with the Plymouth State students and how they debated this and what they came up with in opposing this bill. So if anybody is to oppose it, I listen to those students who have lived it and debated it their whole lives, and they still oppose it, and I listen to law enforcement, and I hope you do too. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So what I heard is the Senate's doing better than the House. Is that what you said somewhere in there?
I did not say
That was a joke.
that.
That was a little joke. That's just what I heard.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Before my testimony starts, I just want to make a comment about the students here. As a former faculty member, the students on both sides of the issue have just been extraordinary today. So as a former faculty member, I'm incredibly proud. My name is Dr. Heather Barber, and I'm testifying in opposition to HB 1793. I was a faculty member at UNH for 28 years and retired in 2021. During my tenure at UNH, I served in several administrative, teaching, and service capacities that extended across campus. I'm proud to call myself a wildcat, and I've always said I bleed blue. My fear is that in this bill, we are opening up the possibility of a different type of bloodshed on campus. Over the years, I've seen the range of emotions that students experience in a highly stressful environment. Students face pressures around grades, paying for college, future employment, social pressures, relationships, all in an expanding social media environment. Research indicates that the pressures increase the likelihood of depression, isolation, and anger. Over my years at UNH, I have encouraged dozens of struggling students to seek counseling at PACS. And I've personally walked students to the counseling center who indicated that they were unsafe with themselves. If these students had easy access to a firearm, those referrals might never have happened. Suicide is a very, very real issue on college campuses, and I would hate to see those numbers rise due to this bill. In addition to the potential increases in self-harm and suicide rates on campus, the potential for violence exists. While students sometimes turn inward to deal with these pressures, they may also blame others for their situation. Interactions with faculty, coaches, staff, classmates are often emotionally charged. Easy access to a gun adds too many unknowns to these interactions. While I was at UNH, we regularly scheduled active shooter drills in our building and across campus. Those drills were scary enough, thinking that outsiders might target UNH without the thought that my students could now be carrying in our classrooms and facilities. Even having a student carry in my classroom with good intent all right, would not make me feel safer or my students. Every public university police department in the state has said this bill makes their job harder. I trust university police and security, and I hope you do too. I'd be far more worried about the students in my classroom getting caught in crossfire or the escalation that can occur when emotion and guns are in the same room. In sum, this bill does not protect our students. It puts them and their college experience and our university community in jeopardy. I hope that you will please oppose this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Sorry.
Thank you. Young man in the orange shorts.
Either one of you, come on up.
Yes, that makes more sense. You can see it more clearly.
You know, if you just, I bet you know what your testimony and what you want to say. You don't need to read it. But no, okay, go ahead.
All right.
No,
Thank you. I appreciate it. I didn't. Sorry. Give me a second to get my thing up here. All right. My name is Eli Orn. I am a freshman psychology student at UNH. I wanted to talk today about how much I believe that the risk of suicide would increase if this bill were introduced. And I'd like to say that was a wonderful testimony. A lot of people have covered many of the things that I'm concerned about, but I just wanted to reiterate that young adulthood, ages 18 to 24, are some of the most difficult times for many people in their lives. And this can include development of serious but treatable mental illnesses like bipolar and schizophrenia, which can often only be treated after an incident resulting in hospitalization. And I believe that if this bill were introduced, then many people would have a lesser chance of getting treatment and a greater chance of harming themselves and ending their own lives. I'm somebody who has struggled with mental health in my life, and I've watched multiple peers. I have more than 5 close friends who have attempted suicide at one point during their lives using less lethal methods than firearms, and none of them currently plan to attempt again today. I'm somebody who struggled with mental health. I am very, very grateful that I did not have access to a firearm during the hardest parts of my life, because I don't believe that I would be here today. Attempting suicide with a firearm is 90% effective. And when it's not effective, when you survive, it can be disfiguring. Many people who survive a suicide attempt with a firearm come away with permanent intellectual disabilities. I would also like to say that, as has been said before, you are allowed to legally own a gun on campus. It just has to be registered with the police department. And I believe that a bill such as this, which prohibits the school from safely regulating firearms, would make it way more difficult for people to be safe in their environments. Because one student who owns a gun might be a responsible gun owner and store their gun safely and use their gun safely. But when we don't mandate the storage of guns, then that exposes not only them to their firearm, but also their roommate, a visiting friend, people at a party, and there's just no way to guarantee that all of these people can safely engage with the firearm.
Good. Thank you for your testimony. Thanks for coming in.
Okay. Any questions or no questions?
Nope.
All right. Thank you.
Are you all set? Okay, we keep losing that phone. It's going to break. I hope you have a warranty.
Yeah.
Or insurance, either one.
My name is Jackson Conway. I am 22 and I'm a political science student. I'm not against the I'm against this bill, but I'm not against the Second Amendment in theory. Recent events have shown us that we do need to be able to protect ourselves from government overreach, particularly when it comes to a lot of the more violent things that have been happening on the streets with the federal government recently, and with surveillance systems powered by AI. And I'm rambling a bit, but the point is, the political climate I've observed over the last 10 years of my life, age 12 to 22, makes me think that we can't trust our leaders anymore, and that they do not have our best ideals in mind. But saying all that, I can't and won't support this bill. College-age adults, including me, aren't emotionally intelligent or mature enough to handle guns with the reverence they deserve. I'm sorry, but. And two, there are problems with our culture and society that we need to figure out before we can begin entertaining something like this. Partisan bickering does nothing but make the problem worse. Mental health care in this country is still a joke. It's an insult to the people who suffer from that lack of care. And I think that there is a future where any student in America could carry a gun and feel safe because of it, but we have a long way to go before we get there. And I don't want to tell you that you should or shouldn't support this bill. I just want to be aware of the consequences. No matter what, someone is going to get hurt, no matter which way you vote on it. For saying that this should happen, the people who get hurt in those accidents, the people who get robbed, the people who get murdered, assaulted, that's on you. And to us, to the people who are against it, all the people who could have been helped by being able to carry a gun on them, that's on us. And I don't want to sit here saying that my choice makes me a better person. It's just, I just want to put it out there. Sorry.
Thank you very much. Seeing no questions, appreciate your coming in. Second row in the blue check shirt, you've been waiting for, you've grown old. You were a young man when you came in. Yeah. He had a full head of hair in the morning, I'm telling you.
My name is Steve Zemanek. I live in Manchester, Ward 11, and I'm also a graduate of Keene State College, and I support House Bill 1793. When I was at Keene State College, only about half the students lived on campus. They only had enough housing to guarantee housing for freshmen, and then it went to a lottery system. So I lived almost 2 miles away from campus, and the parking situation wasn't great. And I had classes that didn't get out till 8 p.m. sometimes. And even those students that do live on campus, many of them might have an off-campus job, and a lot of social events are off-campus. So even if you can put a magic utopian bubble around the campus that prevents all guns and all crime, which you can't really do, if you restrict the ability for somebody to defend themselves at your venue, I believe you're responsible for their safety. But if you restrict somebody's ability to defend themselves at your venue, you also are responsible for them to be able to get to your venue and home from your venue safely. But you can't really do that, and most students have to leave campus. That's a bit, the other thing is some people are mentioning a lot of young people, but like Manchester Community College, I believe it's like almost half are over the age of 25. And then as far as the dorm is concerned, they could have arrangements for students who don't want to have a roommate with a gun. That could be voluntary. And that's about it.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you coming in.
Questions?
How about the guy next to you in the purplish shirt and then the young woman in the white? Yep, second row back. Yep, we're cleaning your row up. Oh, I didn't know it was your daughter, so sure. That's great. Come on down.
She wants to see how government doesn't work the way the Constitution and the textbooks say it's supposed to work.
Okay. Mary, welcome.
My name's Kevin Rondo, and I've been a candidate for Congress. I support the Second Amendment without reservation. I recently talked to the sponsor of the bill, Representative Farrington. I tried to call him many times on some other issues. He was more concerned with playing pool than talking to me about this. So at this point, I oppose HB 1793. I would support it if he had talked to me and he would listen about my concerns. My concerns are, and they've already mostly been listed by others about the, why is suicide so common among college students? College is a time of significant transition. Suicide among first-year college students is the second leading cause of death. It's something. It seems to me the issue that should be being addressed is why are there so many suicides taking place on our college campuses? Why is there so much pressure? Why is there so much failure in the first year? And it's not the fear mongering about the exercise of our Second Amendment rights, when the real issue is mental illness. And what these people should be recognized by these educators that they probably shouldn't be on college campus. And you are listening to people that have come in here today that are testifying about how fearful they are. So I just want to say, fear is not a legitimate reason to restrict the constitutional rights of others. Lawmakers are not responsible for the criminal actions of others. Punish those who commit the crimes after they commit the crimes. And that will deter crime. That's what statistics show. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's about it. I mean, you don't punish the innocent. And I want to praise Representative Farrington for bringing forth the bill, but he should take time to listen to people. He also expressed to me that he's been receiving a lot of death threats. Now, if that's true, that a lawmaker in New Hampshire that sponsors a bill is facing death threats for that, that should be a pretty important thing for you legislatures to address, because nobody should be threatened, intimidated, regardless of what their position is.
Shouldn't, but society's changed and we all have problems nowadays on this side of the table. Thank you for coming in. Mary, thank you for coming. I don't know if we taught you anything, but keep coming back.
It'd be nice if you addressed the judicial assisted child abduction and child sale and sex trafficking of children by our judges in this.
We're addressing a lot of things. Not at the moment, but maybe later. Ma'am, you've been waiting, my lobbyist here.
Good evening.
It should be a statement.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for having me and thank you for your patience today. Just for the record, my name is Mackenzie Nicholson. I'm the co-senior director for Moms Rising New Hampshire. We're a grassroots organization comprised of thousands of moms across the Granite State. And I'm here tonight, I'm not gonna, belabor the point, but as moms, one of our biggest fears is a school shooting, and it's not an unfounded fear. So far, as of March 31st of 2026, there were already 32 school shootings in K-12 schools, leading to 15 deaths so far. And gun violence is becoming increasingly common, and as you heard earlier today, is now one of the leading causes of death for children and teenagers. And moms don't stop being moms when our babies go off to college. We worry about their safety wherever they're learning, wherever they're living. We care deeply about the safety of our communities. And a college campus isn't just a set of classrooms, right? It includes dorms, event spaces, arenas, parking lots, offices, libraries, community pools, and more. It's also where some of our teens go to do dual enrollment learning, where summer youth go to camps, and where some of our kids go to childcare. Because in fact, there are at least 5 licensed childcare centers located on campuses across our state, including those in Plymouth, Keene, Nashua, and Durham. And these facilities operate under strict rules around the storage and presence of firearms, just to protect the kids in their care. This bill creates conflicts with those programs, and I think may actually put them at risk of federal funding, or put their federal funding at risk, rather, if they're unable to meet those federal guidelines. Lastly, I'll just say the fiscal note raises serious practical concerns that should give you all cause, including higher insurance costs, things like that, that we believe will lead to increased tuition costs, which affects all of us, not just moms. So we're here today to say, please don't pass this bill. This moves us into the wrong direction, and our kids deserve to be able to learn, live, and be, at colleges without the fear of having guns on campuses. So thank you. I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you for your testimony. We're good. Thank you.
Have a nice night.
I don't think I've been at a hearing this late in a few years.
I think it was last week we were here about this.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I left early that night.
I didn't get to have that fun back then. So my name is Kimberly Moore, and I'm representing the Women's Defense League of New Hampshire. I won't go into all of my certifications on safety training, firearm training, but the league has taught hundreds of college-aged women and their instructors and faculty from across New Hampshire over the years how to safely and accurately use firearms, as well as teaching them about situational awareness to keep themselves safer. We teach these women that they are their own first line of defense, which is in fact the truth. They cannot carry campus security or a blue safety light everywhere they go. Even if they are able to get to one of these lights, help is minutes away when seconds matter. These women should have the choice of how they want to protect themselves, no matter where they are. There's an invisible line between the outside world and the college campus, but our fundamental human right to self-defense does not end when these students cross that line. And as others said, students are freely able to carry when they go off campus, so they can protect themselves off campus, but not when they cross that line. I'll leave you with an example of college student Amanda Collins Johnson. She was raped at gunpoint on her university campus years ago. The blue lights didn't save her, and neither did campus security. She had her concealed carry permit, but she wasn't allowed to carry on campus, and as a law-abiding college student, obeyed the rules. I'll end with a quote from Amanda. I had been legislated into being a victim because that very law that was meant to ensure my safety and ensured my attacker that I was going to be an unmatched victim for him instead. Please vote out to pass on HB 1793.
Nice. Quick question, just following Senator Abbas's theme of the day. Is there a compromise position for you where you could again, I'm aware of these nurses getting in late at night, they could carry to the dorm, then lock it up and it doesn't go in the dorm. And then maybe also not at big event places. Would that be something you'd
Yep, we always are willing to talk.
Okay, very good. Senator Abbas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you for taking my question. One of my many examples I keep using today is alcohol. Many states have a law in the book saying if you are intoxicated, you can't carry a firearm while intoxicated. In New Hampshire, we don't have that. I'm not saying that we should change our law in respect to that. But you combine that with the campus carry legislation before us as written. I look at that as the university couldn't even address that, especially if the student's 21 years old. I look at that as if that was a proposed change, a reasonable restriction in the sense that we don't want to criminalize that. It will be a university policy. But I'm hearing from one side, they don't want to change it unless they talk to the prime sponsor. I'm hearing from the other side, they just want this bill gone. So when it comes, no matter what we do, if we were to try to work something out, we would then upset everybody.
Well, I think there's always discussion and there's room for discussion to be had in this case. I understand some people's fear because they don't know. But I also understand women who want to make that choice to protect themselves. And I don't think they should be victims because of someone else's fear of the unknown. So I think there's always room for discussion, healthy discussion.
Well, the other example that I was using was someone who was displaying a classroom, not on the campus, like literally in the classroom during the lecture. And I looked at that as more, if they're carrying it concealed, most people wouldn't even know unless they announced it. I'm just looking at that as like, if that was a rule that the university wanted to put into place, I don't think that's an unreasonable request of the student to, basically, it's more of a distraction issue than a firearms issue at this point.
Well, I personally feel it's not safe to carry other than concealed because you become a target. However, I think there is compromise to be made with university rules. Right now, their rule, students are allowed to have firearms, but they have to hand them over to security and then they can take them and use them and protect themselves off campus. So That's something that obviously the colleges and universities have, or at least UNH, have allowed. So I think there is compromises with rules, not necessarily put into law, like you're basically what you're saying.
Thank you.
Seeing no other questions, thanks for your patience.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you for waiting.
Yep, of course. Thank you for listening to me, senators, and thank you for holding this hearing. I'm Nate Dwyer, and I'm speaking in support of this bill. I'm from Manchester, and I wanted to address specifically mass shootings. So, although there's a common supposed understanding that that good guys with a gun rarely end mass shootings, this is actually based on somewhat faulty data. And let me double check the name of it. The Crime Prevention Research Center investigated this data extensively, and by looking through the FBI's listing of whether people were or were not civilians who ended the mass shooting, they found that actually around 43% of mass shootings in 2022 were actually stopped by good guys with guns who were basically civilians. This misclassification included people who were like at church. They were technically on the security team, but they were just a volunteer. They had no real active training. So they were labeled as security guards when really they were just a person at church who just happened to be carrying a gun. This was very common, and it reduced the frequency by about 10 times. So why is this relevant? Well, when they looked at the rate at which mass shootings had been stopped by good guys with guns, it actually jumps to 60%, a fair bit over 60%, excuse me, when it excludes gun-free zones. So that's about a 20% increase in stopping mass shootings just by making it a non-gun-free zone. Thank you.
Duramus, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I understand what you're saying, and I actually agree with what you're saying, that sometimes the statistics can be, they don't take into consideration everything that is around it. But one of the concerns raised earlier today was if you had a bad guy with a gun on the campus, and if you had, let's say, hypothetically 20 students around that were carrying a firearm, that if all 20 students started shooting back at the one bad guy with the gun, that's gonna, although they may stop the bad guy with the gun, that may create its own hazard in its own right, which is a little different than something at a church or a shopping mall, something like that.
So in response to that, I'd say the likelihood of you having 20 students all having guns in a very small space, I think even if it was legal, would be very low. I mean, I wish it was higher. Don't get me wrong.
Maybe a bad example. Make it 5 students.
Okay. But yeah, let's say you had 5 students. I think honestly, 5 students would be reasonably able to engage the threat without being too crazy. I mean, this has happened like at churches. I think a church is actually a fairly good example, relative example for this. Churches admittedly frequently have training, but what you have is a group of people, and in them you have a group of very concentrated people, and in them you have dispersed people with guns. I think that's a somewhat fair similarity to maybe like a heavy classroom or a theater or something like this, where again you'd have a general area, some select people with guns, and then and you might have a couple people responding. I don't think that's too bad. I think that's actually quite reasonable, and they would be able to reasonably handle it.
Thank you for, oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Dwyer, for taking my question. You cited a study.
Yes.
I didn't hear where that was from. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. The Crime Prevention Research Center, they took the FBI's active shooting reports from 2014 to 2022 regarding cases where civilians stopped attacks, and they analyzed each individual case, and they found there was 10 times error in their rate of assigning whether a civilian responded to the attack or not.
Okay, Crime Prevention Research Center. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thanks for coming in. Thanks for your patience. Yes, do you wish to speak? Yes.
All right, I have to try to remember what I had written down, so bear with me. Hi, my name's Awen Osborne. I'm a student at Keene State College, and I'm here today to ask for your support on this bill. As a young woman, I'm at a significant disadvantage if I am ever in a physical altercation with a male, even if he's unarmed. No amount of training or pepper spray is really going to stop him. A firearm is the best equalizer for that playing field. There's been several times walking home from off campus that I've been followed through town for extended periods of time, and this has happened off of the well-lit Main Street. If that had escalated, I could have been killed or worse, and I would have had no way to stop it. Voting against this bill leaves young women like me defenseless in the face of an emergency. I would encourage you to vote ought to pass. Thank you.
Very much. Appreciate your testimony. No questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, you moved to the right, so I'd call on you. That was pretty good. No, I'm going to the left now. No, come on.
It was a good idea.
It was a good idea.
This is on, right?
It is, Brett. Yep.
Thank you for allowing me to speak today. I'll try to keep this brief and try not to repeat what you've, I'm sure, heard plenty of times from many in the UNH community here today. Did anybody cite the Scalia opinion? Did you hear that one before?
Many.
Okay.
Your name.
Lucas Coriati, hooks it. Then I'll skip that one, but keep that one in mind. My name is Lucas Coriati. I'm a recent graduate of UNH, and I must commend Representative Farrington for having the bravery to so blatantly disregard the will of his fellow students. Do you know how difficult it is to get any 85% of people to agree on anything? The Mayo Health Clinic reports a 35% depression rate among college students. School shootings still remain a pressing concern, and the young representative finds it necessary to introduce firearms into our libraries, our dining halls, and our dorms. The vast majority of students, scores of professors, and 2 police departments have a single message for the members of this committee today, that HB 1793 is unwanted, unnecessary, and ill-conceived. There are alternatives, continuing to fund behavioral threat assessments and supporting interdisciplinary approaches that bring together mental health clinicians, professors, and other university staff to support troubled students on an individual basis. I cannot understate, as a UNH student, as a former UNH student who went to school with Representative Farrington for a few years, I cannot understate how out of touch Representative Farrington is with every single pertinent stakeholder in the UNH community. And I urge you to find this bill inexpedient to legislate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're all set. Thank you. Didn't mean to keep you waiting. Yep.
Good evening, Chairman, members of the board. My name is Isaac Rysdan. I am a freshman English major at UNH. And when I was trying to sort of come up with what to write for my testimony, I thought of the name of the act, the Protecting College Students Act. And because I'm an English major, I sort of think in parables, and it reminded me of this parable of the guy who finds a genie and wishes that everyone in the world had 100 pounds of gold so everyone would be rich. And this is exactly the same thing. And the problem, of course, is that if everyone has 100 pounds of gold, it has no value. And if everyone has a gun, it no longer becomes an instrument of self-defense. It's exactly a parallel situation. People support this bill because they imagine just one person on campus having a gun. They imagine one vulnerable person arming themselves, but it will not be one person, it will be everyone, including not just the potential victims of violence, but the potential perpetrators of violence who will be arming themselves. And I have here a statistic. In a 2019 report by the Bureau of Justice, it was found that between 29 and 36% of people serving felony sentences in prison owned one or more firearms at the time of the offense. And in a report by the same organization in the previous year, it was found that just 21% of American adults in general owned a firearm, which means that a greater proportion of potential offenders and criminals own guns than ordinary people, which gives us a very clear picture of just whom we would be arming if we were to pass this act. It would not be the vulnerable potential victims arming themselves, it would be the attackers. Thank you.
Very much for your testimony.
Okay.
Senator Abbas, keep it short.
Yes. You did raise one interesting point about, I think the surveys, didn't actually inquire about if this were to pass, how many students would actually carry firearms on campus or bring one on campus. Has that been something that you've heard about on campus at all? Anyone talking about?
No, I haven't yet heard anyone say. I haven't heard anyone say if they're going to get a firearm and bring it on campus after this, except people here at this testimony who have expressed a desire to do so.
Did you listen to the girl from Keene? I think she was one or two before you. Yeah, little thing over there. And so she's been followed home off campus a couple times. She wants to be able to protect herself. I feel guilty not letting her protect herself. I have a young daughter in Hartford who runs all over the city, and I'm very concerned with her. But if I heard her say, people are following me home, I would, and she wanted to carry. You heard her testimony, I believe, a minute ago.
Yes, but what I'm saying.
What do I say to her?
I would say that the person following her also wants to bring a firearm on campus.
Thank you. I think I got the right side all done, right? Oh, you want to come? Okay, come on down. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Milo Myrite. I live in Pittsfield, New Hampshire. Here to speak in favor of this bill. You've heard plenty of the generalities before. I'll not beat the dead horse. I graduated from Georgia Tech in 2018 with a computer science degree. In September of 2017, in the middle of the night, an insane young man named Scott Schultz took a pocket knife, went on the street, anonymously called the campus police to his location, and when they arrived, he threatened them into shooting him dead. All of which is to say that you can ban as many guns, knives, or tall buildings as you like. Some people will still find a way to kill themselves. The status quo where we ban guns on campus is no solution to the problem of suicide. There is actually a very good solution to much of gun suicides, but it is not any kind of law or government program. And that's all I had up front. I yield to questions.
Seeing none, thank you for coming in tonight.
Thank you for your time.
How many do I got left on the left-hand side? Not too many, like 4. Okay, so we'll go to the second row. You miss. Come on down. Yes.
There's 5 left.
4 or 5, yeah. So I apologize for keeping you so late.
I guess it's the good evening instead.
Yeah, the staff's going to make me buy dinner, so I'm in trouble. Go ahead.
Can I go? Okay. Good evening, members of the committee. My name is Annie Ragland, and I'm an out-of-state student at the University of New Hampshire. And I'm here to oppose HB 1793 bill. As an out-of-state student, I chose to go to UNH over any other school because I love the culture, the people, and the education. For college, academics is really important to me. And I reflect back last semester when I witnessed a fight at UNH during school hours. But UNH handled it perfectly. They got the two people separated, and I just wonder how that would have been if there was guns on campus. And maybe even under the influence at night. This fear will stay with me every day, and I can't see myself being able to go out at night and have fun as a woman when I know there are guns on campus. Yeah. And I don't see how I could focus in school when I know that there is going to be someone open carrying 5 feet away from me. I don't see how I could take an exam knowing that there are weapons in our schools. So, yeah. And I just want to be clear, if this bill was already in, I would never have gone to UNH. So, yeah. Thank you again.
No, thank you. Thank you for coming and for your patience. And seeing no questions, we're all set. Okay, next. Yep.
Hello, thank you for hosting this important conversation. I'm John McKenna. I'm a member of the Gun Sense New Hampshire Coalition opposing the bill, primarily on the grounds because it's the most far-reaching and reckless of campus carry bills introduced in state houses in America. And I'm going to resort to the wisdom of Supreme Court justices and a couple of founders. Supreme Court Justice Antonin Scalia underscored the nuance of his historic 28 Heller decision. While affirming the right to bear arms for self-protection, particularly in the home, he said that the right is not absolute. Indeed, Scalia wrote that the opinion should not, quote, cast doubt on longstanding prohibitions or laws forbidding the carrying of firearms in sensitive places such as schools and government buildings. We can also reference the authors of the Bill of Rights themselves, Jefferson and Madison. Yes, the very writers of the Second Amendment and founders of the University of Virginia, who in crafting the governance of the college declared, quote, no student shall within the precincts of the university keep or use weapons or arms of any kind. So hypothetical, we've had a lot of discussion about what ifs and what could possibly turn into a Tombstone, Arizona kind of shoot fest, but we should also move from the hypothetical to the actual. And we have pages of the actual. These are incidents that have happened in states that have passed laws far reckless than this. These are incidents that allowed various incidents to happen from Colorado to Florida to Georgia. These are everyday incidents. Leaving a gun at a bus stop, threatening a student after an altercation in a dorm, over and over and over again. New Hampshire's incidents aren't on this, and there is no other document about what ifs because it's not what's happening out there. There aren't the defensive statistics of what's happening. What's happening are the average everyday infractions that are taking over 100 Americans a day. And I urge you to preserve the wisdom of founders and the Supreme Court justice and keep the status quo, which is working. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming in tonight. Thanks for your patience. I'm sorry. Hold on. We got one. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll make this quick. Thank you for taking a question. I'm so glad someone finally brought up Bruin that is mentioned at the beginning of this bill. And you, in your testimony, invoked Justice Scalia, who said forbidding the carrying of firearms in sensitive places such as schools, there should be no doubt. So do you consider schools to be sensitive places as Justice Scalia did?
Yes, he cited schools and government buildings.
And government buildings. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let me hand that down. That's like a sign-in sheet unto itself. We've already done it, but it should go on the record. Okay, who's next? Yes, ma'am. Thank you for your patience, ma'am.
Thank you all for being here and hanging in there to listen to all of us.
Well, I'm in trouble when I get home, trust me.
Yeah.
Pardon me?
I'm gonna get in trouble for staying home.
I'm Phyllis Mackey. I'm a retired marriage and family therapist from Newfields. I'm here to oppose HB 1793. I got my master's at UNH and did counseling on campus as part of my training. The thought of being on campus with kids who are carrying would have been so frightening that I probably would have looked elsewhere to get my master's. I also never would have let my children attend a college or university that allowed campus carry. I'm amazed that anyone is in favor of guns being in the possession of those whose prefrontal cortexes are not close to being fully developed. The frontal cortex, specifically the prefrontal cortex, is the last part of the brain to fully develop, maturing on average around 25, but continuing into the early 30s for some. The prefrontal cortex is responsible for high-level cognitive functions such as planning, decision-making, and impulse control. The delay in frontal cortex development means that in teenagers and young adults, the amygdala, which is the emotional, reactive, more primitive part of the brain, think, fight, flight, freeze, is in charge rather than the logical, rational prefrontal cortex. This leads to more impulsive behavior, which is compounded by alcohol and other substances. As the prefrontal cortex develops, individuals get better at risk assessment, emotional regulation, and considering consequences before acting. Unfortunately, New Hampshire already has a suicide rate that is close to 35% higher than the national average, with 248 deaths recorded in 2024. Suicide is the second leading cause of death for ages 10 to 44, with firearms being the most common method. HB 1793 seems motivated by some young adults who fantasize about being vigilantes or protectors who could have saved the day in the Brown and other shootings. Do you trust their aim and judgment? Law enforcement personnel have been outspoken that civilians carrying guns in these situations is dangerous. The risks of campus carry are huge. Accidental shootings, suicide, partner abuse, increased sexual assault, campus safety, and law enforcement personnel are all at increased risk. The name of this bill is the Protecting College Students Act. If you really want to protect college students, please kill this bill before students kill themselves or some other incident. And in response to Senator, one of your comments, I, back in the day, walked to a lot at all times of day and night. I am not a big human. I can't imagine walking with a drawn gun, and I would, even me carrying a gun, I could have been overpowered and had that gun used against me. And I would not have felt safer walking to a lot with a gun. And, sure. That's a whole other discussion that you don't want to hear. No, the mental health resources in New Hampshire are abysmally poor. I worked in Maine. I worked near the border in Massachusetts, and resources in those other states are better. We do not have resources and support. And if anybody wants to listen to me go on about what I think needs to happen there, I'd be happy to come back. And I'm sure you don't want to listen to all of that right now. Thank you. And I also have, I'm going to hand in testimony from my husband, who also opposes this bill. He is a hunter and was given a lifetime NRA membership by his stand. Thank you.
Oh, well, thank you all for being here this late and letting us all speak. Honorable Chair and members of the committee, my name is Simonida Thurber and I'm from Exeter. While students are managing new relationship, academic demands, newfound independence, their student brain is undergoing structural change. Not only, and it's not until our mid-20s do our frontal lobes, the part of the brain we need for impulse control and emotion regulation, reach maturity. So it's no surprise that anxiety disorders, major depression, bipolar disorders, schizophrenia, eating disorders, and substance abuse disorders are all most likely to emerge between the ages of 17 and 23. And sadly, this age cohort also has the highest risk for firearm homicide and non-fatal shootings. In addition, suicides are the second leading cause of death among U.S. college students, and firearms are among the most common methods used, as many people have said here today. So I cannot imagine a situation where it's a good idea to bring guns, so with this background, to bring guns to dorms, classes, final exams, sporting events, leave alone parties where alcohol is involved. Any student who wants to legally possess, securely store, and responsibly use a firearm may already do so at UNH, at University of New Hampshire campuses, so there is no issue there. And in fact, the research shows that the secure storage plays a vital role in reducing a risk of gun violence by preventing unintentional shooting, gun suicide, and gun theft. I mean, I think it would be really bad if, I think people would feel really bad if somebody stole their gun and used it for murder. I know from raising two of my own children and from bringing my therapy dog to UNH campus during finals weeks, how much stress college students experience. So please trust New Hampshire's colleges and universities to do what they do best, which is letting students use their frontal lobes for learning while managing safety like they have been doing all along. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Come on down.
Is there anyone else present?
After she testifies, are we done? Yippee, okay. So, okay, close it on the high note.
In the NFL draft, they always call the last player drafted.
Say that again?
In the NFL, the last player drafted in the 7th round, they call Mr. Irrelevant. But we're not going to do that.
Oh, that wouldn't be nice.
Brock Purdy, the starting quarterback in the 49ers, was drafted last in the draft.
Okay,
He's a Pro Bowler.
good. So I'm here.
Stretch.
Oh, that's-
Last one right here.
Go ahead.
You have a difficult job ahead of you, and I understand. Just me being here for the last hour, I can see many different perspectives.
Want to join us?
Oh, and but you keep an open mind, and you're, and I'm so grateful for that. I've actually started to rethink some things also, just listening. So I'm going to add, first of all, my name is Kimberly Queenan, and I'm from Litchfield. I am a college professor, and I wanted you to hear it from a college professor's viewpoint, and I don't know if you've heard that today or not. You've heard probably different sides. But again, I only want to add just my experience to you and let you put that in your calculus for what you do. I'm not here to persuade. If I say that, I'm afraid I may have some ramifications. I'd be glad to write it down and give it to you for the record. Okay. I was at a weekend event. Politics came up. This bill came up. And usually I'm a very quiet person in the background. Well, for some reason, I was not. I think I've been harboring some things for a while. But at the end of the day, what came out of my mouth was, I actually fear for my job sometimes. I do. The professors that I work with fear for our jobs. And if they don't say it, they're definitely telling me they are a different way. When we get our offices assigned to us, we want a window. Okay? That's the only way out. I've just transferred to a different department. I need a new office. There's 2 big suites. Oh, these little ones here with a window. Guess where I'm going? I'm going where the window is. I've had some students that have not been great, that I do fear. The biggest fear for me are the 2 words office hours, because I have to keep my door open. I don't know what's coming around the corner. I can't have it, concealed. I can't have it in my car. So if I go get gas afterwards or go to the food store, I have no defense, just saying with that. So I told him about that during the weekend, but I went home really upset, like, why are you mad? Why are you mad? I kept thinking of other things that were going on at the university. And everything that came in my mind was a symptom. But I said to myself, what's the root cause of this? And what do I wish I also said? So what I also wanted to say was the following, which I didn't have a chance to tell them, but I'm going to tell you. We do have a phone where we get the alerts, which is great. I've had 3 in 1 year. First one was an on-campus incident. Alert, something happened in the dorm. Stay away from there. It moved over to the library. Please stay away from that building. Fine. Getting a lot of alerts. It's time sensitive. I figured the police are handling. It went away. Second one, I was working from home, so I really didn't pay attention, I'll be honest. Third one, I got my eye. A gentleman who is not part of the university, speeding up the highway. 4 towns of police are chasing this man. Gets off, goes onto our campus. So this is not a student, this is somebody coming onto the campus. 4 towns. I'm thinking, okay, I don't know what this person did. Well, first of all, thank God I'm in my office and not teaching, so I'm getting these alerts, right? Because if I'm teaching or there's tests, there's no phone. Okay, a person's onto the campus. Okay, put the phone down. I'm looking at again. Person has entered the lower parking lot of building whatever. So I'm in here, here's my parking lot, there's a hill.
he pulled into the lower parking lot. Okay, I'm thinking, all right, there's 4 police chasing him. I think I'm safe. So, no, a person has exited the car. They have a gun. They're not wearing shoes. They're running up the hill. They're running right for my building. Okay, now I'm thinking they're going to be in my building any second. The doors are not locked. Anybody can come in and out, students, professors, anybody. So next alert, stand, settle in place. I have no protection when these things happen. And I hear what you're saying about the 2 contradictory laws, and that's something you will decide, and I respect any decision you come up with. I think you're hearing that I'm afraid, and I don't want to be because I love teaching. The average age of my students are 25 to 70. I have a lot of vets in the room. I'm open for compromise. Absolutely. I think it came down to this for me, and I don't know if it's legal or not, but this is how I think. At the end of the day, I have a right to defend myself and go home to my family. I want to hold my son. I don't want a police officer showing up at my door saying, your mother died because she couldn't protect herself at her job. Does that make sense? Go plan a funeral. So hopefully we can come up with a compromise. I'm sure there's plenty of room here to do it. But right now, I'm not the only professor that feels that way. Because when I went down to pick my new office, nobody took those suites. Everybody is in the front near a window where they can throw a chair through to get help. Okay.
Thank you very
And you
much.
have a tough decision, and I respect it either way.
You were a great closer. Let's go one more.
One question. And you've been in the room for most of the testimony. We heard a lot about how the students, in their safety and on both sides of the argument. So talking amongst professors when it's concerned for their safety, in reaction to this policy, whether it's this as written, if there's some changes, are they concerned about their safety, like when they're teaching? Are they concerned about students if they were to be able to carry firearms? Like when they concerned about the safety, I understand the example you gave, that was someone not a student. So
I'm just trying to tell you that can happen. It doesn't have to be a student. That can happen. It can also be a student. And I'm not talking fear for myself too. My students are also in the line of fire, right? So I guess, are you asking if we're afraid at certain points?
Yes.
Carrying in the room would not be a problem concealed, or checking it in and locking us in the room or something like that. If you put everybody in there without a gun, maybe, or checking them in or out. But I just don't see any other way, honestly, because if you're roaming around free, something can happen at any time from a student, another professor, or somebody from the public.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Did I answer that?
You're a great closer.
Okay, and I just want to say, I think I have and you do too, you have the right after your job to go home from work to see your family. And if somebody gets in your way, you have the right to defend yourself to get home. How you do it's another story, but leaving it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Anyone want to make a motion? Is anyone present who I didn't give a chance to speak? No, they're all set. Thank you. That'll end the hearing. Thank you for staying.